What's up, YouTube? Give me just a second. I'm about to change some shit up here. There we go. All right. Let's do it. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are live yet again. Let me get my shit in order here. All right, let's see what we got. All right, Loudmouth. Share. Boom, 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 boom. We are live. Booyah. All right, let's do the damn thing. What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me turn this shitty light on. That's all I got. It's dark as fuck in here. I'm going to bring my panel lights from the other room, but fuck it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. All right, we're just getting started, so if you just got here, we haven't really started saying anything at all yet. Not yet, but we're getting there. Damn, I should have organized my desk before I started. A bunch of crap. Okay. Sweet. Good morning, everybody. Good Saturday. What's up? What is up? Jeff 0860. Boy Fresh. That's a name. What's up, Daniel? Good to see you, man. Benjamin Lee, truck driver. What's up with thee? All right. I got my handy dandy Constitution here. Oh, you're already requesting them. Let's do it. What's up, Broseph?
Hey, can you hear me, or is the treadmill annoying as shit?
I can hear you.
Is the treadmill in the background?
A little bit, but you can barely hear it. I wouldn't have known what it was had you not said that it was a treadmill.
Okay, well, if it gets annoying, let me know. I'm almost done. No, right. I wanted to hop on before I hopped in the shower. I got to go shopping for my daughter's birthday this morning. But yesterday, it was, man, I came in the box, and then I had issues with signal, got that hammered out, and then I couldn't get the mic to work.
Damn.
Got that working, and then I couldn't hear y'all. I gave up. I don't know what the hell is going on, but
I wondered what happened to you.
It's working now, so
TikTok's fucking up.
I'm just having a problem, dude. It's like after yesterday.
Benjamin, Bubba says, go faster until we hear it for real.
Oh, that's cold. Oh, I hear you. No, that's a good one. So after that whole court deal, or the tariff deal with Trump yesterday, I'm just like, man, the fight's getting real. And I'm just like, is it like, it's so obvious.
What do you think of it?
Well, it just, to me, it clarifies what we already know. It's literally them against us. And I think what we have to try to figure out is how do we win this battle to where we can at least enjoy life, knowing that we'll never be in their realm. And maybe we can just say to ourselves that we understand we'll never be in their realm. I don't personally ever want to be in that realm. It's all about who's who and what's what, and they're all pedos, or P3DOs, sorry.
Tell us how you really feel, Benjamin. Damn.
Yeah, like, I'm just over it, dude. I just, like, what the hell are we even fighting for? They literally have us down here fighting each other over nothing.
Yeah, well, they want in my opinion, they just want to control everything. They want everything. And they want, all of us lowly, humans to do their bidding, whatever that may be in any given moment. It's, this is greed or just, psychopaths running the world, I guess. I don't know.
They are. They're freaking psychopaths. Like,
because like you and I, and probably Daniel too, and everybody watching, I imagine, we just want to not worry too much about shit. If our tire goes flat, we should be able to go get the damn thing fixed. We want our kids to go to a good school. We just want to live like we're, I'm generally fine with just, I don't need a fucking mansion. I don't need 12 yachts. I don't need 3 houses. You know what I mean? That really doesn't appeal to me. And so
it doesn't. Yeah.
It's like we're not asking for a lot here. And you guys are still at the buffet table. Every time they bring something else out for everybody else to eat, they're like, fuck you, it's mine.
Yeah, it's wait.
Scraps.
Yeah, that scrap, don't throw that on the floor. That's mine. No. We don't want much. Like you say, we just want the normal pain of going to a 40-hour-a-week job, and getting paid on Friday and being able to, it used to be going to Blockbuster and getting a pizza and having, TGI Friday, right? That was the biggest thing. And now it's just daily, they're doing it in our face. The files just really has me twisted
fucked up
mentally because, it's they literally, we talk about it all the time, but if you just sit and think about it as a normal person, the files are literally in our face, and they're like, yeah, what are y'all going to do about it? Well, apparently we can't do shit about it.
Apparently we can't do anything. That's right. Hell, they're talking about, I read this morning, they're talking about removing Andrew from the royal succession. Yeah. If they can do that, we can investigate at least one person. Of course, I wouldn't even be happy with just one person. Because they've got videos. All the people that were there, the women that have come forward said that he recorded everything. Every room except for his office and one other room had cameras everywhere.
Well, he did. I mean, that was the whole point of that. I think Jeffrey, I think he did it just to have dirt on everybody so he could amass more fortune.
Right.
I don't even know if he was really into the whole thing other than being the supplier so that he could, keep his fortune. I mean, so of course he would videotape everything. That was the whole reason he did it.
Yeah. And I think he actually also tried to get after Putin as well. I don't think he succeeded, but I was reading about the emails that, because he did have ties with some of the Russians, and he kept trying to get a meeting with Putin. He's like, but it has to be at least 2 hours. It's like, bro, they're like, why would he need 2 hours? I'm like, because he wants to blackmail this dude. That's exactly
why. Did you see where what's his name? Lexner got threatened by his lawyer.
I saw that. That's weird.
Do you think that's what he actually said?
It sounded like it to me, but it almost seemed like he was just being facetious. It's like,
that's what he's gonna say.
Let me tell you, I've dealt with lawyers and they are dicks.
Yeah,
I had a lawyer scream at me, call me names and shit because she was mad because I posted something on Facebook, and they're just assholes. They think they're better than everybody else, and so it wouldn't surprise me that guy was just like, dude, if you don't shut your fucking mouth, because he's probably told him many times before, don't say a lot, don't offer more than is necessary, which is something that that you're
that's what they'll run with, and I think that's probably what it was. However,
but yes, no, it's like, motherfucker,
crazy.
We got a bunch of people to protect here, and you're only one of many. We'll throw your ass right up under that bus, bitch.
Well, you're almost dead, or I gotta watch my.
Right.
You're old, bro. We're not worried about you.
You've got the daisies. You've got the daisies in your pocket that you're going to be pushing up there, Lex. So shut up.
Yeah, just shut up. Let's get in and out of this. Protect our people. Everybody's happy.
Yep. Well, now, Daniel, thank you for being patient. I appreciate it, man. Let me get to Daniel real quick. Did you want to offer something? Go ahead. Brianna, good morning. And good morning, Seamus. Daniel?
Well, what I'm wondering is it seems like there's nothing that can be done about this. That, like it or not, Trump holds all the aces. And he's got this deck stacked in his favor. But
Yep.
the real issue to me is for people not to go wild. I keep hearing, people saying that, gee, we need to, just take up arms against the sea of troubles. No, that's a bad thing. That's a real bad thought. Uh, let's wait this out and ride it out. It won't be forever. And just hope and pray that the Supreme Court continues down the way that they are. It seems like they are now no longer just falling in line.
And it's interesting you bring that up because of how I titled this show. Because Trump said something very interesting yesterday. I didn't really think about it until this morning. Let me play this because we watched the press conference live yesterday on the show. And I heard it, but it didn't really stick with me. But let me pull this up real quick. And I'll get back to you, Daniel, 1 second.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, here we go. Listen.
It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection.
And so it may have been part of his rambling, but I don't know. I that to me signals that he is at least thinking about it. Because
what do you mean by packing the court?
Because Congress sets the number, the Constitution does not set the number of judges or justices rather, right? Congress can change the number of justices. Our number of justices have been different over the years. Congress can go in and maybe there's some fucking weird obscure law. I couldn't find anything. I did a lot of digging this morning to see if there was some weird thing that he could point to and say, or do a recess appointment or something like that. I couldn't find anything, but it wouldn't surprise me if his team of fucking dipshit lawyers will come up with some weird thing. Because in this instance, we did ask that Joe Biden pack the court, and he needed to. And of course, you technically have to go through Congress. And the statute is very short. Yeah, matter of fact, I have it pulled up here. I had it pulled up here. Yeah, right here. Let me pull this up. The Supreme Court of the United States shall consist of a Chief Justice of the United States and 8 Associate Justices, any 6 of whom shall constitute a quorum. 28 U.S. Code number 1, Section 1. They just have to change that.
I love how you're always prepared. You have all your ducks in a row, dude. I don't think people realize how much work you put into having this show prepared.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And to that point,
how many screens do you have?
I have 3.
Okay.
Yeah. And I because I used to just have the 2, but I'm using my laptop, so I have my laptop screen, but it's so small. I don't really.
Gotcha.
I just have the TikTok studio on that screen. But either way, so I don't know. I feel like he may try to do that, and if he does, Democrats won't be able to say you can't do that because he can do that, and we advocated for it. And Joe Biden should have done it. Or he should have at least tried. He didn't even try. I had a problem with that. And thank you, Brianna. And if you appreciate that, I do have a gifting goal of donuts. You can support the show. You can send me some donuts. Daniel, so back to you and what you were saying. You know, I'm just glad you brought that up because that's kind of what I wanted to talk about. Like, that does concern me to a degree. What do you think?
That has concerned me also. And, you know, I agree, number one, that there has to be term limits on a justice. Number two, I don't believe the Supreme Court should be policing itself.
That's for fucking sure. That's for damn sure.
Members of the Supreme Court that I feel abuse their position.
Thomas. Huh? Say what? Yeah, no, Clarence Thomas is the most corrupt justice we may have ever had in this country.
Crazy. It's kind of hard to forget $250,000 vacation, and when it comes to declaring it on your taxes, go, oh, I forgot. Yeah, if I ever forgot that, Supreme Court justice or not, I don't believe I'd be working anymore. I'd probably be on a vacation in a new hotel.
Yeah, no shit. Bubba. Do you remember when Jon Stewart, or not Jon Stewart, it's the John Oliver, fuck. When he offered to give this fucking state-of-the-art RV to Clarence Thomas if he just resigned. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Fucking brilliant. I mean, that art, because the dude apparently goes around in an RV like all the time. Clarence Thomas does. And I think it was bought by one of those billionaires, or at least they, paid for it, or it's theirs and he uses it. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but I don't know. Maybe he was just rambling, hopefully. But I have a feeling we may have to contend with him packing the court. Yeah.
I think so.
Tim, I've got to head out to go shopping for my daughter's birthday today. She's 19. Happy birthday!
Nice, happy birthday!
Thank you. I think we have a lot to go with Monday for a good show. I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I'm kind of fired up, but yeah. Anyhow, you have a good day. I'll see you Monday.
Thanks a lot, Ben.
Possibly
we'll catch
tomorrow
you later, man.
if you go tomorrow. So we'll see.
We shall see. I appreciate it, man. Enjoy the birthday.
Yeah, thanks.
Good shit.
Bye.
See ya.
Anyways, it seems like I've occupied enough of your time. You've got what looks like damn near a full house. So
not quite, but that's okay. Yeah, if you got to take off too, I appreciate it. Because I'm probably not going to do a full show today anyway. I almost didn't even go live today, so we'll see you when we see you. I appreciate it, man.
I will be here. Thank you much.
All right, take it easy. Now we got, you too, man. Acorn and Deej. What's up, Acorn? I think you got in here first. What's up?
Hi. Are you talking about the files today?
I mean, we can, I guess. The prompt here is, will Trump try to pack the court? And I base that off of what he said yesterday in the press conference. But
my answer is he already has previously. So past behavior generally indicates future behavior, right?
No. By pack the court, I mean add additional justices to it. So because because he lost yesterday and he was butthurt and was crying about it on national TV, he may very well try, because this was something that we tried to get Joe to do, and Joe didn't even try. He didn't entertain it at all. He should have, but here we are. I think that Trump may very well do that. And just put in the most partisan fuckery that he possibly can. Because I mean, look at what all he's done. I mean, hell, the guy is protecting Pete 3DOs from the files. To your point about the files, now what about the files did you want to talk about?
So, I created an Obsidian vault with some of the files in it. Do you know what Obsidian is?
I mean, I know,
Okay.
as a rock, but
Yeah, not the
as a
rock, the app.
technology, no.
Yeah. Obsidian is like a note-taking app. So it was created for like productivity or second brain, and you take a note and you can link one note to another note if the concepts link in some way. So may I show you something on the computer?
Sure.
Okay, give
Yeah.
me just a moment to do my
Yeah, I'll make you big. Oh, geez, look at that. Holy shit.
yeah.
Wow.
So
It looks
what
like the 4th of July there.
yeah, exactly. Independence. This is not all the files. This is just some that I've been working on the last few weeks. And
Crazy.
yeah, and right now I have an orphan view on. So these are notes I've added, but I haven't connected them to anything yet. I still need to get to those. But these are the notes I've added to and how they connect to other things.
W. Acorn. Okay, so from this, what has been your takeaway going through all of those things? I mean, that's a great idea. Now, I've seen something like this before. I don't think it was called Obsidian, but I do remember it's like, the mind mapping or whatever. Yeah. So what's your takeaway?
So, okay, I'm an activist. I've been an activist for the last 20 years, and what I want to build through this is something called power mapping. There's a concept of power mapping when a community group or a group of supporters or whatnot want to achieve a goal. They map out
Hi, sweetie.
they map out who has the power to approve that goal, to get them to achieving that goal. And there's also a concept in activism called pillars of support or pillars of power. And I like pillars of support because it's POS, because most of these people are POS. But it basically says no, like authoritarian government or corrupt system has one single person that's upholding it. That there's lots of people who uphold these systems, and you do pillar analysis. You figure out who is upholding the corrupt system that you and your group feel you can influence to shift their loyalties away from the corrupt system or defect from the corrupt system, and then focusing on what you can do to get them to defect. And you're aiming for a cascade of defection. So once you start to get a few people, or whatever the magic number is, people to shift their loyalties to step away from that corrupt system, stop upholding it, people that are still upholding it start to realize, oh, it's not in my best interest to keep upholding the system. I need to defect. I need to step away. I need to stop upholding this. And that system can no longer sustain itself because enough people are stepping away. So,
okay, so how do you market that to the public? Like, how do you, what's your mechanism for it? Because when it comes to marketing, I suck. Either people, like my own show, either people see it or they don't. I don't really go around marketing, so I'm not really good there.
Yeah.
What are, just coming up on shows like this and talking about it, or do you have other ways to get it out?
Yeah, so there's a small group of people who saw my original sample Obsidian graph. This is kind of built since then. And what we're going to do is, hopefully, we still need to meet and we still need to work out the details. But I think what we're going to end up doing is there's a website that has like all the files on it. And they're making an API public. This is like something that anybody can go and grab and use whichever technical way they want. I think we're going to take that information and put it into an Obsidian vault like this with just the files, just the connections in the files, and make that like a blank template, and people can download it into their own Obsidian, and then they can do deep dives. As far as marketing it's taking off. Like I made one video. It was silent. I forget how long it was, but it was just kind of showing there's filters on here. So you can change the filters. So when you change the filters, things move around. And that's all the video was, and it's got like 200,000 views. So people
Nice.
are responding really well to it, and I've like quadrupled my followers just by showing people videos of this and answering people's questions. So I think it'll take off, and the those people, the creators that are doing deep dives, they've got a good reach. So just getting them to know about it and possibly plugging their deep dives into it, etc. I think the word will get out. It's word of mouth. I don't think we have to do a whole lot of marketing. People are responding really well already.
Okay, so like it's because I see people digging through the Epstein files and like the shit that's in there is absolutely atrocious. But at the end of the day, what we want to see is results. How do we use this, what we have, the information that we're now getting to get results? And what does that look like, do you think?
Yeah, so the end goal, I think, should be informed by those that were most impacted. So the survivors, what do they want to accomplish? Do they want to get justice through the quote unquote justice system, or would they like another form of justice that might be outside, like having people resign, etc., like that? But we would be able to identify who were potential perpetrators, and we could strategize ways to hold them accountable. So if it's a Harvard professor that's still working at Harvard, do we want to do campaigns to get this guy to step down, to either be fired or to resign, that sort of thing? So it will help us identify who's still living, that were potential perpetrators in this situation, and we can use the information here to decide, do we want to seek justice through the justice system, or do we want to do something else? And it will help inform what we do.
Nice. Comes to mind, for example, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. The sound effect, listen. Yeah. That's from Mario Brothers. That's whenever Mario Brothers doesn't make it. Two plumbers making their way in the world. Somebody will get that. I can't say, because the FBI is being run by Trump, who is protecting all of these people that you see in that map there. So in that, when you do your Obsidian, do you attach the actual file? Is it uploaded to a server somewhere, or is it just a reference to the EFTA number?
So I was looking into Ken Turner. Ken Turner's an informant. So what I did was, there was a document, and I just copied and pasted the document into the files, or into the note here. And anytime it mentioned a potential note or a note that already exists, I just linked to the other note. So we can copy and paste the information. We're also working with a group that has a website, and the files can be linked through the website, or accessed through the website. So, yeah.
Nice. Now, do you think you've made any discoveries that others haven't by utilizing this?
Not yet, because I haven't spent a lot of time building this out. I've spent more time building a team that we're going to do the next steps with. But I was looking into Ken Turner. Ken Turner's an informant, and contacted the 3-letter agency that you mentioned just a moment ago. I'm trying to figure out, did they do anything with the information he gave them? It looks like, and I still need to look a little bit further, but it looks like there might be some communication he had with that agency that has not yet been released, because there's an email where he says, I'm going to use my encrypted email. I don't think it's good to use my non-encrypted email for this, but
right.
You don't see an email before that where he used his non-encrypted email. So it seems like something's missing. It seems like between him first contacting them on the hotline and him emailing one of the investigators, it seemed like something's missing in there. The other thing too is what it looking into that one thing with Ken Turner. What it tells me is he alleges, and everything he says is alleged. I don't know if it's been verified yet. He alleges that the president of Mexico at the time, now the former president, that he had direct communication with the president, and the president knew what he was doing and knew that he was being threatened by a prominent U.S. citizen. So
Wild. You mean Epstein was in contact with the former president of Mexico?
Ken Turner, the informant, was in direct contact with the president of Mexico because he was helping the federal police in Mexico on a CP.
Oh, I see. A ring.
Yeah, a ring in Mexico that was doing and connected to Epstein. He says Epstein and this other guy named Richard Marentin.
And this is Obrador, the one you're referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the former president that he had direct contact with. So that man's still living, as far as I know. So if Congress wants to, they can just say, "Hey, dude, did this guy Ken Turner come to you and tell you this? And what do you know? What have you been told? What have you seen?" Because Ken says he found 10,000 videos of this CP stuff.
From the e-files or from the ring that was in Mexico?
The Mexico ring that shows Epstein. It shows the former ambassador of the United States of America to Mexico.
Wow.
Yeah.
And see, he was just all over the place. I imagine he set up subsidiary rings everywhere.
Yeah, and Ken Turner mentions flight logs to Mexico, but if you look at the currently available flight logs, there's nothing to Mexico. So there is stuff missing.
Yeah, well, I think we've only gotten half of the files, which is nuts.
Yeah, and it's 2%. Somebody calculated what they said they had versus what we have available to us, and it's like 2%.
Of course, a lot of the stuff that's in there is like FBI daily briefings that they would get in their email, totally unrelated to, this, just like random fucking news articles and stuff that were sent to, I guess, FBI people. I don't know what that's about, but also, and I don't know if you've seen this or not. Let me pull this up, and I don't know that the two are connected, but it just goes to show like the depravity that goes on here. Hugh Hefner's widow warns Playboy founder's scrapbooks may contain alarming photos of minors. Like, apparently this guy was like kind of doing the same shit that Epstein was doing, where he was like taking pictures of these people, making these fucking 3,000 scrapbooks containing thousands of images of nude images of women and possibly underage girls, along with detailed diaries documenting, sexual encounters and the like. Crazy. Absolutely fucking bonkers. And these are the people that become wealthy and stay wealthy and control everything, and they're just out there like taking your kids and shit. It's so disgusting. And like China now, they're working on technology to be able to have robotic wombs so they can like birth children through using robots instead of like women. Can you imagine what these people would do to those children if they were like created in a laboratory?
Yeah. There's even accusations that some children were birthed just to be sold into this.
It would not surprise me.
There's one survivor who said her birth parents gave her to the man who owns her, quote unquote. That's her link. That's how she describes this man. When she was newborn, and he has had her entire life, and she's now like in her 20s or older now, and she's basically his slave, his slave, And that's
Wow.
all it's ever known, is being passed around by this guy and abused by this guy.
You know, it just boggles the mind. Boggles my mind. Now, Deej, and thank you, Acorn. Deej, you've been waiting there for a while. I appreciate you being patient. Did you want to weigh in on any of this stuff? Deej, I did mute you because you had some background noise. So if you want to unmute, you can go ahead. All right. Well, I'll just, we've got Bunny Billionaire coming in. Let me go ahead and drop Deej. Bunny, what's up?
Hey, I am a creator that has spent the last 3 weeks going through the Epstein files on lives. I have more than 100 hours reviewing them with people. And this morning I was in a live and became very upset because I have discovered that the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archive, they have now taken down the archives of the Epstein files to restrict us further from being able to see what's in those files.
And like the shit that has been deleted?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, these people run the internet. You know, yeah, I mean, effectively.
They run every single bit of information that we receive. And the thing that is so crazy to me, I'm a survivor. I had a 30-year abuse cycle. I grew up in a county named after my family. The cops were never going to do anything to save me. I've had truly horrific things done to me. And I made it out with my life, which I shouldn't have. And it is so upsetting to me and such a slap in the face to watch our government continue to protect this kind of stuff. It is them screaming in our face that they do not care.
Right. And care even, you know, more about the abusers, which fucking just enrages me to no end.
Yes.
Like,
because I'm so tired of watching our government. They give us a set of rules to live by. You know, I went into the legal field a quarter of a century ago because nobody ever stood up for me. Nobody ever saved me. Nobody ever helped me. And I wanted to be a voice for other people like me who needed somebody to speak up for them, who needed somebody to care. And this morning, it hit me like a ton of bricks that my entire career has been a lie because they give us this whole set of rules to live by. And we live by them, but they don't live by them.
That's right. They don't. They never have.
Never have.
Yeah. And I, you know, they're going to have to be forced to live by them. Because at this point, what are the options that we have here? There's only a couple, and none of them are great. But if justice won't seek justice, there's only one justice there, because if you don't hold people accountable for shit they do, they continue to do it.
And then others think they can do it because
right.
This person didn't get caught.
Right. Or they got caught, and the people that were supposed to hold them accountable were like, it's fine. It's totally
right,
fine.
like Jeffrey Epstein and that sweetheart deal he got in Florida. He got that deal because he knew people. I really honestly believe that was the first time that Pam Bondi was roped in. Because if you look at the paperwork, you know, everything we see in the media says Pam Bondi was just an AG.
Sorry, autoplay video in the background. That's my bad. I'm going to mute it.
You know, she was just an AG over a county in Florida. But she knew Trump, and she's weak. Trump pegged her the moment he saw her as easily manipulated. And you're not going to convince me that somewhere in the background she wasn't assisting those other AGs in, hey, this guy's rich, we need to back off, they're well connected. One AG even said he was told from his higher ups that Epstein was above his pay grade and that he needed to just let it go and move on. Yeah. And then all of a sudden she becomes his private attorney for his impeachment. And now she's AG over the entire nation.
Which is wild. Is it possible, do you think, that this is Stockholm Syndrome and she was actually one of those who had been abused?
There's a decent possibility of it. You know, I found people are saying, it goes back to 95, 99. No, I found in the archives where there were accusations against Epstein and Trump together that dates back to 1984.
Yeah, that's
Also,
crazy. And I just wanted to bring something up. I saw a video on TikTok and I looked it up and it's true. Look up the incubator babies of Coney Island.
Oh, I know.
Isn't that fucking sick?
They made it seem like these kids were preemies and they needed this, and everybody needed to see how these preemies get to preserve life and grow up to be these babies. But the reality was, it was a shopping carousel for sickos.
Right.
I also want to say, sorry.
Crazy. No, go ahead, Acorn, please.
I had somebody step forward and say that she was abused in the generation before Epstein, before Ghislaine, in Ghislaine's father's generation. So it goes back even further than that, with at least people who are directly connected in the files.
Acorn, I don't know if you found this yet. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Zio Talk is right in the comments. You know, she's like, this is the way it's always been. I fully believe that. I bet you can just keep going and back in fucking England, you know, that they were doing this shit too.
Also, Freud discovered this. And when he came forward to say all these little girls are being abused by their fathers, he got attacked and he changed it. All these little girls are fantasizing about being with their fathers.
Isn't that wild?
Right. Boys fantasizing about
what's
being
interesting
with their moms.
about that is it ties back to, let me play this clip. It's very short, and maybe you've seen it, but I did a video on it the other day. Just listen to this.
Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about. And it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly.
Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all.
Hang on a second. You mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a pedophile?
That's right.
And so, like, I imagine that they've been using shit like this for a while. And if you dig into Freud, goes back to the same country that he was referring to with Mossad. And his nephew, the guy that did the tobacco ads. God, his name escapes me.
I know who you're talking about. It's Edward
Bernays. That's right. Yeah. So this whole marketing tactic, this, you know, let's change it. And oh no, they're fantasizing. Oh, they really want it. Like, what the fuck?
Let me send you down a deeper rabbit hole. Yesterday on lives, yesterday and then day before, we started watching the Wexner oversight hearing. And, you know, having spent as long as I have in the legal field, you learn to listen for little things in what they say, right?
And I'm going to step away, but I can still hear you. I'll be right back.
Okay. The inane stuff, right? Wexler admitted that he took care of some members of the Israeli government when they retired until they were no longer of this plane. So I did some digging and found out that Abigail Copel Wexler, or Wexner, her parents, her father, opened the very first El Al airline in New York, which was heavily connected to the Israeli government. Wexner clearly funded Epstein's activities. Epstein is tied to Mossad. You're not going to convince me that a lot of this isn't starting with the Israeli government. It's just too deeply connected.
One thing, I'll be right back.
Sure.
No, I completely agree. And it's like everywhere you turn, there's some fucking person tied to that goddamn country standing in the background, like watching or doing something. Like it's, I get liberals all the time that can't stand me because of, the fact that I'm willing to call that shit out. But you got to call a spade sometimes.
And I would love to point something out, if I may, in this conversation.
Please.
I have tried to literally pan out as much as possible because of what you're talking about, and try to see the bigger picture. And I even hate to say it, just because of you don't know where things will go. If in my personal opinion, there is two people at the very, very top of this whole ring, and it's from two specific countries that, as we stand right now, are a benefit.
We're listening. Go ahead.
So you've got one that just seems to be willy-nilly gaining territory with at all beyond all norms, and we've just decided we're okay with it, even though we took their nukes away. And then we have another one that we were just talking about, that is a weak nation without backed power. So it would only make sense to me if those two countries got together, and one of them already made the statement that they wanted to destroy Western civilization. So what if the other one came up and said, well, let's not destroy it, let's control it? And
so what countries are you talking about?
You lay out the blackmail scheme. And at that point, you lay out the blackmail scheme.
What two countries are you referring to?
Just use their initials if you don't want to say their names.
R and I.
R and I?
The R country and the I country.
Got together.
Russia.
And
Shitril.
Yeah.
In my opinion, yes. In my opinion, those two got together in the late 80s to create the blackmail scheme that we're facing today that's controlling our country.
I don't know that Russia had anything to do with it, because in the files, it's clear that Epp is trying to get a meeting with Putin. He tried for a long time, and he never was able to sit down with them.
And let's not forget.
But I agree with you 100%. But let me add, Lavrov was involved, which would have gave the opportunity of influence without Putin being involved.
And let's not forget that the trajectory of E.P. Stein, we're all adults with cognitive function here. We all know that you don't get a job at a elite school like Dalton without a college degree, probably a PhD, right? You're teaching the upper crust of the upper crust at schools like Dalton. You don't go to Bear Stearns having been a college dropout and get a job. You don't become a billionaire having been a college dropout with no discernible source of income, no big business with their name on the side of a building to be able to substantiate where your wealth came from. They found he had an Austrian passport with a Saudi name, a Saudi birth. It's all coming from that same region.
Are you talking about 911?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you've heard of the dancing shit Rayleigh?
Yes.
I remember that shit on the news, y'all. I remember them, like, on national TV, them talking about that very thing when they pulled that van over. And a lot of people are like, that's conspiracy. I'm like, no, there's a fucking paper trail. They pulled them over. They investigated the company that they supposedly work for a moving company, and it wasn't a moving company.
The other thing to consider is Putin wouldn't have necessarily been forced to directly be involved with Epstein, because we already know that when Trump went to Russia in late 80s, he was going broke, and then all of a sudden when he come back, he was good.
Yeah, see, I mean, I guess it's possible, but
Buy Acorn.
the relations with with Russia in the Middle East, I don't know, because they don't back the same players that Shitril does in the Middle East.
No, but they have a common puppet in Trump.
Right. It was a
that's
side
true.
deal. It was a side deal. Because if you were look at it and say that, okay, AIPAC is one of our biggest campaign donors and a majority of our politicians. All right. Well, if you want full control, a majority is not enough. At which point you would have to find another way to gain control of the rest of what we're facing in Congress. And the best way to do that, if you can't get them to accept your money, you got to blackmail them.
Well, what do
think
you?
the way that- I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Bunny.
Does that sound logical?
It does. You got to remember that the government is completely, I won't even say bought at this point. The government is in a cuckold, because pretty much every single one of our representatives, if they don't have something involved with some sort of scheme, either with the Tea Daddy or the I Country or EP Stein, you are facing people who knew about it and were complicit. They basically own our entire government right now. Never in the history of our history have we ever seen the Congress completely vacate its responsibilities as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, and you take.
I think the U.S. is a proxy for Shitril at this point, because we do whatever the fuck they tell us to do. We've been doing it for a long time now.
And if we believed the theories behind that, we understand that is forced through the central banking system.
I honestly have to wonder, if I could throw my tin hat on here for a second, I honestly have to wonder if the reason 9/11 happened is it was a message to us that whoever was in our government stopped playing ball, and they were like, okay, let us show you what we can do if you don't fall in line. And they did a concerted attack on us to let the powers that be know.
Now let's use coded language when you talk about that day.
I'm
use
sorry.
some
I
other.
apologize.
Yeah, because they'll get you for misinformation, even if we're speculating. It's they're really
Sure.
fucking hard on that. But I think it would have been more along the lines of not just to show us what they could do, but to pull us into the wars that they needed us to be into, because. At that point, Netanyahu was going in front of Congress saying, Iran has weapons of mass destruction. Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. That came from Netanyahu. He wasn't the prime minister at the time. He was something, I don't remember what his role was, but it was him. Yeah. So, if we didn't want to play ball, they were like, well, we'll make them.
Yeah. Boy, isn't that a irony of words? So I have to ask, what do y'all think about Iran decides that we probably don't need to hang out with balls, so we're going to burn him, and then all of a sudden that's a declaration of war.
We're not going to hang out with who?
Ball.
That's
the statue that they burned in Iran.
Oh, the BAAL.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I hadn't heard anything about that. But Iran is the most devastating nation to Shitril in that region, and I think that's why Israel needs them to go away, because they're the only ones that can really fight against Shitril at this point, as we can see. They fucked them up.
They've got all kind of references in the files about the deity Baal, And that was actually why they burned that statue. And Israel turned around and said they're declaring war on us. But the files shows ritualistic stuff for Baal.
Yeah, see, that's these people are fucking weird.
And I'll just throw in there that we also found a manual for, I think it was like 36 steps to some kind of life, where it literally talked about abusing your children to make them fall in line. It was found as part of E.P. Stein's files, a part of his paperwork that he had that he was practicing and would give to other people.
I hate to be the one to bring that up on the live like that, because I'm not one of these major spiritual people, but I do feel like we have to acknowledge when we see something that could be used to harm.
Well,
Makes
you know,
sense.
they did child sacrifices to Baal.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
Well, you know,
It's
and
like-
supposedly their religion said that, you know, false prophet, and said he was a demon, but we know that there's a sect of them that, you know, still worship.
And I think that's what we're battling.
And let's not forget that there is that email or that FBI, the Fox Bravo Indigo intake, right? That had the boy, not a girl, a boy, claiming that he had been rugged, that he had witnessed them disemboweling and dissecting the tiniest of human bodies and consuming that. And that is all part of those rituals.
Yes. And just to throw out a little bit of clarity on something that I didn't know that I just recently learned. Did you know that in the Muslim religion actually does recognize Jesus, and also says Jesus was supposed to be the one that comes back and reigns? Now, 90% of us, we hear nothing. We don't hear that. You know what I'm saying? All we ever hear is all the awful stuff they claim about Muslim religion. All I'm saying is, you can tell the programming. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, all the Abrahamic religions are praying to the same fucking God, and you know, the same characters are of prominence in all three of the well, aside from, I guess, Judaism, because they don't believe in, you know, they think Jesus was fake.
I can assure you couldn't walk in any Southern Baptist church and be like, "Hey, did y'all know?"
See, this is why I don't get into religion, because these people are reading 2,000-year-old fucking text, and they're like, "Oh, it's so inspirational," and bitch, what? They didn't even know why rainbows happened.
Yeah,
and you're like, let's listen to these guys. Let's listen. These guys really know their stuff. Like what?
I tell people all
that's
the
why I
time.
always try to look at stuff logically and be like, okay, I can't take you fairy tales. Let's look and see what we're really talking about.
Right.
I tell people all the time that you have to remember that the Bible was an account of people's stories from 2,000 years ago, written by people who drank more wine than water and considered other humans to be possessions.
This is fair enough.
Yeah.
But in all fairness, it's not helping the case with what we're seeing in the files about the possession.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. E.P. Stein himself
I'm not taking it there. I'm just saying the irony.
Well,
no, it's clear in the files. E.P. Stein himself bought a girl from her parents in Yugoslavia to make her his ex-slave. She's admitted to it.
This shit's wild. Now, Zio, give me just a second, because Scott got up here before you, and he hasn't spoken yet. Scott, did you want to jump in?
I'm listening more than because I didn't want to jump in on the religious stuff.
Sorry
so it's
about
all
that.
good with me.
Well, I'm certain Zio
I like
has something
listening
to
and
say.
learning, and I think Zio made a very good comment, just very and it makes you think: was Adolf wrong? I don't know.
Oh God! Here comes the banana.
And I want to hear what Zio would have, because she made
Let's
an
use
interesting comment,
coded
and I've got to hear
language.
what she's. I got to watch my. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Schindler. Or sorry, my bad, Tim. I apologize for that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's fine. You know, fucking. It's.
I know
it's going to be worse
so
now.
Fucking brutal. I'll probably get kicked.
No, it's not. It's going to be all right. The bottom line is, this is the norm, guys. We think that this is an aberration. It's not. They've always done this to children and to women and to boys and to men. They've always done this. See, I'm from a race of people that were done like this for 400 years. Had no body autonomy. You think that those Thomas Jefferson, who had, now we discovered, 6 children with Sally Hemings, who happened to be 14. He probably was 9. Like most of the girls on the plantations that were just budding, and they had nice nubile boobies that pumped around in a nice, wet, moist twat. You think those men weren't taking those children? Right? This is nothing new. This has always happened. We're just seeing it, and it's happening to the Europeans. But this has always happened, where the rich will eat the poor. So what are we going to do about it? Why aren't we trying to see? I don't feel anger yet. I don't feel anger from people who talk to their MAGA friends and know that they brought this rain into us. You're still not angry with them because you're putting them on your panel with you, and you're having a co-hosting, and you're just cozy with each other. These people are your enemies. So what are we going to do about it? We need about 15 million Luigis to take care of this country, and we need a whole bunch of the little short mans to take care of that other evil. We need to get real. We're not angry enough. We're not angry with this government. We're not angry with this president. Something is going on where people are enjoying this. Even those of us who come up here and complain about Trump, Russia. And then when we talk about that little country, oh, well, that's a maybe. It's a question mark. No, we know who the demons are in this game. Please don't
No
give
doubt.
me, guys. Don't gift me, because
No
this
doubt.
account is going to be banned. Gift the host, tap the screen, guys. Let's get over 10K likes, and gift the host, guys, because this is his live.
Damn, we're not even at 10K. What the
No,
fuck?
you should have been at 10K. The first 30 minutes when you start your live, you should go.
I don't. That is weird. Yeah,
So
y'all
guys,
start tapping. They're probably, their minds are so fucking blown right now they can't move their fingers.
Yeah, but you're
Get
not
those-
even seeing. They're not
get those
seeing
fingers
half
going.
the stuff. Half the stuff that's
I'm looking
in
for
those
a mic to
files.
drop.
You guys have not seen half the stuff that's in those files. Some of that stuff is
Right.
so vile. You know, there's a book called The Delectable Negro. They used to have picnic, pick a Nigger, and have lunch by eating the bodies, right? Excuse me, you have to put your mic on. Some AGG. Put your mic on, please.
I got it. Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, that was a record. She was recording. Anyway, so this is what we're dealing with. So we're up here, we're talking delicately, we're still being confused. I just saw an interview with Tucker Carlson and that Mike Huckabee, that nutcase, who in the end, after Tucker was challenging him, said, well, they want to take the whole region. And Mike Huckabee said, that's fine. These people already know what they're doing.
That was the plan.
They're laying the damn foundation, but we are still asleep. It's like we're not conscious. We get on these panels and we talk about this girl. We are not angry. We need a let them eat cake moment. And we need to shove the bread down their throats. And we're just not there yet. Too many people are just too comfortable. We could destroy this country instantly with 1 or 2 acts. You know what the first act is, guys? Everybody pick a day. Let's say March the 15th. Everybody who still has a bank account, go to that place and take all of your monies out of that bank and put them in credit unions. That would destroy the system. Jeffrey said that in an interview with the one who hasn't taken a bath in 400 years, Steve Bannon. He said the biggest fear for banks is that everybody or a lot of people will go there at the same time and take money out because they don't have money in there. It's too much in the stock market. So if we did that, March 15th, we would destroy the economic system in this country. And then stop shopping. And I'm going to land my plane here. Think about when Jimmy Kimmel was fired. In 6 days, ABC lost $4 billion because people said, oh no, we're going to cancel all of our Disney Plus and all that other shit that they have. And they made them lose $4 billion in less than 6 days. You mean to tell me we can't do this shit to these fucking child rapists, these pieces of these vile demons? We're not ready, guys. We're not ready for the fight. And I land my plane.
I mean, here, let me find my sound effects. Here we go. There you go. You're absolutely right, Sal. And, you know, sadly, they've gotten these fucking apps to where you can't say a goddamn thing without getting taken, gone.
Right.
Or like, I'll send a message to you, and you've got to click view to see this message because it's so dangerous. And it's like, the message was, how's your morning? These motherfuckers.
Wait, I attempted 3 times to remark on your video. That was a good video. They took them down over and over, and I changed the wording. They still took them down. They don't want us communicating. I'm surprised that because some of the people that I used to see, I can't even find them anymore. And with you, you're not in a circle. I had to look for you. And they're just hiding stuff. They don't want us talking. And this is just the way it is. I don't know how anybody is surviving on this app as far as a small creator trying to, I don't know how people are surviving.
Listen, I'm shocked right now because I made a video this morning in anger before I got on this live, pointed directly at Donald Trump at T-Daddy saying quite clearly, we're not going to stop talking about this. You love to sit on the throne of quote unquote 70% of this nation supporting you. If 70% of this nation supported you, nobody would be talking about the e-files. Nobody would be digging into them. The reality is that you recognize that nobody likes you. And the only way you're going to get us to stop talking about this is if you stop fighting the Grim Reaper and let his scythe do its thing.
Yeah.
Like that. Yes.
Yeah, let me play the rest of that video that I made because I made some decent points in there. I think that are important.
That was a good video. Yeah.
Let me.
Did you see any remarks from me? They blocked all of them.
No, the only comment that I saw on this video was a bunch of laugh emojis.
Yeah,
so
they cut everything else I said. Everything else they just chopped out.
Not surprising. I mean, these people are sick. Thank you, Kazoo. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's listen.
Being a pedophile.
Actually, you know what? Let me play the whole thing again.
Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about. And it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly.
Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all.
Hang on a second. You mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a pedophile?
That's right.
Let's review, shall we? Alan Dershowitz claims that if Epstein was Mossad or intelligence, he would have been able to get him no jail time, right? Did Alan forget the non-prosecution agreement that they made with Epstein in his first conviction, where this dude was sentenced to 13 months, I believe it was, or 18 months. He only actually served 13, where during his conviction, he was allowed 12 hours a day, 6 days a week to go out and frolic among the people. That's right. He would leave prison, go home, do his work, do whatever. He would go back to prison and go to sleep. So using Alan Dershowitz's own words, then the evidence is clear that he may very well have been a Mossad agent. Thanks, Alan. You didn't think that one through too well, did you? But here's the thing. Even when those intelligence agents do things that are so egregious that can't be ignored, they will prosecute. Absolutely, and we've done it before. Look at Jonathan Pollard. Jonathan Pollard was a spy for the I country, and he was sentenced to life in prison, but he didn't have to stay there for life. He was let go after 30 years, and then he was allowed to fucking go back to Shitrail, the very nation that he was spying for. So Pollard got 30 fucking years, and he actually did spend it in prison. He wasn't allowed to leave. So that actually goes against the point that Alan was making, because when something is so egregious, even the politicians are like, sorry, we can't salvage this because that's going to look real bad. But the fact that Alan Dershowitz can confidently say what he's saying isn't surprising to me at all, because, I mean, look at when the towers were burning, and even before they fell, reports came in that there were these people in this white van. There was 5 individuals in this white van, or outside of this white van, cheering as they watched. They were high-fiving. They were having a grand old time. Now, the lady that called it in, she didn't know who the fuck they were, but they put a bolo out on the fucking plate and the description of that van, and when they pulled them over, wouldn't you know who was inside that motherfucking van? And it turns out they were part of an operation by the same fucking country we're talking about right now. They're the greatest ally that the United States has ever had. Well, if your allies act like that and do shit like that and pew-pew your soldiers and stuff, why do you need enemies? Anyway, I mean, it is crazy. It should surprise nobody, really, that what Alan Dershowitz said. The fact, though, that he knows that that's true is just sick on its own. That's disgusting to me.
But that's what their code is. Do you know how many people have total immunity that come to this country? They're the children of, and they can run you over in their cars, and they do not get any jail time. Oh, baby, if we really saw how much of sheep, we are experiments to these people. Every last one of us that are walking around thinking that you're having you're just minding your business, trying to live, you're just an experiment. We're lab rats to them. Don't forget that. That's not a bad way to look at it. Now, Bunny, forgive me, I didn't see your request for a minute, but welcome in. Did you want to say something?
You're all good. I'm still losing my voice, so bear with me. It's all good. I'm all good. I saw we were talking about the PD files, so I just joined in, so don't have anything specific to say yet. But saw 2 of my favorite other creators up here, not even creators, but people's.
Holler when you if something strikes your fancy and you want to say something, even if you can't holler too loud because you're losing your voice, which I hope you get back. Anyway, I think Zaya was right, because we only have a couple of options here: economic destruction of these fucking people, and the other option. I don't see many other options here, because they don't care about anything but their money. That's why they find ways to open windows in 27-story buildings whenever they lose it. And they think, I can fly. Right. I mean, because the rest of us, we deal with the shit on a daily basis. Stress, everything goes wrong. Fuck it, we deal with it, and we go on. We make the best out of every bad situation. But these motherfuckers, they can't stand to lose even half of what they have. They're still rich, and they'll lose half of it, and they'll be like, I'm out of this bitch. Run out the window. All right. They have no, constitution. None. That's why half of them, they're fucking, they get paper cuts just looking at paper, because they ain't got no calluses on their hands. They ain't worked a fucking day in their lives. They earn nothing. They get by with their psychopathy and their willingness to do things to other people that nobody else is willing to do. Like, I can't bring myself to harm a fucking animal or a fucking insect, let alone a goddamn human. And these people are like, put on a fucking mask and let's call it a party. Yeah. And eat these, like, what? No, I'm fucking on a tangent. Stop me.
Sorry, go ahead, Bunny.
Other night, I was just talking about one of the biggest issues that we have in this country, and we've had it for decades, is the legacy politicians. We have people serving in office right now who were serving in the 70s. On top of that, they've brought their children up in the political arena. So now their children who've never worked with the people, who've never done the things that build a good politician, are getting political positions or getting congressional positions. They have no actual understanding or contact with the other 99% of this nation because they never had to deal with it. And we just continually vote them into office, and we let these family names stand in our political ring.
But you can't be a good politician in a system that we're in. This is a system of wicked, demonic evil. It was built off of wicked, demonic evil, and it will continue to be demonic until we decide we don't want this system anymore. So when people tell me vote blue now, no matter who, I used to think that, not anymore, because the blues are also bought and sold, and they're just going to give us crumbs. So I guess we'd rather have crumbs than have nothing at all. I want this to burn to the fucking ground.
I
And
said the
out
same
of the
thing.
ash and out of the ashes, we may have cleanliness. We can start over, but we are dealing with evil you cannot imagine. And it is the norm. We keep clutching our pearls thinking, oh my God, they did what to a baby? Well, they've done you. I sent you, Lib, the thing about the babies where they had them in incubators.
Yep.
I said, I mean, that just weird shit. It's always been done. Human beings are wicked, demonic creatures. That's why they need a fucking book to tell them how to not be wicked and demonic. So we have to figure out, those of us of like minds who want to be decent, who want to have up and look at other people and other things as the right to live. We have to figure out, are we going to really want to fight this fight? Because you're going to have some violence, economic violence, and also physical violence. That's going to happen. That's the only way they will understand. We better wake up and make them eat cake. That's all I'm saying. Just keep saying to yourself, let them eat cake. Let childbearing hips Elon Musk eat cake. What's that other piece of shit that's all in the files? The old one that wants to give vaccines to Africa every 5 minutes with his weird ass. The one his wife divorced him because of it. What's the billionaire? Oh shit! What is his name?
Who? No,
the billionaire whose wife left him because he was in the Epstein
Bill
file.
Gates?
Oh, Bill Gates.
Yeah, that
yeah.
shit. That weird.
She said, "You creepy fuck."
He said, right, because he kept going. Listen, and guys, it's going to be people in there. I bet you that silverback gorilla sitting on the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas. I bet you that ape is on there. I bet you they got him out the Bronx Zoo, and now he was playing with.
He's probably in the other half
of the
files.
It's going to shock you who's on there. Doctors, lawyers, all these people that are supposed to be so fabulous and grand. It's beyond what we can. We just have to figure out if we're ready to fight. And
even what they released to us is a distraction.
Of course.
The totality. Like, we haven't even received 3 million pages. They're standing on their thrones and their boxes saying, their podiums saying, "Oh, well, we've given you 3 million pages." No, you haven't, because in my own research, I've been through more than 500,000 pages so far in all of my research. Yeah. And in that 500,000 pages, I have found redundancy, sometimes as much as 12 copies of the exact same thing. It was done to muddy the waters. They don't want us to see the whole file. And really, honestly, it's a distraction in the sense that they're sending us to dig through the files, and we're trying to figure out who these people are.
To find nothing.
And who did it, to find nothing. When what we really need to be doing is we need to be looking at the names that are in there, and then we need to be looking at public source information to correlate when those people were near certain places. Like, people are saying, "Oh, Trump didn't go to, or T Daddy didn't go to the island, so and so didn't go to the island." We don't know that. Ghislaine Maxwell had a pilot's license. She had a helicopter. But we know that there are several parts that she can get to that island from, where they have main airports.
None of that matters. We know who the head of the snake is. We need to destroy the head of the snake, and then all of that shit will come.
I don't think we have any choice. I don't think we have any choice.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the U.S. government actually exposed kids to syphilis in Guatemala. You guys remember that shit? It was back in the 50s.
Sure.
Yeah. They also released radiation. They gave children in a fucking hospital hepatitis, and they told the parents, well, they're going to get it anyway.
Nothing new. Nothing. They've been doing it.
Yeah. So, and now I don't know if that's
the native children that they found the unmarked graves, tons and tons of. And that went away like nothing.
At the
They were
schools.
experimenting, and that school.
The
and doing all
very
kinds of
schools
wicked-
that
Right.
my mother went to.
Oh God.
Anyone with
What about what
the
they did to us
complexity
in our-
darker than a piece of paper has been historically a test subject for the United States.
What about what they did to the children here? I'm Gen X. I remember being in school and getting that shot from the school nurse, the round one that left that circular thing on your arm.
Oh, right. Yep.
That they came back and they originally said it was to
Tetanus?
prevent certain things.
No,
No,
it's
not a
not.
tetanus shot. It was literally a bunch of small little needles in a circle, and they
Was
punch
that
it
the
into your
polio?
arm.
Was that the polio?
It was something that they told us it was something, and then
Yeah,
it
it
came
left
out
a
later
mark.
on that they were testing.
I put it in the chat.
I actually, I actually have rubella.
Yeah, I didn't know if I could say it out loud. Sorry, Liv.
They were testing in certain regions.
I
other
actually still have a
chemicals inside
scar
that.
on my arm. It may have gone away. I still
Yeah,
have
it
a
was
scar
on your
from
upper arm, like on your
Well,
bicep
that lets
area
you
on the
know
outside.
that we are all lab rats. We
Yes.
have always been lab rats. Now they've just been exposed so you all can see what they actually do with these children. They have taken people and they have cooked them, they've eaten them, they've taken arms and put them on legs and legs on just all kinds of weird shit. We are their lab rats, guys. And we need to get real. What are we going to do? There shouldn't be an
you know
ultra
what?
wealthy.
We're
there
lab
shouldn't be an
rats.
ultra wealthy class. Period.
We're lab rats, and they've got all the cheese, so we just have to find the cheese and eat it.
Well, and they
That's
continue
right.
to do it through big pharma. Do you
That's
know that
right.
there are some countries that have come out now and have said since the fall of our nation, or at least the crumbling of our nation that started in January of 2025, many countries have come out and said, we have found cures for certain cancers. We have found cures for certain diseases that require lifelong pharmacological support.
Yeah, but remember, guys, when the C-19 happened, and everybody thought that the countries that couldn't get access, like the continent of Africa, that they would be decimated. They hardly got touched. And guess what? The number one country. That's it.
It's smallpox.
Right there.
Yeah.
It's smallpox.
And that happened before that happened in the 60s. I think those people who got that mark were in the 60s.
I got mine in the 80s. I got mine in the early 80s.
You got that circle in the 80s?
Well, this is
in the 80s.
apparently
Oh my
one of
God.
the things that they would use. They basically, because they used to take the scabs of people that had smallpox. They would take the scabs and scrape off the dust, and then variolation, I think is what it's called. This was this was before actual like immunization, because it introduced to you a small amount of the smallpox.
Yeah.
It killed people sometimes, but most of the time it actually did.
Well, wait. Bunny says she got hers in the 80s. I know that mark is only supposed to have been from the 60s. I never knew they were experimenting on people. in the
Yeah,
80s.
I've got one. I was born in 77. I got one. I think I was in 2nd or 3rd grade. And they just literally
is
lined us
crazy.
up. They lined us up. It was at the same time back when some Gen Xers may remember this, back whenever they did the scoliosis testing, they would make the girls wear like a sports bra or something that day to school.
Wow.
And they'd make you get down to your bra and panties. They'd line all the girls up. They'd line all the boys up. They'd do them separately. But you would literally just trot this whole classroom of little girls and little boys past a school nurse. Didn't matter if it was a boy, didn't matter if it was a girl. Or a man or a woman that was the nurse, trot them past, and you'd sit there and you'd put your hands together and you'd bend over and you'd touch your toes and they'd check your spine.
And guess
right there
what?
in your underwear at the school.
You're
At
on
the
the deep
school.
web somewhere with those
Yep.
children in their skivvies, because somebody was recording that weird shit. And that's probably where all the children are, on the deep web with that bullshit in that ring.
Well, and to check hernias because I played football and basketball. Yeah, and they would check every male. You'd have to drop your drawers in front of the
And they play
doctor.
with your wiggly worm?
They'd put their fingers up underneath your balls and tell you to cough.
Oh my Lord.
And like for a hernia, I'm like, you check for a goddamn hernia. Like, how many people do you actually discover with a hernia by putting your fucking fingers on your taint. Like, come on, bro.
That's insane.
And, at the time, you don't think anything of it. But now that I look back, I'm like, this dude wanted to play with my balls.
That's right.
They were kids when they're doing this. We're kids.
He's like,
They are desensitizing us from
look at his
childhood.
balls.
Oh, God, it's not funny.
Come here, little
It's not
boy.
funny. It's so tragic, but it's not. It's disgusting. Oh my God.
I mean, it was always weird because I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Why is this dude literally eye fucking level with my dick?
Yep, loving it.
And I'm just like, looking around. Fucking, it was awkward every time, every year.
Listen,
Weird.
I had conversations with my son when he would go to the doctor. I'm like, if the doctor does something that makes you feel uncomfortable, look at them and say, don't do that. Tell me about it. We'll find you a different doctor. Because we grew up in a time where our parents would take us to the doctor. Like, I always had a male doctor. Of course, I was thick in abuse. Right? And so my parents didn't care. I come from a horrific 30-year abuse cycle. And so I always had a male doctor. Even when I got to be a teenager, I had a male doctor. And I remember growing up in a time when my mom would take me to the doctor and she would just sit in the waiting room while the doctor takes me in the back room and does their examination and everything else. I told my mom when I was in 4th grade, when I broke my collarbone, my brother jumped on me in like this Superman move and it just busted a whole piece of my collarbone out. And I remember I had to take my shirt off to get the x-ray, right? And the male doctor, Dr. Patterson, stood in there, helped me remove my shirt.
Wow.
And then stood there and took pictures of me with my little ninnies just hanging out all over the place.
Yep. That you're on the web, honey, somewhere. Was he smoking a cigarette while he was doing it? Because you could smoke back then.
God
No,
damn.
but he reeked of an ashtray.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So I looked this up here. I want to read this to you. Is a hernia check recommended in sports physicals? And right here it says a hernia check is not specifically recommended as a routine component of sports pre-participation physicals based on current cardiovascular screening guidelines. So this dude just wanted to look at my dick.
Oh, he loved it. He wanted to go. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's what they are. That's who gravitates to children a lot of the times are these nutcases. I remember when always.
This makes me want to find that dude. Like, look at my dick now. It's a lot bigger. Fucking. I'm sorry. Like, that irritates the shit out of me.
Well, but we've always been as children. If you think back, weird shit has always, because we have no autonomy, we have no power, so we've always had things done to us, and we couldn't say
what
nothing.
the fuck. And when it seems normal as a kid, you don't really question it.
Because the people in power make it seem like, oh, this is what we just have to deal with it.
And let's not let the parents skate by either, because we got to remember that through these generations, these parents just let it happen.
Well, but it happened to them, sweetheart. They were
my parents were
worse.
horrible people. They let it happen because they just didn't give a shit.
Well, that's true.
Same.
A lot of that happens.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bunny.
No, I was just going to say, but I actually, never mind. You go ahead. I lost my train of thought.
But the reality is that they have desensitized. They have been preparing us for this. Zio is absolutely correct. We have been groomed and prepared for this throughout our entire lives. Because if you think about it, like how many women go to sleep listening to true crime podcasts and everything else, and we listen to the horrific things that happen to little kids, and little by little, we find it interesting TV because we as humans are curious and we want to hear these things, and for some odd reason our entire existence is built around knowing the nastiest of the nasty things. But we sit there and we watch it because we find it interesting, and they know that they can pull us into it through the media that they use to present it. But we don't realize that little by little it's desensitizing us to it too.
Right.
And I never recognized that until later in my career, some 20 years in. I was literally sitting at my computer one day. I was working for a boutique law firm. I was working on a case where I had to do a review, evaluation, and summation of some picture evidence that we had. It was a personal injury case, right? And it was a woman who got her legs caught in a combine. And I was sitting there looking at these pictures from the scene, her still stuck in the combine, the people trying to extract her, eating Wendy's chili. And it hit me like a brick that I was so desensitized from what I see in my everyday job in these horrible cases that, you know, a normal person who doesn't do that would see pictures like that. That would be off-putting to begin with. But to sit there and eat something that looks like the ground up flesh that I'm looking at, they would vomit. You know, it would just be a gut reaction. And here I am just, you know, eating my lunch, watching it, dipping into my potato, going at it, right?
Right.
They have desensitized us across the board. Think about how many times we've watched forensic files about little kids that got taken and raped and then murdered and found in a ditch or, you know, behind an 18-wheeler or in a dumpster. And we see that and we think, oh my God, that's so horrific. But then we see another one and we think, oh my God, that's so horrific. And by the time we see the 10th episode, we're like, well, that's old hat. That seems to be happening pretty frequently. You know, but we write it off as, oh, that was in the 80s. Oh, that was in the 70s. And then you need
more and more for the shock factor to even factor in at that point.
Yeah. Right.
And
so
that's the same with them.
Like, and we're just not angry enough at what we're seeing in these E.P. Stein files and everything else because we've been desensitized for so long.
Well,
fucking wild.
I remembered I remembered what I was going to say. Along the same lines of being desensitized, I know many of us grew up. It wasn't uncommon, you know, your uncle is coming over and your mom tells you, oh, go put those pants on. So when he's coming over, because everyone knows he's a creep, but then yet when he comes over, he's still allowed to pick you up. He's still allowed to give you kisses and hold you. Like he shouldn't even be allowed over, but but it's almost like the problem or responsibility is being put on the child rather than the adult.
Well, it's the same with the statute of limitations right now. There is a measure in Congress to remove any statute of limitations for CSA because the reality is that these kids don't speak up until decades later. I was essayed by my family growing up. I distinctly remember being in my 20s and finally having the courage during a screaming match with my mother to tell her all of the horrific things my brother actually did to me. And her response, and I can still see it clear as day in my mind. That memory will never leave me. I was standing in the driveway. My mom was in the garage. I was under the awning. Her car was directly behind me because I leaned on it. It took the air out of me when she said it. I told her all of that stuff, screaming, and her response to me, because it was my oldest brother, the golden child, you know, and her response to me was, but did he grape you?
Wow.
And it took the air out of me when she said it, you know? It wasn't until another 15 years later before I could actually unpack that with my therapist. And when I tell you that I've been through some stuff, I had 2 therapists that had to shuffle me off to somebody else because what I went through gave them nightmares.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. And coming from a therapist, that's saying something because they are also desensitized to a lot of that stuff.
But they also have a high number of self-unaliving. Because of all the shit they have to hear from everybody.
Oh, I can imagine.
They have a very high unaliving rate. At one time that they were number 1, I think.
Yeah, that's Jesus. So Hecate, I don't think you've jumped in yet, and then we got Redneck is new. Hecate, did you want to jump in?
Hey, Lib, yeah. I just was jumping up when Zio was preaching perfectly earlier on, and it's not going to end until we get rid of this facade that all of the corporations, all of the big logos that we see, and this pull yourself up by your bootstraps dream, that if you do it you can make it too, to be a billionaire, trillionaire, whatever. It's like people don't realize that the real money behind even those logos are the human traffic jams being created by these people. And yes, this e-list is extensive and it's evidence, but I also agreed with the other lady when she said they're using it to their advantage as distraction also, that that Prince Andrew, I've seen a lot of people who say, oh, he's arrested, great. It's got nothing to do with the e-files. He's only been arrested for leaking classified information for arms deals. It's like, and people are elated, and I'm like, no, this isn't good. This is just another move of the Heritage Party, that even they are now tired of that royal family, and they've got a plan for it. It's otherwise we would have been arresting the Queen herself. There was an arrest warrant out for the Queen for native children in Canada. Nobody would carry it out. But they never came back from that picnic. They never came back from eating that picnic, this so-called accolade to be sitting there with this evil, vile royalty. They never came back to their families. And the arrest warrant was out. Nobody. That's why she never went back to Canada. Nobody would ever carry that arrest warrant out. The king himself, right now, he was closely related to somebody called Jimmy Savile, a famous, infamous.
Oh my God, that is the most
romance guy. Yeah, look that up, everybody.
Yeah.
So when people are saying like, oh, the e-files, this is all the files, all of the royalty that we see, all of the big corporate logos that we see, they're all a facade. They weren't built on the money that they say they were built on. They were built on theft. They were built on misogyny. They were built on child A. They were built on all of these nefarious
and G-side.
activities,
Don't forget G-side.
rituals, and G-side, honey. Yeah, G-side, and it just goes on and on and on. While we still look at the Emperor's New Clothes, when we're looking at these logos and these lies of you can make it too, when actually they've literally been using us as cattle. And it does all come back to the I country. Not that the I country started this, just that's where their hub is, and that's where their safety zone is right now. But it goes through all of it. There's not just the e-files. There's the social services files here in the UK. They're included in huge things that you put on your finger too. So people need to get out of that mindset that this is a one and done kind of situation.
No way.
These are bankers. These are bankers of the world.
E-files are just a small part of a bigger web.
Tiny part, yeah.
And if I can make just a general announcement real quick. We have 77 people in here and we're only at 22,000 likes. I know that there are a lot of people who have come in from my lives. I've got a lot of my followers in here. If we can get to tapping, please, can we try to get Lib up to 50K? At least my people, can y'all put those fingers to work for me? Get your tappers out.
Please. Yeah, damn, when I announced it, we were at what, 18K? And we're only up 5K from that?
I kept putting
we were at 8K. We were at 8K. That's right. Okay, so we've made progress. Good. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm terrible with PSAs, as many of you know. So thank you, Bunny. I appreciate that.
No problem.
I think that was Bunny, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'd like to respond to Hecate. I completely agree with you. The thing that I find in this is one of the reasons why I'm really good at what I do is I look at, everybody likes to get distracted by the small little fires, but you're not seeing the inferno in the forest behind us. And I try to look at the whole picture. The reality is that the E.P. Stein situation and the T-Daddy situation and the Nygaard situation and the Prince Andrew, they are all just small little sections that we seem to be so focused on. We're not looking at the fact that this is a larger conglomerate. This is happening across all of the elite. We are fools to think that it is isolated to this country or that country or these people or that people. It is happening across the board.
That's
and what
right.
I don't understand as, I have never considered myself to be like an overly smart person, right? But it should not be this easy for me to feel like one of the smartest people in the room. They're making it too easy. How are we as a people not standing up? There are more of us than there are of them. how are we not standing up and saying enough is enough and replacing these people? If it means eating the rich, then eat the rich.
They got the cheese and we're the rats.
I think we have too many that are still complacent or what's a good way? Brainwashed. Brainwashed.
And I just want to, because I've been looking for this. They had a human zoos.
Of course.
Yes.
This is one of the images from that fucking human zoo. This is when Leopold had gone into Congo and killed off like 60% of the population.
Unalived
Yeah.
off.
For rubber. For rubber.
Up to 20 mil.
They've always just not given a shit, and now it appears that it's like useful to them to get to some ends, like being able to blackmail people, for example.
They got
And guess what happens all the time with this?
Well.
They always come out in the other end of the wash, clean as a whistle. Now when people think of Belgium, they think, oh, how marvelous, how wonderful. But that wicked, demonic start where people are now forgotten about it because it just doesn't matter.
Well, look at the Freemasons. You've got the Freemasons that are out there. They run hospitals.
Careful saying that word. They will fucking.
I'm sorry.
That's one of the
M group. The M group, right?
Yeah.
They do. And listen, I come from a family of M group, right? I know the good they do. We see the good they do. They're out there. They're running the hospitals. They're doing the things, right? But look at their history. Look at how they started. Look at the things that are, people forget to look at the web around the centrifugal thing.
But Bunny. So let's talk some solutions. We can go through this over and over and talk about how much. What do we as the people? What can we do to put a stop to this nonsense? The only thing that they know is when they're hit in the pocketbook. And the one blessing for us is that even though it's all over the world, we still have these central banking systems. How can we pick a date for people? If anybody in this room, 75 people, why don't you tell everybody you know to take their monies out of the banking system if you want to put a stop to this nonsense? If we decide to pick a date at the same time where people go and withdraw all of their monies, you can put them under your mattress, or you can go to a credit union where you are a member. I've been a credit union for many years now. It's quite different. But if we decide to, that would be our first attack. We have many attacks we can do. But I think that the easiest ones, and this is from the demonic demon's mouth, the E-person said himself that the biggest problem for the bank would be if people collectively went and took their money out, because banks don't have money. They don't have money cash on hand like that. So if we did that collectively over a weekend or a day, that would destroy them.
Take it one step further, Zio, because here's the thing. I did my research. I ran the numbers, and I'll say math is not necessarily my strong suit. I have programs that do that for me, but I have the ability to write programs that do that for me, and I ran it down. Take it one step further. People would take a minimal hit in fines and fees, and it would do maximum damage to our specific G leaders, right? The Gove. If we all went exempt for 3 months, only 3 months, it's not going to stop the SS from being taken out. It's not going to stop the MCAID from being taken out. It will stop the constant flow of income. If you got every single, liberal to do that, you got every single centrist or left-leaning Republican to do that, it would cause such a damage, and it would be on a global scale because.
So wait, explain that.
You're talking about tax exemption.
So let me expand on it. It's gonna take me a minute to try and explain it because I'm gonna have to think of TT friendly language. So if we, as the average citizen, in conjunction with the removal of funding from certain institutions, right, What if we take the G institution and I ran the numbers? 1 month wouldn't do that much. Okay. It would be like a shot across the bow. You know what I'm saying? 2 months, we would see a certain impact. At 3 months, we as the people could literally shut down the GMINT by simply claiming exempt for 3 months.
Okay.
The fees that we would pay for going
Bunny,
exempt.
that's beautiful, but that's step 2. So let's do both, and let's take all of our money
Absolutely.
out of it
I'm
and
saying that
destroy
it should
the
be
G.
concurrent with the
Absolutely.
funding removal. You know what I'm
You don't have
saying?
any argument from me about that? Absolutely.
So, Bunny, I tried to ask people and I just couldn't get people to take it up. And I'm not technically efficient, but months ago I was asking around different lives for anybody to say, why can't we build an app where people love to see focused energy like Zio and you are talking about, where we can put out on the app a date, an action to withdraw somehow from that, so that they feel the hit of one thing? Because right now we're boycott in multiple places. People are doing it. It's working, but it's messy. But if people had an app to go to say, right, on the 18th, we're hitting this. We're not shopping here. We're closing down this credit card. Or, if we had focused energy on an app, that I think where there was charts, where people could see how much money would made them lose, over those 24 hours
That
of
would
action.
be brilliant. That would be
So
brilliant.
How does somebody build that?
That is a great idea in theory. Here's the problem with it is you've got to remember that anything that has to do with anything that's on the grid, it's easily controlled by the GMINT. Okay. And so you can build the app, you can publish the app, but if people don't have access to download it, you have to facilitate that through some sort of storefront now. They've made it to where, like, think about whenever TT went black, right? And they took it off the TVs. You used to be able to have it on the TV and scroll on your TV. If you had like a Vizio TV, it was in the apps, right? You used to be able to scroll it on your phone. You could scroll it on your computer. And then the day it went dark, when they did the switch over, when stuff got weird, right? And it finally came back up. During that time, you couldn't access it. You couldn't get, if it did an update, it would remove it from your phone.
Right.
If you didn't update, then you could still use it, but it was very limited. And then it would start to crash out as it didn't get its daily or sometimes hourly updates. And it was no longer usable. That's when everybody went over to, I think it's Xiaohongshu is what it's called, Red Note. The RN, as I like to call it for TT purposes. That's why everybody went over to RN, because you could still access it through everything. But then the GMINT started looking at blocking access to that too. So in doing an app like that, you would have to literally have people who are accessing it through something like a TOR. I don't want to say the word, but y'all know what I'm talking about, right? The little onion. You would have to access it through like a TOR or something like that. And you would have to start moving into that shady WEB thing. You know what I'm talking about? To be able to access it. Where we're going to build stronger unions is going back to the way it was before we had all of this connectivity, where you had basically Sherpas, human Sherpas, that were taking information from group to group to group. And you got to get away from this. We have everything around us in technology.
How does that hit them internationally, though, when they're so international? Sorry to interrupt. I'm just really interested.
That's when you start getting into ciphers and code calls and things like that. And unfortunately, and nowadays with AI and everything, you face a real situation where those ciphers are quickly deciphered. So you have to have a continuous rotation. You have to be able to update, and you can still use the interwebs for certain things. It's a measure of how you do it. You can't just generally create an app.
Well, guys, if any of you have upscrolled, because I do have upscrolled, and it's not quite like this one, but it's getting there. But they do not censor you at all. So if we can right now go over there and try to have a plan for the tax exempt and the taking your monies out of these corporate banks and things of that would be a great start. We
I
have
don't
to
have
do
a
something.
Isn't it, Zio? Like it's the focused way that's necessary. Like the same day, everybody doing the same
Yes,
thing at the
yes.
same time, so they feel that hit.
And we
I
know
know.
that we can do things worldwide because we've had worldwide protests at the same time, especially with Palestine. We've had worldwide protests. If we can connect and get people all over to take their monies out of these massive institutions that are all involved in keeping us as lab rats and doing tax exempts. I don't know how that regional that's going to be, Bunny, but for America, for us in this country, that would be brilliant to
Well,
do.
and here's
And we
where
and listen, wait a minute, and we know that this works once again when they took Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Guess what happened? Disney lost $4 billion in less than 6 days because the people were livid. They started canceling their Disney Plus and all that other crap that Disney's associated with. They canceled their subscriptions on other things and they lost and they brought him back. So
so
we
he,
can do this. We can do this very
Hey,
quickly.
so Zio, this is what I would recommend for starting out. And this is not legal advice or anything like that. I'm not a licensed attorney. I feel the need to preface this with that. But if you really want to get it together, this is what you do. The first thing you do is you start a PAC. You get enough people together to start a base money PAC. Okay. You do your own PAC. It is the start of building a new political party. Now, I realize that is off putting to some people, but just hang in there with me for a minute. Okay. We're going to circle back and we're going to make this look complete. You start, that's one branch of it. You start your PAC and you figure out who you want your representatives to be, because at the end of this, you still have to have people to step in and take over who are going to carry on the ideals of this resistance that we're working on, right? So you have to get your foundation going at the same time. Now, the other side of that is the people side of that. You start with a gentle flow. And I know people don't want to start with a gentle flow, but none of this has been done yet. And it needs to be done in order to lay the foundation. You have to look at this like you're laying the foundation for a case, okay? It starts with you getting enough people, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people filling out the exact same form and sending it to the IRS. That form is a request for a return of any and all taxation monies paid to the government, because you have to remember that money that we pay out of our paycheck every single week or 2 weeks or month or however often you get paid is a loan to the government. That's why we file our tax returns. It is a loan to the government. We are loaning the government our money to continue to run. And then at the end of the year, they are supposed to have properly invested our money in whatever ventures they invested in. That's what allows us to give those tax returns, right? So we know how the process works. That is a very rudimentary crayons and construction paper explanation of how it works, right? So what we do is we start with the soft appeal. And you get however many million people. Honestly, at this point, we could probably get at least into the tens of millions of people to send the same form requesting their tax money back. They no longer wish to engage in contract with the United States government because their money is not being used in the intent that they were originally told that their investment would be used. You dress it up like it's a Ponzi scheme, okay? And you send all of that in. You can already expect, and you go into it, it is a futile effort. They're going to ignore it.
Bunny, I hear what you're saying, but right now you just made my brain freeze.
Right.
And what I'm saying is that is
you have to keep it simple.
You got to keep it simple, baby. So what I'm saying on that, what you're saying, I get what you're saying. We need to, that has to be, don't tell that to the people, because right now you just lost me. But me telling people people to go take your money out of those commercial banks right now on March 15th, and then put them in your credit union or put them on your mattress and start doing that is simple and easy. Don't forget,
everybody knows what that is. Everybody knows what that means.
It's not an app. What about a game, Zio?
We're dealing with bumper sticker people.
Right.
We need bumper sticker.
No, I understand that. You have. I think you misunderstand me. That's why I said kind of hang in there with me.
But what I'm saying to you, even the delivery right now, the delivery is a mind turn off, because it sounds like work. People don't want to work. People want simplicity. They want
right, but you create the simplicity. What I'm talking about is we need to appeal to the people who are higher up than the bumper sticker folks. The bumper sticker folks are going to do what you instruct them to do. You give them a website where they can download the form. They download the form. They print out the form. You give them a pre-printed envelope. You put it all in a little package, a PDF. They can print it off. People know how to do that, and they can send it off, right? You do it to where the higher ups are the ones who are creating.
Thank you, Jesse.
Oh, wow.
That was cool.
That was pretty awesome. You do it to
I've
where
never seen that
the higher
before.
ups are creating the plan for the bumper sticker people to follow. And what I'm saying is what we're having a problem with is getting the higher ups organized in one step plan.
Bunny, I disagree with you about the higher ups. We need grassroots.
They're all P3os.
Right. We don't want the higher ups.
Not higher ups in the terms
Wait a
of
minute.
the elite.
We don't want people. We don't want those bastards. That's who we're trying to get rid of. We want this to
Not the higher ups,
Wait,
Zio,
Bunny,
not the higher ups in the terms of the elite. I'm talking about the higher ups like you and I, the critical thinkers, the ones who can put a plan in action. When I say higher ups,
and
that's what I'm referring to.
That I understand. And that's going to be your position.
We're going to get off in the weeds here, and I think that's Zio's point. Look, if we can't do a very simple thing, which is get people on board with going to their bank, removing their money and putting it somewhere, if we can't do that, there's no way we'll do any of the things that you just mentioned. And that's not to like, demonize or say what you're saying is a bad idea, because I don't think that it is a bad idea. It's a good idea. But, chip it one at a time. Yeah. Because removing the fucking money from the banks is devastating to them, and everybody gets it. And if you start, like, we're having a conversation about a solution, that is something everybody understands. We all get that. Even if you're the dumbest fucking person on planet Earth, you're bank, take money. Okay. It doesn't take rocket scientists to figure it out. And then we can add that stuff on, stuff on.
Can I play devil's advocate for just a second?
Sure.
Okay, so let me give you the flip side of that, of what typically would happen in a situation like that. When there's a run on financial institutions, you're only going to get about 10% that are actually going to be successful.
That's the point.
After that point, the banks are going to start closing and shuttering for the purposes of protecting the financial investment and protecting the treasury.
Yes.
And I understand where you're coming from, and it's a good point. And I understand that that's the point. But if you're talking about making an actual impact, like actually hitting the government in the wallet where it needs to be hit, what I'm saying is, and I understand my delivery is a little bit.
But we can do both and, Bunny.
No. Because think about it this way. You're missing the forest for the trees. Because look, if you tell everybody, hey, March 20th, we're going to go to the banks. You take all the money out of your bank. That's all you say. And when these people walk to their bank to go do it, and their bank tells them, you can't pull your money out?
Right.
What do you think that person is going to turn around and do? That person is going to freak the fuck out. That person will realize these motherfuckers are stealing my money.
Yes.
And then you're going to get somebody who is on his last days of fucking cancer treatment.
There's a video right now of a woman going to the bank, and they didn't want to give her money. She called the police because she said, if I don't get my money, I'm going to have to go to jail. This is a black woman. She sat in there. The police came. They made every excuse. Oh, we don't know who you are.
It's civil.
It's a flag. And she walked out of that motherfucker with her money. Because it was a large amount. So, Bunny, that's what we want. We want millions of people to be told they can't get access to their fucking money.
If not an app, Bunny, would a game work? Do you think a game would work where people, like a Sims type, really simple game that people got to know, where you could literally have the name of the business, even if it's TikTok-like language.
It wouldn't be an app. You would need to do like a website, and you could do like a website. Like I'll akin this back to my situation over the summer. In case you guys don't know who I am, or do people here know who the older millennial is?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with who I am, I'm the girl.
I just peed myself.
I'm the girl that made that video happen. I was the one who tracked him down.
That fucking shit was so funny. I laughed about that so hard. I laughed so hard, I pissed myself.
Securities fraud, right? Like that was me. And so what I can tell you is this. During all of that happening, I say that to bring it to this. That wasn't me, like tooting my own horn. During that time, there was a creator named Shane Morris who created a website, josephredden.com, where he created very simplistic games. They were basically just pixelated games, arrow games that you would pay on your keyboard, right? Of trying to avoid getting a DUI and trying to avoid getting tased by a guard. 2 games on there. You would need to build a website similar to that where you're embedding the information in that, because if you do an app, they can block the app. If you do a website that's based in a free, a interwebs free country, one where it's not going to get taken down, an ally country or something like that, and you get it based on a server there, one that people can access through any country's, filters, that's where you're going to need to base your information. And people are going to have to be willing to go to that website and go to the embedded stuff, like download this new game. And the new game is actually the information. They got to pop it, into their web browser, and they got to change something at the end, like we're having to change the .pdf to .mp4 and stuff like that. And that's how you get that information out there, and you safeguard that information from getting blocked by the GMITs.
Hold on. I'm trying to find this video. I think I may have found it. Hold on. In case you guys haven't seen it before. The older millennial.
He's back here.
I'm here. I'm here.
Turn around.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm sorry.
A peeing?
I'm sorry. I'm peeing.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself.
I'm wetting myself. That was the older millennial.
What? I couldn't even.
He got tased. He got tased because he was. I don't remember what he was getting arrested for. I think he had a warrant or something like that.
I can tell you the whole thing.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So I was going after him about his Middle Class United Cooperative that had taken in almost $3.3 million, and I couldn't find any information that said that they were legally allowed to sell securities, and based on the information, they were selling securities. And so I was doing research to do a video on Joe, and somebody sent me a video from Dombat that said, "Hey, Joe, did you know that you have a warrant for your arrest?" And so I was like, no way. And so I went and looked into it, and I researched, and I was sure as shit. He's got a warrant for his arrest on his second DUI. He flubbed out on his probation, and they're looking for him. And I was not the first one to call the police. The police told me that I was not the first one to call them the day that he was live and say, "Hey, there's a warrant for this guy's arrest. He's live right now. He's at his house. This is his address." Now, I may have been the one to give those people that information, but I was not the first one to call. And then I explained to the officer, I said, "Well, I'm the one that, has made the videos that's causing these people to call you. I'm so sorry, all of this stuff," right? And so I was the one that the cops ended up calling back when they went to his house. He hid in his house, had all the lights off and everything, hid in his house. The cops knocked on his door. One cop even told me, he goes, "Well, we can hear something going on in there, but we don't know if he has like an animal or something, and it's a misdemeanor warrant. We can't break his door down." And I was like, "That's cool. I'm just letting you know, like, people are going to call you when he's live at his house to tell you to go get him because he's very unliked on the internet." And the cop was like, "Okay, well, thanks for the heads up," right? And as soon as the cops left, he took off and started staying in Airbnbs. Now, one of the things that I have done in my career is I have been a PI, and I have done subject location for things like deadbeat parents and things like that. I'm very good at finding people who do not want to be found. And so he started moving around. His first videos were with a green screen. And so I was like, okay, he's trying to make it so that people don't know that he's at home. And that's cool. And people kept calling the cops. Well, it turns out he had taken off to an Airbnb. I tracked him. It took me about 2 weeks to find him. He jumped from Airbnb to Airbnb, and then he gave it up the night that I caught him. he walked through the house that he was in, and I got to see some artwork on the walls. And I was like, I recognize that. And so I went back to ground zero and started my radial search again. And it took me like an hour to find him in Clearwater. And I actually called, I don't know if you guys follow Doc Hazard. If you don't, you should. I called Doc Hazard because he had been working on the MCU thing with me. And I was like, I screamed in the phone. It was like 11 o'clock at night. I was like, I found him. I effing found him. And he walked with me through Google Earth to confirm. And then I sat there, and I'll be honest, it was very petty of me. I was very much feeling my petty self at that moment. I waited like a good 30, 45 minutes because he had been on live earlier, and I was waiting for him to go back live. I figured he had like walked to a bar or something and would be back. And I kept waiting for him to go live because I really, really, really wanted to hear the cops beat on the door while he was on live, right? But he didn't go live again. So I called the police and I let him know everything that was going on with him. And I let him know about the MCU thing and everything, and that he was on the run from a misdemeanor warrant. And I shit you not, I thought he was lying whenever he said 17 cops showed up. They sent half the Clearwater police force to get him. They really did.
Bravo.
That's real life. And he got tased because he went into the backyard twice. My best guesstimation, I can't say for certain because there's no body cam, but my best guesstimation is you can hear on one of the videos, and I can send you on the back end the link if you want to see all of the whole body cams. But you can hear on the video the cop knocks on the door, and you can hear him from inside this house say, "Who is it?" And you hear the cop, he says, "Clearwater Police Department, we just need to make sure you're okay." And then you hear the cop say, "I just heard a door close." He ran back in, he got dressed. And this is just my guesstimation. Let me just say that. This is based on my professional experience, this is my guesstimation. My guesstimation is he went outside into the backyard to scope everything out, to decide what to do. He went back inside, and that's probably the door that they heard. There were cops around the entire house. The one video that you showed was a cop that was in the Airbnb owner's backyard because it was like attached to the same house, the owner's house and the Airbnb, and a split backyard. So he was on the owner's side, and you can hear him say he just walked out and he just came back out again. I think he was looking to see if he could climb the fence to run away. And he got tased a second time because
what did he do?
And he peed himself.
He peed.
What were they after him for? What were you guys after him? What did he do?
He started this thing called the Middle Class United Cooperative. And it started very innocently. I have a mutual named Sarah Smile that he went after like in February of last year. He said that he was going to sue them for defamation and everything else. And I didn't even know about it until one of her videos popped up. And she was practically in tears. And she was like, "I made a mistake. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah." And then right after hers was his saying, "I'm going to sue you," and doxing her and doing all this stuff. And so I got in my little feels because she's a mutual. And I made a video telling him, "You're not going to do jack. If you were going to do something, then this is what you would do." And then I realized that his followers were really dumb. And so everything I knew to do in a legal case like that, I said the exact opposite, and I made a series of videos. During that series of videos, a woman, well, I assume she's a woman, I'll just say a person came into my comments and left a comment that they had invested with the MCU and that they had invested $500 and that Joe had told them that they had made like $20,000. This person was in end-stage renal failure or some kind of cancer, renal cancer. And they wanted their money out that they had made to leave for the family to pay for their final, needs, right? And Joe apparently just cut them off and they couldn't get a hold of anybody. And they were like, "Did you know about this?" And so I just, I kind of started digging into it. I have a tendency to delete comments. So I screenshotted it and then I deleted it because I didn't know if it was misinformation. I try to keep that out of my comments, right? And so I started digging into it. And that's whenever I found out that Doc Hazard, who is another creator that I was mutuals with, was looking into it too. But he was looking in the wrong spot. And so I caught one of his videos and I just left him a message. And I was like, "Hey, you're on the right track, but you're in the wrong spot." And I directed him to the right spot because I was still in the infancy of my investigation. I wasn't going to make any videos about it yet. And that's whenever he's like, you should see all of the evidence I have. Let's connect. And we connected and we started sharing evidence and realized that he was basically running. So essentially the way he dressed it up is it was a cooperative meant to help people find affordable housing. So essentially what they were saying is that it was one $500 investment and you would get one vote, and it would be member led as a cooperative is. They filed in Maryland with their as a corporation, not a cooperative, and they put in their bylaws that they were going to be a 501c3 or a 501c12. They didn't register as a 501 anything. They didn't register to sell securities. And when you looked at their bylaws, it clearly indicated that your $500 investment would get you back a financial dividend. That's an investment. That's not a cooperative. That's not people sharing a resource. Cooperative is for collective bargaining power,
so
right?
So he was frauding people, and that's how you got it.
They raised like $3.3 million in a matter of weeks.
Damn.
And they had no like brick and mortar. They had no real anything. They were running all of these open memberships and everything else.
Were people able to
more
recoup
money.
their monies?
Yes. And so I turned him into the Maryland Securities Exchange. But during that investigation was whenever I was going to make a video about him. You want to talk about horrible corruption? If you live in Florida, if any of these listeners, anybody in the chat is in Florida, Pembroke Park is mayor is Jeffrey Jacobs. He was the secretary on the board for the MCU. And what people don't know is this dude used to be a cop in Arizona. He was removed as a cop in Arizona because there were allegations that he had kitty corn on his computer, that he had published pictures of his girlfriend without her permission, that he had flown the departmental helicopter over her house stalking her. And
so basically, he should be a U.S. billionaire, is what you're saying.
Yes. Well, he owns his own airlines company. He has his own charter airline, and he flies around rich people. Like, let's start really kind of connecting these webs together.
That's fucking.
Adoptive parents, yeah.
That's nuts.
Private fly-in, is that the same?
And see, we got all of that from a silly joke I made about peeing oneself.
I'm sorry.
No. That's great, because I just knew that he had a warrant out for his arrest and he had violated his parole or something, but I didn't know what the original
you guys don't even know that happened. He came after me. They gave. One of his followers was publishing my social security number in a live.
Wow.
His followers found my daughter's completely locked down Facebook page that she had to keep in contact with her father's family that's halfway across the country. And they sent her so many messages that she tried to unalive herself.
Oh,
that's crazy.
She's 9. And then he went all over the internet and made a video saying that he did not give a fuck about my daughter and it was not his fault.
Is he still on this app?
Yeah, he's got almost 1 million followers.
Yeah, because he lies all the time. Like he says some of the dumbest shit that gets.
Somebody's paying him to do that.
It has to be because
Wait, she said he has 1 million followers.
Yeah, the older millennial. Yeah, here I'll pull him up.
What does he look like? What the fuck?
He looks like a fucking MAGA, quintessential MAGA.
So, Bunny, do you ever go in there with your group and try to wreck shop?
No, I lost my main page that had 50,000. I'm rebuilding. I'm up. I can't find my.
Wow.
Here, I'll just play a quick video so you can. I don't know what this video is about. I just picked the first one.
All right, so let's talk about the actual facts of this case, because I've seen about 30 videos of people just making up some bullshit about what's going on. So that woman right there is Hannah Silvera, and she married an illegal immigrant. Now, here's the actual facts of what went on beyond that. So when she married Mateus, he had already been in this country illegally for 4 years. At no point during those 4 years did he try to extend his visa, nor did he apply for any other status. During those 4 years, he was also arrested for other crimes, convicted of those crimes, got orders of deportation, and stayed anyway. Then they got married at 2024, and they waited until Trump got in office to even start their green card process. So when they went in for their appointment, ICE was like, We already got a deportation order for this guy. And then they took the extra step of being nice and allowed him a voluntary departure to Brazil, where they were planning on going anyway. Oh, and just a little fucking tidbit on top. Everybody wants to label this woman, well, she's a veteran. Yes, she's a veteran who joined and in under 2 years was medically discharged. Not saying that makes her worse or anything, just saying that's the truth. She completed training and shortly thereafter was medically discharged. So she got all the benefits without any of the service. So I could see why, as a couple,
this guy's a little
they probably
bitch.
thought they were entitled to whatever the fuck they want. But the reality is, he was an illegal immigrant for 4 years, committed other crimes, was set to be forcibly
None of this is
deported,
true
yet was
either.
given a voluntary discharge to the country he was choosing to go to with his wife. And now somehow it is the government's responsibility to make sure they stay in touch. Nah, lady, he can get a phone, he can get WhatsApp, and he can text you. Sorry, but it is not the government's responsibility to do every.
And you can get a diaper, because if you didn't notice,
let's call him the PP guy.
Yeah, the P-millennial. The P-millennial.
He has a very punchable face.
And listen, if you don't follow Stinkster Reborn, you need to go follow Stinkster Reborn, because he shreds Joe on the regular. Showed pictures of him at that Tipusa event, and he looked like a potato in his skinny jeans with his little muffin top hanging over. He was accused. Listen, people came out. One person, there was this one guy that came out that said that Pro Lariat came out, said that Joe is his uncle, and said that while his uncle was in jail, he gave a blowy to a guard to try and get out early. And people just ran with it. At one point, the search bar at the bottom
I remember that.
was
Yeah.
older millennial gives BJ to guard.
Yeah, but he's got 1 million followers, guys.
When I listen to him, he actually gives. He has a lot of feminine qualities about his mannerisms. Just looking at him, so if he goes that way, he probably does it in the closet.
You want to hear the craziest thing about him?
What's
he got his start on social media by giving dating advice.
Wait, Bunny, didn't you just say that he was caught with a child porn?
No. That's
different
Jeffrey Jacobs,
person.
the mayor of Pembroke Park, Florida.
Okay.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Listen, Florida is a whole nother beast whenever it comes to corruption. They got so much going on down there. They are a resistance of their own. They are in need.
Oh, he's in Florida.
Oh yeah, he's in Largo. He lives in he likes to talk big, and he puts the little sound panels up in his room. And again, I am not bashing on anybody that lives in a trailer at all in any way. But he lives in a trailer in a trailer park in Largo, Florida. He's been trying to sell that trailer for almost a year now, at $104,000, and he can't get anybody to buy it. He sat there and said that he was gonna. That's what kind of amped up my investigation of him and my notifying the proper authorities. Is he came on in like May or June of last year and said that he had put his trailer up for sale, and as soon as it sold, he was going to go travel Europe for a couple of years. And I was like, $3.2 million would give you a nice trek around Europe for a couple of years.
Shit, more than a couple. Now, real quick, Redneck, you were up here for a while earlier and you dropped. I appreciate you coming back. Sorry it took so long for me to get to you. Would you like to weigh in? I'd like to hear from you.
With the money and all that, pulling out of the banks, that was attempted 20 years ago and was a massive failure, unfortunately, because it didn't do what was thought. As far as the e-files, this is something that's been being investigated for over 30 years, and it should have come out during the last administration and didn't, because it's on a global scale. There's known 10 agencies working on it to bring all involved down. It's finding the person who was Epstein's handler.
Well, we know who that was.
No, we don't. Not yet.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
So the fact that the former prime minister of Shitrail was in regular connection with this guy doesn't. You don't think he might be said handler?
It's somebody that nobody knows about is the problem.
Oh, it couldn't be the former prime minister of Shitrail. No, not possible.
And Redneck, you said that they tried to do the bank situation and it was a big fail. Tell us exactly when that was, because I don't believe you.
You know, can I just say, I do believe Shitrail was a part of it, but honestly, the Vatican, I would say, was even bigger because this deep requires old money and deep pockets.
I believe, is the main portion of it because
No, you're not going to do that. No, not the Vatican. That's it's Shitrail is the place. We have to, every time we say Shitrail, you guys say no, Russia, the Vatican, this, that, somebody put, no.
Let me ask.
Let me ask. Shitrail too.
Well, let me ask, what connection have you found in these files leads back to the Vatican?
It goes beyond the files.
No. What in the files leads you to believe that the Vatican, or what in it just outside of the files, leads you to believe that the Vatican is doing it?
They're part of it because they don't allow anybody in, and he was allowed in.
Who, Epstein?
What? Yes.
Who doesn't allow somebody into the Vatican?
I'm at the grocery store.
Most of the time.
I'm at the grocery store in the middle of Nebraska, so I can't really go too much deeper on this.
I'm just trying to figure out why every time you bring up Shitrail, they try to divert your attention from that place. Talk about Russia, the Vatican. Well, we know all of these places have their own, but right now, when you got Steam and you got Gates, and you got all these other people in the Mossad and things of that nature, you all want us to believe it's somebody else but the people in front of our faces. Is that what you're saying to us? Don't believe your eyes or what you're reading, what you see. You have to believe our story.
I'm looking at a bigger picture. I've been investigating this for quite some time.
We don't need your bigger picture. We need you to stay focused on this small picture that's in front of us. Is the Vatican all up and through this? Excuse me, Redneck. Is the Vatican all up and through our government with PACs and things of that nature, taking and putting money against certain of our people that are running for office? Is the Vatican doing that? Is Russia doing that? Or is that another country doing that?
It's multiple.
No. I want you to focus. Who has a big giant PAC that has influenced this government? They don't have meetings to go to Russia PAC. They don't have meetings to go to Vatican PAC. But we do have another one where all the Congress people go to. It's called what PAC? Why do they get to take all of our freshman Congress people and have a vacation to this little country? What are they having a vacation for in a foreign fucking country? We're not going to Vatican.
And let me ask you, have you ever seen like a bishop or the Pope riding the back of a U.S. politician before? like an animal? Have you, Redneck?
So I've paid attention because I've been focused on the bigger picture. Y'all are focusing on a small picture.
Okay, what is the bigger picture? Tell us what is the bigger picture?
Did you vote for Trump, Redneck?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Well, okay. Well, what's the bigger picture, Redneck? What is it that we, underlings just don't understand about the bigger picture?
Have y'all seen any of the videos that's come out of the Epstein files?
We've seen some of them.
Well, first of all, don't say that name. We're trying to be delicate. So say
delicate.
Hey,
Say-
Redneck,
no,
you
no.
can talk to me. I've got more than 100 hours into the e-files. What's up?
You know some of the catacombs and stuff that they're showing?
Uh-huh.
That ain't necessarily Epstein Island.
Ain't
Okay,
necessarily.
where is it then? Give me a geolocation so I can cross-reference it. Because I've cross-referenced all of it. I've done it on lives. And it all still comes back. All of those tunnels that were built, all of the ways that he moved the victims through that island, all the ways that the rich people moved through it so that they wouldn't have pictures. The whole reason that he purchased Great St. James is so that people could not see what he was doing on Little St. James. The tunnels that were being built on Great St. James, the money that he left to Karina Schulich to continue that effort.
And don't forget this,
How many
Bunny.
times
The
has
tunnels,
anybody tried to
excuse
do
me,
ground
the tunnels
penetration to the
that they
Vatican?
mimicked in New York, where they were building tunnels in New York City. When they went under those tunnels, they found all kinds of baby things. Those same groups of people are doing this all over the place. That wasn't a Vatican tunnel. That was a group of people in a not a mosque, in a what do you call it, a synagogue, with these tunnels. The police had to break them down. So that's similarity. Can you tell us about why?
So are you just making the assumption, though, Redneck, that whatever catacomb it is that you saw in a video, which I haven't seen the video you're referencing, but you're saying
stuff that hasn't been released.
Okay, well, I wasn't done with my question. Are you saying that you know for a fact that those catacombs are from the Vatican, or are you just assuming that that's true?
A bit of both, because nobody knows just how deep it goes yet.
Okay, Bunny, have you seen the Bunny B, for the record? Have you seen the video that he's talking about?
I've seen the video that he's talking about, and I've seen the videos that are available through public spaces and public resources of the tunnels under the Vatican, of the tunnels under DC, of the tunnels under New York. I've looked into all of that. I can tell you that I disagree with his purview. The tunnels that are under the Vatican are done in a very specific structure, whereas the tunnels that we're seeing in the videos from the E.P. Stein situation from LSJ are more rudimentary. You can tell that they're not being built out to carry mass quantities of people. They're built for purpose, not for pretty.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find these videos that you're talking about. Is there a place that I can go to find those specific
Not until
videos?
the archives come back up.
Well, but Redneck is not serious because he voted for a child rapist.
He was not one.
He is a big one.
He was not one? I noticed you said past tense. You don't think that Trump is currently?
He never has been.
Well, yes, let me ask you, have you ever looked at your daughter and thought, man, I'd like to somebody that looks like her? Have you ever thought that?
Over and over again.
Redneck? I'm just simple question.
So y'all gonna take something he says out of context. What about all the...
That's not out of context.
It wasn't out of context.
No, we don't do whataboutisms here. I'm sorry, but I'll leave if we're going to start playing whataboutisms.
Nothing was said about Joe Biden when he grew up in women.
No.
Okay,
take it back to the person you voted for.
No. I asked Redneck. I asked you a question. Have you ever looked at your daughter and thought, man, I want to have sex with somebody that looks like her?
I can't say that I have said that because I don't have kids, unfortunately.
Thank you, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, for that. Thank you, Redneck, for not breeding.
That doesn't matter.
Do you think that you would ever... Do you think that if you had a daughter that you could ever look at her and think, man, I got to get with somebody that looks like that? Because Donald Trump.
Would you sit there and tell your daughter and say about your daughter, she's hot. We have the same kind of ex life.
Yep.
We like the same things. How would you even know that?
Would you do it on mainstream TV and embarrass your daughter and objectify your daughter on mainstream TV? It's bad enough as it is, but he paraded her and he.
Would you have pictures of your 13, 14-year-old daughter in full glam makeup, in satin skirts, sitting on your lap, holding your hands on her pelvis.
Redneck, I want you to say free Palestine. That's what somebody in the comments wanted the host to ask you. Say free Palestine, Redneck. We know who you are. Thank you.
Hey, Betty Joe, if y'all are following Betty Joe, she's a survivor of Jean-Luc Brunel. She's sharing her story. Give her a follow.
Y'all realize what Hamas is, right?
Oh, now we're deflecting again.
No, I'm asking.
We asked you a simple question that you still have not answered.
I still want to understand your point about the Vatican, because to date, the Vatican didn't even support the creation of the I nation. They were opposed to it. They didn't come around and have decent relations with. I'm sorry, I was talking.
Of the Catholic Church.
Well, yes.
Okay,
but they didn't support the creation of. Well, I mean, one can argue that that's true for a lot of people who are in power and a lot of people who are religious.
I have one question, and then I'm going to leave Redneck alone, and I'll go on mute. I'll land my plane and walk away. Redneck, you have a cross in your name.
Yeah.
So I assume that means that you are a follower of Christ, correct?
Correct.
Then why would you vote for somebody that has said that Christ chose him, that he is the second coming? Why would you worship somebody other than your Holy Trinity, your three-headed one, the Alpha and the Omega? Because by voting for Trump, you cemented his belief that you worship him and not your creator.
No,
and I'm done.
When he said that, it was to fix this country that was built on one nation under God.
It wasn't built on one nation under God.
Yes,
my goodness. No,
what the
it
fuck
wasn't.
Does the Constitution say?
It doesn't say one
nation under God.
No.
That's not in the Constitution.
No.
That's on the dollar bill, idiot.
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yes.
One nation under God, and God we trust is on the dollar bill. You idiot.
Which God
oh my God. Are we, you really, this is 2026. Seriously?
Ain't nothing changed but the day and the time.
One nation under God. I had to take a rip to deal with you, Redneck. I just want you to understand that. One nation under God is in the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance did not come from the Constitution. The Constitution, and you're talking to somebody who spent 25 years working in the legal industry and constitutional law, doing 1983, 1985, Title IX, Title VI cases, baby. You picked the right one on the wrong day because I'm already pissed off. Let me explain to you. The Constitution does not say one thing about a Christian God. This country was built by individuals who were deists and who shunned the Christian belief that Jesus was the coming of God on earth. They believed in faith over organized religion. It's one of the reasons that they were trying to break free from the tyranny of the Catholic crown. They wanted to worship their own religions. That's why in the First Amendment, we have the freedom of religion. That is not the freedom to practice the Christian religion freely. That is the freedom to practice any religion you want. Freely in this country with respect from other people, because you don't like it. Listen to me. I am a Christian. I grew up in the church. I was youth rep for my church. Okay. Like, you can't play with me. I am the trifecta on this one, baby. I hate to break the news to you.
We can't call names, guys. Fucking TikTok will get us for harassment and bullying. I don't know who called what. I just heard dipshit just now. You can't do that.
JJ's Crazy World just said he might as well be sitting on a porch with a banjo and moonshine.
Okay, Redneck, you do understand that wasn't added to the currency until like 1950 something, right? You understand that, the God part?
It's always been on the currency.
No, that is not true. That is fucking demonstrably false, sir. You can go look it up yourself. And matter of fact, the Pledge of Allegiance didn't have the fucking under God in it until around the same time.
That's right.
They literally, the original Pledge of Allegiance didn't say God. I don't know why in 2026 you're just hearing this, I guess, for the first time from somebody. And you can stick your finger in your ear and say la 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 all you want, but it doesn't make your belief true. I swear to you, go look it up. I'm not lying to you about it.
And let me just help you out, Redneck. The original 1892 Pledge of Allegiance was, I pledge allegiance to my flag and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. They added the under God when the Christians decided that they were going to make the United States their holy land of persecution. Christians, above all other religions, are the one religion that have been persecuted the least, but have screamed the loudest about an ongoing multi-thousand-year war against their faith, because they can't convince people to believe the way they do. And that is coming from a Christian.
Yeah, Redneck.
I'm gonna take a lap.
Well,
I'll come back.
That's fine. I'm gonna just Redneck. Do you believe me and Bunny when we tell you that? Because if not, I'll pull it up for you. I'll take the time out just to show you, not to get you, not for a gotcha. I just want to make sure that you understand that that's not true.
Okay, let me ask y'all this, since y'all are so hardcore, and as am I, against pedophiles. What do y'all think about the Muslim religion?
Wait a minute. Excuse me. You cannot say that word, redneck. So don't say certain words or you're going to get the live shut down. You have to say TikTok words, PD305s or child rapists, something like that. Don't say these words that you're saying.
I've said them before and it's not gotten anything taken down.
Don't say
Hey, liberal, I'm not going to tell you how to run your live, but whenever they do that in my lives, whenever I have a panel, I send them on a lap. They're trying to get it taken down. I send them on a lap.
Yeah.
I make them go down and come back up.
Well, Redneck's been here before.
As I was saying, I'm against P3DOs as well. My question for y'all is, as far as Islam and Muslim, how do y'all feel about them being in this country and holding office?
You're not against PD.
Well, let me just make clear, sir. The First Amendment makes it very clear that there is a separation between church and state. Okay, you can't pass. So by prohibiting somebody from running for office in the country in which they live because of their religion is a violation of the Constitution. So I don't give two fucking shits if they're a Muslim. I don't give a shit if they're a Satanist, if they're an atheist. I don't care. Somebody's religious beliefs are their own. No. I support the ability for somebody to run for office. Their constituency is what votes them into office, sir. I don't get a say in that unless they're the ones that I'm voting for. So you sitting here trying to claim that I want that and I support that. I support the ability for them to fucking run, and I support the restriction from the government telling them that they cannot run. Does that make sense?
Your thinly veiled attack at Mamdani. I just want to remind you that Mamdani was voted in. He had people vote him in. He didn't buy his way in. He didn't legacy his way in. He was voted in. And he has already started creating measures to alleviate the pain that is on New Yorkers. So whenever you come in, if you want to talk politics, then let's talk his politics. If you want to be one of those bigoted persons and discuss the fact that he took his oath on the Quran, then we can discuss that and we can expose you for the person you are. But if you want to talk his politics, then you can leave his religion and his nationality out of it.
That's right.
He is a politician doing a job.
Pertinent to this.
Now, redneck, because redneck.
Well,
you just said hold on. Hey, redneck, hold on real quick before you start screaming and pop something.
Read the Quran.
Yeah, hold on. You just a moment ago, you told everybody here that isn't that part of the Catholic Church, talking about the Vatican, and you said, aren't they full of P3DOs? So now you're saying that Muslims are full of P3DOs, and you want to keep Muslims from going in, but you're not going to keep a Christian out, who you yourself said were the P3DOs. The fuck is wrong with you, bro?
And you voted for one.
You're like
redneck.
These P3DOs are not like the other P3DOs. What? That's weird,
Where's
man.
the actual conviction that he ever
real
actually
quick.
did anything?
Redneck. This is history.com. Just read that title. Why Eisenhower? No, sir. You changed the topic. I asked you a simple question. You did not answer it. And then you pivoted. Listen. You're going to get muted because you changed the topic. Don't fucking gaslight me. I'm not stupid. You might be used to people that are stupid because that's who you hang out with, but that ain't me.
Liberal, that's just it.
I'm stupid? Okay, well, here, watch this. I'm so stupid I muted you so I can read this title. Why Eisenhower added under God, shut the fuck up. Why Eisenhower added under God to the Pledge of Allegiance during the Cold War. Did you read that, Redneck? Now, will you concede that you were incorrect when you said that under God was there forever? Shh. If you don't concede this point, because I just proved you wrong. If you don't, you're going to get the fuck out of here.
You'd have heard me.
Go ahead.
Now,
concede.
as I was saying about
concede,
Islam,
bitch.
Muslims.
Concede or go.
I said I concede. You're too busy running your dick sucker.
You concede to what? You concede to what?
You just freaking showed. You
Thank you.
Bitch.
Here we go. You get one of these, sir. It took us a while, but we managed to get there. Good job, Redneck. If I had a cookie, I'd give it to you.
Muslim is a pedophile religion, or P3DO religion.
Thank you.
The Prophet Muhammad dated a 6-year-old, married her at 9.
You don't want to go to religion about that. You don't, because I will chew you up on all the religions that like children.
No, you won't.
All, including the Christian religion that you love so much. You don't want to do that, baby, because we can start cracking that book open and it'll make your eyes bug out your head what they do to children. Don't try it. And that Talmud,
okay, whatever you say, P3O supporter, you support Islam, Muslims,
but you support them, baby. You vote for them. You vote for them.
Retarded.
So let me ask you:
pedophiles.
Let me ask you, Redneck, are you?
Oh, he did.
He must be incestuous then, because the Bible has incestuous relations.
Saying the R word will get you AR dropped fast.
Well, he didn't. He actually didn't get a violation yet. I imagine it's coming. He just dropped. I think he may have had a stroke. He started getting.
It was probably the women chewing him up. You know, they can't handle that.
His blood pressure spiked, and he's like, I gotta go take my medication.
I can't with uneducated people. I get tired of these people who want to talk on these subjects, but they've done absolutely no research. And if anybody in the chat, I'm just going to give Doc Hazard a little bit of a boost here. I don't know if y'all know this, but Doc Hazard, one of the creators on here, has created a website called Underground History, where you don't even have to be able to read, MAGA. You don't even have to be able to read. He literally has audio files that will end cap and summarize the article for you. So you don't even got to be able to read the words in the things with the paper on them, okay? All you got to do is be able to click a play button. Go to Underground History. He's constantly adding new content. It's literally the raw history that we all need to hear. It's Underground History with the dot Charlie Oscar Mary, whatever it is. I don't know. I wasn't.
But Bunny, but here's the real question: do they have to have all of their teeth?
They don't even have to have all their teeth. Listen, you can be a cousin loving sister. Oh, I can't say that. I'll get taken down. No, you can listen. You can be transparently white. You can be so lily white that the sun sparkles off of you like a Twilight vampire.
The glow stick.
You can be a glow stick. All you need to have is a rudimentary ability on that supercomputer that you carry around in your pocket to go to a SITE, type it in. You just got to know how to be able to spell Underground History.
Well, okay, guys, that's too much for them, though.
Guys, tap that screen. We're not even at 50K likes.
Right.
What the fuck?
My follower. Come on,
we're
guys.
at 35K likes.
Enough to get that up to 50K.
1 second, guys. And we have only 2 donuts to need to hit the gifting goal. You guys are awesome. 2 donuts to feed the host. But let's tap that screen, power tapping it, and get this up to 50K likes. We should have been past that. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Tactical. Thank you, Who Graver. All right,
please
we've achieved
repost the
that.
live, share it to your story.
Yes.
It helps it with the algo. Shoot those Go Populars and those roses. It helps with the algo. Any of my followers that are in here, send a note over to Cherry. Get her to send the word out. I know I saw Miss Dre in here. Miss Dre, can you send it out to my followers? Send it out to people. Let them know that I am on a panel and a live. We're having a great discussion right now. Let's get those likes up. Let's get those gifts in.
And to think I brought him back.
You know what? Honestly, Liv, I'm a little offended. You were already on the fence with me. That is awesome. You were already on the fence with me because I followed you and you still have not followed me back. And I mean, I feel some kind of way about that.
Follow her back, Lib. Follow her back, Lib.
I mean, you look at my follower count. I think I'm at like 110.
I don't care. I'm special.
She got a legion of her people in here. Follow her back, Lib.
Give me a second. I'm resetting my gifting here. I'm trying to. I like the naughty chicken, but that's too expensive. I want something a little cheaper.
The naughty chicken. Oh god.
Yeah, there's a naughty chicken. I don't know what it does.
All right, look at that. I got Green Thrifty in here. Green, can you send it out to some people?
All right.
Share that out to your story.
So, Bunny, when do you do your lives, Bunny?
I go live twice a day. I started to go live this morning, and then I found that the archive was down, and I had an absolute all-out crash out on my live. I'm sure y'all are going to see videos pop up of me looking crazy because I lost my ever-loving mud on my live this morning over the government. But normally I am live twice a day. Guaranteed I'm live every night. I start at between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern time or New York time if you're not in the States. And we do raw, real reviews. We literally just sit there and we go through and we do batch openings. We go to the archives and we listen to the victim interviews and we watch the walkthroughs of the, that they did of his properties. And we read the deposition transcripts. That's where, listen, Wexner, I am at a point now where I believe that good old Les, bankrolled a large portion of this because, as I mentioned earlier in this live, I've started doing kind of those spider web, researches into it. And you've got, Wexner's wife, Abigail Copel, her father, she's the J crowd, right?
Yeah.
Wexner admitted in his oversight hearing the other day that there were some people from the iCountry government that he supported until they were no longer on this plane. Her father, she married him. She is like 23 years younger than him. Ugh. She married him in the 90s, back in the 50s, which is as far back as I can trace her family. I haven't been able to find where they immigrated from yet. But her father in New York opened an Israeli attached or an iCountry attached airline that serviced the G-men for that in New York. That's it. Okay. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I brought in the timer because we got a few new people I'd like to hear from real quick. Bunny, you've been quiet for a while. Did you want to say anything before I get to everybody else?
No,
the other.
I'm just kind of going around doing a lot of different things as I listen.
Okay. Well, let me get to JD Fulgham. I'm not sure who came in first. Fulgham, go ahead. JD. All righty then. Jamil, go ahead. What is going on?
I'm here, yeah.
Yeah, Jamil, go ahead.
What, brother?
Did you want to weigh in on the conversation?
Well, I can't speak English well, but I hear you.
Okay.
I'm from Palestine.
Okay. All right, and with that, we'll just If you're not going to participate in the conversation, then we're just taking up a spot. Gigi, Go ahead.
What's going on, man? How are you?
Not much. Pretty good.
I'm just trying to catch the conversation. I wasn't sure where it was really the direction. I'm just trying to get acquainted with.
Man, we're all over the damn place. We went from people pissing themselves to fucking the Vatican to the E-Files to catacombs, all the way back to Eisenhower. I guess we're gonna go to the moon next. I don't know, but take your pick, man.
I mean, is that for the moon for the first time, right?
It's a
one could
conspiracy.
argue.
It was done in Hollywood. I'm just gonna go ahead and get that
I don't know.
rolling.
I mean,
The evidence is there's evidence. We'll just say.
Yes, I actually recently watched a documentary on how the Earth is flat, and I was pretty intrigued.
Oh God! No! Get off of my panel!
Why not, though? Right? Why not? What's at this point in the world? What do I got?
Timer's yours. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, no, appreciate you. Yeah, no, I just was trying to get acquainted with the topic conversation. I don't, I see there's a wide a range of people here, so I
Just
appreciate.
tell us what's on your mind. What's on your mind?
The world sucks. Humans are terrible. If we could just get rid of the bad people and keep the good people, maybe it'd be a little bit better. That's fine.
Sounds good. Sounds like a
That's
plan.
what I'm thinking. There's a lot of bad, sick people on this planet, is what I've learned. Day in, day out, I'm like, what the heck? So
yeah.
See the ticking. It gets to you, doesn't it?
I like it.
Yeah, I love it.
I mean, it's great. It's nice because if people just is there aliens? Yes, I think there are definitely aliens. I'm an alien believer. I don't know if people like aliens or not, but why not? The universe is endless, so it would make sense that there's got to be something else out there, right?
Yeah, I just hope they come down here and start kicking ass.
I
That would
think
be
they
lovely.
They're gonna save us.
That'd be wonderful.
They're gonna save us from ourselves, just like a fucking Star Trek episode or something. Like we're here from the Federation.
Why is
No,
that?
see, I like to do completely off-wall fan fiction type stuff, and my fan fiction on that one is that Daddy Dearest is releasing those files because the actual injury that causes him to be diapered on is from a rectal probing when he was snatched.
Oh, he had a
by
rectal
little green
probing,
men.
all right.
How is it? What blows my mind? So I was looking at this. 4 million pages. How are there 4 million pages of anything? How is that?
Oh my God.
Oh, I've worked
wild?
on cases where there's been millions of pages. It's a
She
lot.
said rectal probing is why he has to wear diapers.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
That's the best thing.
He wanted Arnold Palmer's probing.
Be sure to tip your waitresses. I'm here all night.
They said it was huge. I only saw it one time, but I couldn't see the end of it. It was just, the water was cold in the urinal. It was cold. That's what he said.
Y'all should tune into my lives because at the end of my lives, I usually use my tiny Trump hands. And
I'm gonna come look at your live, Bunny. I'm gonna come in and when you have your live.
I can vouch her lives are absolutely amazing.
Bunny B. We're gonna call you Bunny B and Bunny. We have Bunny and Bunny B.
The bunnies.
Hey, listen, bunnies are.
You said
awesome.
Bunny's lives are amazing.
Yes, they are. She goes
Bunny, I've honestly, I've never seen any of you.
Oh.
I'm on TikTok a lot, and I've never seen any of you. I just followed all you guys, but maybe, I don't know.
She goes over the Epstein files very respectfully and very, just.
Okay, so why do you guys think that the files were shut down? Is it permanent?
Okay, so I'm not saying that I am this well known or anything, but here's the thing. For the very first time, I look at coincidences, right? It's part of the stuff that is remnant from my abuse cycle. And last night, for the very first time, I did a whole section of my live showing people how to get to the archives, the ones that I use, right? How to get to the archives and how to look up the stuff that they've taken down off of the GOV site, right? And this morning when I got up, I got into the lives and I started the live and I started trying to go to stuff and all of it kept coming up with this 503 error. I know that in the live last night when I was in there, teaching them how to find it, it shot up at one point to almost 2,000 people, and then it immediately dropped down. And I was like, that's really weird.
I had that happen on my show the other day, Bunny. I was sitting in there, I maybe had 30 people. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it hit 800. Just boom.
Yeah.
And then
I had
none.
I had a pretty consistent between 500 and 700 for most of the live. And then as soon as I started showing how to actually get to the files that they've taken away, the archives, the images, it shot up to 2,000, and 30 seconds later it dropped down to 480. And I was like, what was that?
Crazy. That's fucking nutty. Matter of fact, wait
a minute, guys. Bunny Hart is swimming down towards the Titanic to find more files, where she's underwater.
I'm gonna pull up this. It's number 85, I think, on page 85. I'm gonna here we go.
My bad.
No, you're good. Just
Let's
hopping
really
around.
tick off the MAGA. How many
God dang
government
it.
secrets do you think are buried in New Jersey? I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
God damn it.
MAGA are just absolutely useless. They're useless to us. Even now, we have nuts that are still defending this crap.
I don't understand it.
It's insanity. Complete insanity. I was listening to people talk about how they're getting gas for $1.99 a gallon. Where? In Alice in Wonderland? Where?
Listen, MAGA is almost entirely built on people who are hell-bent on protecting a way of life that they will never know.
Right.
What the fuck?
But because we have degraded our education system to the point where we are literally turning people out at 18 years old, just getting them out of the system so that they can go and enter the labor force, that we have created this entire sect of people who lack any sort of critical thinking skill to do their own research, to figure stuff out. They are your straight party ticket voters. They are the ones who check off their party person in every single category, whether they're the best man for the job or not. They are the machines that they wanted built. And it is those of us who have at least 2 functioning brain cells to rub together that are sitting here looking at this wait, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't. Even the ones who are rudimentary, who are just learning to break the cycle of stupidity and instant gratification, are starting to say, wait, this doesn't seem quite right. Should I look at this?
Well,
who does this person look like to y'all?
That person?
Yup.
I already know who it is.
Looks like Vladimir Putin.
What?
That looks like the Nettin guy.
That's right. That's right, Bunny.
It looks just like
Milkowski.
We can't say his name. You'll get
You
dinged.
can say Milkowski. Milkowski. That's his real name, Milkowski.
Yep. And this is from. I'll pull up let me get
and
the
that's on the
EFTA.
files.
Listen,
and he's got on sunglasses while getting his dirty little wiggly worm played.
Zio, I heard this in a live because I have been invited to the cookout on certain portions of TikTok, I've been given a seat at the table, which I'm so grateful for, but it's funny because I keep my mouth shut whenever they use the turn of phrases. And my favorite one that I heard was powder demons.
Powder demon. Cracker Jacks.
I just could not. When she said that, I fell backwards in my chair. And for a period of time, my burner account, my backup, my troll account, I did an AI picture of a powdered donut with horns.
Oh my God.
So let's call him can we call him Powder Demon? I feel like it's fitting.
Sure.
Who, Milkowski?
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find
Wait a minute. So the files that you're looking at, you've already downloaded, because Bunny B says that they shut down the system.
Yes, I
there's still a
downloaded
lot
that.
of stuff up, but yeah, and I was smart enough before they took down the archive to save down a whole bunch of those depositions And I have data sets 1 through 8 and then data set 12 downloaded. It would never let me download 9, 10, or 11. So that's the ones that I've been trying to go through the most on the archives and grab the stuff that's important.
Are they down permanently? Do we know?
I don't know. I sent an email, subject line 503 error. And I said, this is down. Is it coming back up?
I think I heard that they were going to try to take them down. I think
they've slowly but surely been trying to take everybody's stuff. And what really scares me is that, Musketeer and his little doggy group all went in and they got all of that data. It just concerns me that they now have the ability through the interwebs to access our systems. To remove stuff that they don't want on our systems. Like my system, I never shut my system down. Whenever I am ADHD with executive dysfunction. At any given time, I have 25 windows with 75 tabs each open because I keep it there so that I can go back and reference it, right? And I
sounds
never
like
shut
my
system
computer.
down. Yeah, so you probably understand, like when it's time to do some updates on your computer, it's a whole process, right? You don't just shut it down. You go through and you start saving stuff and you start titling stuff and throwing it in folders so that you can find it easily when you come back. And my system, I kid you not, in the last week, my system has restarted itself 4 times and closed out all my tabs.
Okay, so JJ's Crazy World says, have any of you heard of the Australian podcast, The Prince and the Pervert from 2020? She says it connects the dots.
No, but I'll have to go look it up. Do you know, is it on any sort of free broadcast radio or anything?
Prince and the Pervert. Let's see. The Prince and the Pervert.
The Prince and the Pervert from 2020. Australian podcast, she says.
Let's see. Is it a true crime?
She says Spotify and Apple, whatever the hell that means. Is that it,
Epstein,
JJ?
the Prince, and the Pervert.
Oh.
Let me see.
How many? Let's see. Sarah Ransom.
It's going to make me log in.
Paris Stench.
It's probably going to make you play with your wiggly worm before you can get in there. Send us a picture. Send us a picture.
You know what? Hang on.
Let's check for hernia.
Hold on. I might be able to help us out. Give me a second. Hold on. Just I'm slow.
Diabetes care made easy. US Med
4,891. Highly confidential deposition of Sarah Ransom.
Is this the one?
New York, Friday, Feb 17th,
Is that the one, JJ?
2017.
It sounds like John Eastwood's girlfriend.
February 17, 2017, 9 a.m. Deposition of Sarah Ransom held at the offices of Boys, Shriller, and Flexner, 57.
All right, I'm going to keep that up in one of my
Those
1,000
are the
tabs.
deposition transcripts. Hey, Lib, those are the deposition transcripts that I was able to save down. Let me know if you want me to send them to you. You can email me at onairbunny at the Google Mail thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you have an on-air email address.
On air?
Yeah, like
what do
for
you mean
your
on
for
air?
like your creator stuff that like.
Oh yeah, Tim at Loudmouth's Production is my email.
Okay, if you'll I'll try to remember that. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm bad at that. But if you'll mine's on air bunny at the Google. If you'll shoot me an email, I can send you over all of the deposition transcripts that I saved down.
Nice. Well, the depositions are, because those are pretty old. Those are still around, right? Or did they remove that shit too?
No, they took all of that stuff down.
They took it all down.
No, on the DOJ site, they took it all down. The only thing you can find it used to be on the DOJ site. You could go to the data sets, you could go to the FOIA, you could go to all of the cases and everything else, right? That's all gone. Now the only thing you can go to is the data sets and the memorandum publications, and they even took some of the memorandums down.
So like on the Justice website this year, are you saying this is not working?
No. The archives aren't working.
The old
internet
shit
archives.
from the House Committee. It was on the House Committee's website. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about a web archive. Like the free archives, the like Wayback Machine.
Right. Wayback Machine, but
They
you're
were
saying
down
they're
on
still
the
there
Wayback Machine.
from the official.
The official, they've taken a bunch of stuff down. They've taken down all of the
I
court
see what you mean.
records.
Yeah.
So I was using the Wayback Machine to source all of that stuff. I was using their previous images, like from their most recent dumps and everything, right?
Yeah, because they used to have a Google Drive that you could go into.
That's on the House disclosures. That's different.
Right.
Those are different files.
And
So
see,
the
you notice how
House
they're like, they should have put it all in a fucking, one
They should
place.
create a website called, like
They want to confuse you
easteen.gov.
all. They don't want you to see them. They want everybody to be confused.
They made it impossible to find stuff. You have to be somebody like me who's literally, I'm going into month 3 of being unemployed in T Daddy's economy. It's not looking good. I'm spending my time and keeping my brain sharp by going through all of this stuff and doing these lives, and all of that stuff. Yeah, that's the
And this is
House
still up.
DOJ.
Right.
That's the House
still up?
DOJ. That's
Yeah.
not the same
Yeah,
one.
this is still up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still up. They haven't taken that down. And the DOJ.
Did you guys see the latest? And I don't know if this was AI, but they have Flatback Melvin, also known as Melania Trump, on a pole, and Epstein's behind her. What? Did you see that, or was that AI?
That's probably AI.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Body was too.
I haven't seen anything like that, and I've been through some pretty horrific pictures.
Okay.
And one other thing that pisses me off is they made it where you have to guess the video type .mov, .mp4 to change from .pdf to the video type.
Yeah, you got to
Fucking
try and figure it out.
stupid.
We went through a whole bunch of those.
Well, I'm actually creating a website that does it automatically. The problem is that it's because the way they set it up, it's going to require a lot more than just running through iterations of all the different
And that's the really
file
crazy
extensions.
thing. If you
Hey, host, when you get a second,
you're in front of your computer, go to the DOJ government website, go into dataset 10, I think it is. Dataset 10, and then just click on the bottom, click on like page 1, 3, 4, 5, it doesn't matter. Just click on one to where when you look up in the address bar, it's got the equal sign and then a number.
Can I have lunch?
Yeah, if it's up, you just.
No, I can candy or marshmallow.
I'll get you some marshmallows later. Okay.
Honey.
But I want marshmallows now.
Hey, listen, that really does sound like her at times. I'm not even going to play with you.
I did want to ask how the baby bunny is doing.
She's good. It was just a sprain. They really just put her in, one of those little Velcro splints out of an abundance of caution.
Oh, good. And are you feeling better?
I'm feeling a little bit better. You wouldn't know it from listening to me, but I am. I lost a little bit of my voice this morning from that crash out.
So Gigi, you had a question.
Yeah, I mean, I and you guys, please feel free to say no. I just because it sounds like this is like a pretty liberal panel. It's kind of changing the topic, but if I may be allowed to change the topic, I don't know if that's okay.
I mean, we've been all over the place, so
cool. So I've been really invested recently in talking about funding, American funding. So first off, you guys I don't know. I don't live in America, so just to throw that out there, I shouldn't be relevant to this question though. But so I've been reading a lot about foreign funding that America provides. Foreign funding. What is everyone's perspective here on foreign funding? And do you think it's okay for America to give money out to, give money out to other places?
No, especially one in particular. Defund it immediately. Defund all Zionist organizations. Defund all of that.
Okay. Well, I'm not. Okay.
Can I just finish telling Lib how to find the video so it's easier for him? That way I don't forget.
Yeah, when you guys are ready, cool.
Is that a Trump?
If you'll just, it's super easy. If you're already there, do you see where
I think it's Joe Biden.
Page number?
Hold on. Now say what?
Okay, so you're at the dataset. Did you get to dataset 10?
Oh, dataset 10? No, I'm not sure where you're. So,
okay, so
I'm in the Google Drive.
Can I go
right
big?
now.
Can I go big? And I'll turn my camera on. Hold on.
Okay. I mean, I'm in the Google Drive.
Yeah, you're in the wrong spot. Let me get you there. It's DOJ. Here we go. Okay, let me turn my camera on. Let me flip it around. Okay, let me back it up. Okay, so you're here. You're in the DOJ disclosures. You're going to go down here. See how it's all gone? And they hit a bunch of these pages, but there's a way to get to it. If you go to dataset 10, so you're going to go it's the justice.gov, and then you're going to go over here to DOJ disclosures. You see it right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to go down here to dataset 10, and you're going to click view files. And then just scroll down to the bottom, and it doesn't even matter. Just pick one of these pages and click on it. Now, I'm going to take you up to the address bar. Do you see right here where, hold on, let me get there because I'm trying to look on my phone. Do you see right here where it says, hold on, oops. Do you see right here where it says equal 3?
Yeah.
Put in 3, I think it's 40. Oh, hold on, it should be 3,340. And hit enter. And that's going to bring you up to this. Let me see if it's 350.
That's ridiculous. Have to do all this shit.
So, I mean, what is the purpose of this? I don't understand. What is it
You're
that
going to
showing
find
me?
all of the, you don't have to get a website to change it. It's already there. They have it in there. Here we go, right here, look. This is the part you're not seeing. You have to go in and actually change it in the address bar. The numbers don't go that high, but this is where it starts. It is page 3350. See, look at how I have my address bar. Do you see that? You have to physically enter this part. It's not going to take you there. But then if you go through and you scroll through the pages, this is where it starts. It's going to be 3550 up in your address bar, but it's going to highlight this one because they're one page behind in their sequence, in their sitemap sequence. And you go here and it's literally just going to be all of them. And it goes through several pages and you can just grab them and then all of that. Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you sure though that the ones that are showing up as .pdf aren't different videos that they just didn't
because if you
convert?
look at them, you've got 6565.
Oh, I see. Yeah. What the fuck?
This is why they pay me the big bucks in the legal field because I pay attention to.
That's stupid.
And
well,
I
how did you find out
it.
You had to do this, Bunny? How did you find out this is craziness?
I happened upon it just crazy because I went looking for one video. I did a search of all of the ones that said no image found or no image produced. And I opened one and I changed it to MP4. And then I went and I was like, well, let me. Okay. And I went looking and I was like, let me see if I can figure out what page this is. And so I literally just started scrolling through like pages. I spent probably 2 hours scrolling through pages trying to get there where the numbers matched up. And then eventually I noticed up in the address bar that they put the page number up there. And I was like, well, let me see what happens if I change it to like 1500 instead of 150. And it went like way forward. And so I just started jumping pages until I found it. You see, it took me 3,000 pages to find it.
Oh, honey, you are insane. You have to be focused.
Just curious, is the live just going to be about looking up Epstein stuff?
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm done.
She was helping the host.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not trying to be rude. So
well, what are you trying to talk about, Gigi? Go ahead. What are you trying to talk?
Yeah,
first of all, are you a Trump supporter?
It's hard to find intelligent people.
Are you a Trump supporter, Gigi?
No.
Okay.
I'm not American, but.
Okay, where are you from?
Back to my question.
Where are you from?
I'd rather not say. But back to my question. So I was asked everyone the question about like funding America giving money to other nations.
Wait, you said you're not American, but
let me ask you why you care. Why do you care if you're not American?
Because I'm. Well, can I ask my question first?
Are you Israeli, Gigi?
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah, I listen. I was born in Israel. It's like out of my control.
God help us all.
Yeah, I can't. I'll say this: like wherever you're born is where you're born. So it's hard to I can't determine where my parents made me. I can't that's something that was out of my control.
Sure.
So that's all I'll say about that. And I know there's a lot of like deep conversations about Israel and what they're doing and all of that. And we could probably talk for days and weeks, years about it.
No, they're
I
demonic. We can keep it at that.
Okay, well, it's fine.
I'm
Just go ahead.
With you 100%. Like what they're doing is awful. It's terrible, and there are a lot of us that are not okay with it. So, and God help us all, even though I don't believe in God, but it's a mess. But back to what I was saying. So I've been really intrigued. I've been listening a lot to about what Trump's been doing. So USAID. I was reading this really long. I was actually listening to it. I'm happy to play it for you after. It was talking about how in Africa, George Bush the second one, created this program that helps cure AIDS in Africa. And prior to Trump's administration, the United States government has funded around $150 billion in medical necessities to Africans. And prior to Trump getting in office, they saved around, what it said, around 35 million lives, people that were going to be unalived due to this disease. And now that he's in office, people are being unalived because for medicine that costs literally $5 a dose, because America no longer funds it. So I just didn't know what people, and listening to the stories of the story I heard was actually of a 13-year-old boy who has the disease, and he was treated his whole life, and both his parents have the disease, and they were treated for most of their lives since the 2000s. And then both of his parents were unalived because they could no longer get the medication that literally puts them in remission, completely healthy. Once a week, they just go get a pill.
Right.
Complete remission.
HIV medication.
And now they're not able to. Yeah, right. And now they're no longer able to get it. So both his parents were unalived, and now he knows he will be unalived because he no longer has the medication. So what are your all's thoughts on how the United States government started and has kept all these people alive and now no longer provides any aid, that type of aid, which really does help save millions upon, and factually, millions upon millions of lives a year?
Yeah, it's gross. I mean, what can you say? If you have the ability to save somebody and you don't, you helped murder that person, in my opinion.
So you're okay with America giving that $100 billion, though?
If we're the only ones that have access to it, you said it was owned by an American. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, well, America started the program, and America funded the program, correct?
Okay, yeah, and the world can come together.
And the medical companies are American. It's all American, right?
But let me just say this.
Or here's what you can do. You can give them the ability to make it themselves and put those in there and let them fucking make it instead of being the ones that hold the keys to keeping them people from dying. How about that?
Yeah. I think it's more complicated than that because these.
I don't think it is.
Gigi.
Well, no, because there's some countries that they don't have the infrastructure; they just have the ability. I'm not sure the answer. I mean, that would be ideal.
It'll be cheaper to build it.
I'd like to hear what Zio has to say, please.
Gigi, let me explain something to you.
Yeah.
Almost every problem that African countries have is because of colonialism, imperialism, and all that nonsense. You don't believe that these people really want to keep people alive that they have destroyed for centuries. I want the African people on their different countries in the continent to come and figure out how to do things for themselves. So although Trump cruelly destroyed tons of food that was supposed to go as aid to people in other countries, if you teach them how to govern themselves again, because at one time they were governing themselves until a lot of these powers moved in and destroyed them, then people won't need you to send them aid. When you hear about us sending aid to people, find out first if we destroyed them first. Now they depend on us. Let's talk about Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. These are African countries that kicked out France. The French were there for centuries, stealing everything from the ground and making those people poor. Now they've decided, no, we don't want you here. Now we can take our resources and build off of that. And now we're even more rich. France, you get out of here. We don't need you to send us $1 billion in aid when we can make $10 billion of our own resources. Now France is trying to unalive those leaders. So that aid stuff, that's another piece of propaganda. It's like, we don't need you to send aid. So those people will figure it out. What I need for America to do and all these other European countries, to leave people alone, leave indigenous people alone. They have been here long before you. and they will figure it out. So take your $100 billion and give the American people free health care. Give them paid family leave and a livable wage. That's what you need to do. Stop sending money to all these other places and figure out how to clean up the mess here first.
Okay, so if I'm allowed, if I played you the story, I think you'd probably change your mind when you hear the 13-year-old boy talk about how he just needs medicine. I don't think for him, not getting the medicine, saying, "Hey, guess what? Figure it out yourself." I don't think that's going to save him. And the problem is the disease is so rampant.
This might sound heartless, but we have a lot of 13-year-olds and younger kids that are dying or unaliving for medical issues here too.
Yeah.
Like it's not. This isn't your one-off story. Isn't.
We don't need a propaganda video.
My response to you all is first off, you can save both. So the issue is when this program was started, the backing of it is backed from like many different organizations, and the money's already set aside for it. So,
Gigi, why don't you go find that 13-year-old boy and you sponsor him, sweetheart, and send him some money?
I wish I could.
Okay, why don't you do that? Since you don't live in America, right now we need to be America first, and we need to take care of our people first.
I want to point out that helping to resolve pandemics and issues like that in other nations does help the United States. Because people move. It really does. So it's not like, it happening there doesn't affect what happens here. It can. So what they should do is stop capitalizing on a fucking drug that somebody needs to survive. That shit should be open goddamn source. The ability to create it should be made available to every. It won't be, but I'm saying what it should be. And then you wouldn't have to spend $100 billion. You might spend fucking $50 billion to build the goddamn infrastructure there so that they can make it themselves, and then let them do it. And let every other nation have access to everything that they need to keep their fucking people alive. One nation that has something should never hold it back from the world, because what the fuck?
But that's what we do. And
that
like
is
I
what
said,
we do.
If you just move out of people's way and let them have access to the same thing you have access to, they can take care of their own. We don't need America to be the great big pappy in the sky helping everybody when you're the ones who destroyed these people. Just like, I'm going to give you an example. When C-19 happened, everybody thought that the continent of Africa would be decimated. No, they came up with their own vax. They came up with their own ways to support their people in different countries. And guess who had the biggest numbers of unalivings? We did. So stop with all this nonsense. Leave them alone. They will figure it out. Stop putting yourselves over there to become a savior, because you're not. We need to save ourselves. We need to save the people in this country, the taxpayers that are sending this money all around the world. God damn it, shouldn't we get a return on our investment? We need a return on our investment, Gigi. What does that look
I
like?
hear you.
That looks like healthcare. We call it free, but it's not free. It's a return on our investment. Paid family leave, return on our investment. A livable wage so people can work and not have to have 15 damn jobs to pay rent and have food. People want to go to Disneyland without having to sell a kidney. People just want a regular life where they can say, "Oh, I'm passing this down to my children. Now I can go on life." No, we can't even do that. We need returns on our investment for our taxpayers' dollars, and they need to stop going around the world. And look, people are going to unalive no matter what. But those places that we're talking about will figure it out. They always end up in the end taking care of their own if the great big monster, America, leaves them alone.
Yes, I'm looking it up. South Africa produces their own already.
Of course.
So
most of them will. If we leave them the fuck alone and stop blocking their access to these big pharmaceuticals.
Can I respond to you? So I hear what she's saying, and I'm not completely disagreeing with you, but when people try to come up with a cure, so like the goal around the world is to have a cure for AIDS. Like that's the goal, right? And so if nations come together to come up with a
goal,
cure,
sweetheart. That's not the goal.
One second. Can I respond? I didn't interrupt you, right?
Yeah, that's not the goal.
May I please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So appreciate it. So I hear what you're saying, but it sounds like you want to be like in a silo. The hope is that if there's a way to find a cure for a disease that's affecting hundreds of millions of people around the world. And a lot of them are in countries where you say just get out, they'll figure it out, which is not true. Once a place has been severely hurt and demolished and there's no infrastructure, it's not just get out. If no one, like some of these rural countries in Africa, yes, they've been oppressed. Yes, the West really messed them up. But if the West just got out right now, they wouldn't figure it out. Most of their people would just unalive because they don't have the means currently to figure it out. So the world needs to help them by providing them with the resources. And the host said it perfectly. Like the host should provide them with the ability to save their own people. That would be a logical answer. But just getting out and leaving them alone wouldn't save them. It would hurt them drastically.
No, it
Because
wouldn't. That's your white man's
Come on.
belief. No, it wouldn't.
Please let me finish. First off, I have very dark skin, so please don't call me a
Well,
white
it
man.
doesn't matter. You sound like one. Your brain is Cloroxed.
Thank you. Whatever. All I'm saying is the world shouldn't leave people that are suffering to suffer, and that's what it sounds like you're advocating for.
Well, let's start in Palestine, Gigi. Can we start there? Since those people are suffering and we can see it in real time, let's start there. Let's start with that place. Can we do that, Gigi? Because they're starving. They have disease and malaria and things of that nature because they can't get food. Let's start there. Gigi, you're quiet on that. Are we going to start there first? Let that be first. Leave Africa alone. I'm tired of people talking about Africa. Leave Africa alone. They'll figure it out.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying, and we can talk about Gaza all day, but the point I'm making is then you're okay with leaving the 25 million people with AIDS to Africa to just die. Like that's your response to me. Like 25 million, currently 25 million Africans in Africa.
You don't care about Africa.
Okay,
Europe doesn't care about Africa. America doesn't care about African people.
I'm not American, but
let me put it into perspective. Okay, you've got colonizers that went in there. They wanted diamonds, they wanted gold, they wanted rubber, they wanted all of these resources, and they went in there and they destroyed entire populations. You know, Leopold, for example, 60% fucking Congo. I mean, this was time and time again. And now the very people that did that and continue, by the way, to do that for their capitalistic gains are continuing to, exploit them in whatever way that they can to get resources for their home nation, whatever that is. And now we're like, we need those same people that fucked our shit up before to come in and save us. It is weird. But maybe what if the concern is about specifically HIV? How about we take all the colonialists and get them the fuck out and they go back to their countries of origin and they leave those people to be. They don't take the resources. They don't take the rubber. They don't take their gold. They don't take their diamonds. They don't take any of that shit. If you aren't willing to do that, then I don't think you have a fucking leg to stand on when it comes to anything else that they're dealing with in terms of loss of life, right?
Amen.
So unless you're willing to say that and get everybody out of there that doesn't belong there, then, what do you do?
Yeah, that makes no sense, does it?
No, it doesn't, because they're like, we want to continue to exploit them. But the people that work in the mines, oh my goodness, they're dying. We need them to be alive so that they can go in there and mine the fucking gold.
There you go.
And can I point out something real quick while we're on this subject? By the way, I'm Sharon, 54 or 53. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I voted for Kamala. Anyway, so we're talking about this capitalistic, predatory nature against other nations. And the guy, the orange weirdo sitting in the White House right now, is scaling back regulations on all these capitalistic corporations and cutting taxes and, removing EPA restrictions. So all the bad things we just talked about are going to get exponentially worse. He has basically taken off whatever little leash they had, and now he's just letting them run wild. So, and he's the worst one by far. So, get ready for more.
But that's my daddy, and I love daddy. Come on, daddy. Give it to me, daddy, said every MAGA ever.
Yep.
Fucking. Sorry, guys. That was inappropriate.
You make fun, but I've actually had people on my panel to say it that way.
It's absolutely the truth. It's a cult, and they love it. They love it. The more punishment that he gives them, the more they want.
their theme song went around Trump is, I touch myself. I want Trump to want me. Oh.
Hey, host, may I
What's up, Gigi?
The only thing MAGA's mad about is that they weren't one of them in the Epstein files, if you get my drift.
Gigi, go ahead,
Host,
man.
go
ahead.
And I feel like you're probably going to say no, but by any chance, can I play a 4-minute NPR article about this?
Gigi, who sent you here, honey? Because
four-
you won't let
What do
this go. Let the phone go.
So 4 minutes.
If the video is not about Palestine, we don't want to see it because we want you to
is this
leave
only
Africa alone.
I didn't realize this was what that was about. My bad.
I don't want to see anybody with flies on their mouth with a bloated belly.
It's an audio.
Okay, to answer your question, I don't even play 4-minute clips on the show.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I just thought it would be interesting to help.
That's a live on a live.
Should we start singing "We Are the World"? Should we start singing "USA for Africa"? Do you want us to start singing that?
No, not at all. Not at all. Listen, I'm sorry. If you were to listen, I think you would understand what I'm trying to
I think you need to focus on Palestine, since I'm hearing that you're a Zio. Are you a Zionist?
People can call me whatever they want. I'm not worried about that. All I would say is
go ahead, Gigi.
Guys,
Sorry.
come on, sorry. All I'm saying is there's American funding that goes to certain countries that empower people in their countries, and the receiver. It feels like you don't want to. The receivers of
Gigi, let me just say this, and then you can drop me if you want, because you're at 100. I'm going to say this. I've been hearing that the great I country is looking in all parts of the world to have a second nation, and Africa may just be one of those countries that were offered to them at the first time. And so maybe that's why you want to all of a sudden help people in Africa to slide a new I country over in one of those countries over there, so you all can have another base. So if you are truly a Zionist, and now all of a sudden we're focused, laser beam focused on helping the Africans with AIDS, they've always had it. They'll figure it out. Keep your asses out of Africa. Stay away. Nobody wants you people.
It's like saying, hey, guess
they're
what?
like, we don't want the 13-year-old boys being unalived by HIV, because how else can we grape them?
Exactly.
Okay, that's ridiculous, guys. It's like host. It's
I
like
think
saying
that
now
there is also an
it is,
African
guys, can I have
organization that is equivalent to basically the UN.
Host.
And
it is
they
like
are getting
saying
all the
Gaza
African
is
nations
completely
together to
devastated.
defend against these imperialist people coming in and doing nefarious things to the African continent.
Hey, Zio Talk, do you think the world should be bringing aid into the Gazan people, or should you just leave them alone and they'll figure it out?
Oh, no, that's totally different, darling. Right? That's totally different.
It's not at all different.
Excuse me.
The world fucked Africa and should help them get better.
Let me tell you why that's different.
It's not any different. The world should be helping anyone that's suffering.
Excuse me, are asking for help. They're asking the world before they're blown.
The people of Africa are also asking for help.
No.
Of course they are.
There's several African countries that literally have kicked out Europeans. They don't want Bill Gates with his funky ass over there. They don't want your vaccinations. They have kicked them out, and you are lying. We can bring up proof.
I was going to play you an article from.
We don't need your articles, baby. Are you African? Are you Gigi? Are you African?
Well, I mean, think about it this way. The world is, well, not the entire world, but, the powerful nations of the world are the ones that created the, colonization, which is now the I country. So, in effect, the world is responsible to make sure that they have the construction materials. Now, they shouldn't be going in there and be like, hey, we're going to put up a 60-story fucking building on the fucking beach so that our billionaire friends can come over here and have playtime together. They shouldn't be doing that. They can offer it without any fucking strings attached.
Right.
How about
and
that?
Also, you
host,
mentioned, hold on, Gigi, may I say something, please?
Yeah, no, you're fine. I feel like we're not getting anywhere, so
Gigi, you mentioned, let's take food into Palestine. Do you understand what happens when people take food into Palestine? They put it somewhere where it's just a little bit past an imaginary line that they have told the Palestinian people not to cross. But if they want the food, they have to go across that line. And then there's people sitting there with sniper rifles, picking them off. Do you understand what's going on over there? My American dollars are funding a G-side.
Right.
Enabling a G-side. You know how shitty that makes me feel?
Yes.
Knowing that I am powerless to tell my leader, hey, you idiot, stop giving them money. Because this is what they are doing with that money. And we have people in America who can benefit from that money instead of you giving it to this war criminal to continue his war crimes.
Right.
And one more thing, Gigi, I noticed that we were talking about the e-files. Bunny B was talking about. We were looking at, and you took us way off course to talk about Africa. What's up with that?
Because it sounds
why
like
are you taking us off
I will
course
gladly
from
answer.
this evil country with this evil little e-sign person with these files? Why are you trying to divert what we were talking about by talking about fucking Africa, who does not want you all there? Leave.
Okay.
Okay.
Zio talk. First off.
Yeah, go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can get something out. Israel can fuck off and go away. I could care less. So you keep inferring that I care about that. That's not the point. The point I was trying to make is that Trump has hurt people that rely on help. And whether you like it or not, whether you think they want the help or not, whether you like it or not.
American citizens. He's hurt
Let me
us,
get,
yes.
Hey, host, can I maybe get 1 minute?
Yeah, go ahead. Here, I'll put the timer up. I'll put the timer up for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yep. So whether we like it or not, there are people that rely on help. And the United States has created a program, whether we think it's right or wrong, that have kept people alive to the tune of 30 million in the last 10 years. 30 million people rely on medicine that the American government provides to people, okay? When the American government stops giving them medicine, they die. They're no longer able to survive, okay? And your response is they'll figure it out. That is not a good response to me, okay? And this has nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with the e-files. You guys can talk about the e-files all day. Let's literally take all those people, put them in a hole, bury them underground. That's what I think. Anyone that's involved can be unalive themselves. But there are people that suffer around the world, and it sounds like people want to forget them. So that's all I'm saying to you all. And with that, I guess I'll depart. But I hope the best for everyone. And the world should do a better job of taking care of one another. That's it. So, host, thanks for having me.
Yep, appreciate it, Gigi.
Well, I agree with that.
Yeah, I can't disagree. But you know, and it's always the same fucking people that fucked it up in the first place.
You're
They're
right.
like, I'm the savior. I'm the only one that can save you. After I just ate your child and threw it in the crocodile pit.
You know why? Because it's expensive to do any of these big changes, and we have to rely on their dirty, ill-gotten money to actually do the changes. And we say, well, we could just fund it as the American people. Well, they control all the American people's money. So that's a problem.
Yeah,
but my whole thing is, what was his point? We're
Can I
talking
get-
about other
can
things.
I get a minute?
And he's coming up with Africa when they can appeal to China. They're trying to have a lot of relations with China, right? They're trying to look towards Russia for relationships because none of them want to deal with the U.S. or Europe at this time because of their viciousness of the way they did them for centuries. Then we're talking about we should have aid. Well, they took the Venezuelan oil, and now Cuba is suffering. That's because of Trump also. They don't have food. A lot of them have AIDS also in Cuba. They're not able to get medicines now. They can't get oil. They got to use, firewood to get heat. So what are they talking about? Just because we say, yes, we agree with you, that's not going to change a goddamn thing.
Well, Geotalk, we had it. We had it. When we had USAID, we had our foot in every country as far as soft power, and we gave it away.
Yep.
Now 20 seconds left, Style, and then I'm going to get to Bunny. She wanted a minute.
Then I'll get to Bunny. Then that's what I basically was saying, that he came up here and he took us off course and making it seem like we don't want to give aid to people who deserve it or need it. We were livid when they destroyed all that food, let it go rotten because they didn't want to give it to people who needed it.
Yeah. No, it was a little strange, but because I haven't talked about Africa really since.
Right.
Fuck, it's been a month, I guess. Bunny, go ahead. I'll put your timer up. Go ahead.
This is for Gigi. I don't know if Gigi is still in here, but I just wanted to respond. I understand what Gigi is saying. America, as a historical pattern, has always helped those in need to provide for those who need it. But we are now at a point where we are watching our own people suffer and perish because we are so busy being the big brother to everybody else. Nobody is suggesting that we just completely cut off aid to all other countries. All we are saying is that we need to quit ignoring the famine and disease in our own backyard to prostrate ourselves for other countries. We need to start finding some kind of balance between the two so that we can hold up our own country while assisting others. Because nobody came to our rescue during the C-19. We were giving money away in handfuls, but nobody came back to us to give us anything.
So, Bunny, are you saying that we should perhaps be more surgical with the money that we give to other countries and, make sure that we're taking care of domestic issues first?
Absolutely. I think we're at a point where we can start taking care of our own backyard instead of mowing our neighbor's back 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily
Thank you, occupation.
It's not necessarily a situation where we're saying we just need to close ranks and stop giving all of the money away, but we need to be real here and recognize that there is a portion of our own country that needs our assistance, the same assistance that we're giving away to everybody and their dog for things that we don't even want them doing.
But you have to realize that this is not a benevolent country. You say we have been kind to people. That's never been kindness. That was about power. That was about
they always
domination.
wanted something in return. Absolutely.
We never gave. I'm sorry, Ducky. That was your time. I'm sorry. We
That's
never
okay.
gave.
I just wanted to say, yes, there was
love.
always something. They wanted something in return if they did anything nice. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, like, why is it that these rich fuckers never really do anything just because it's the right thing to do? It's always for a fucking tax break or because one of their directors got caught with kitty corn on their fucking computer and so they got to repair their public relations. It's
or they
never
want to
just
strip somebody of minerals or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's never just like I see somebody on Facebook who's like, I need diapers and fucking formula for my baby. Okay, meet me at Walmart. I will go buy you some diapers and fucking formula. Even though I may not have any fucking money, but I've got a little bit enough to feed your goddamn baby. Like,
well, I'll give an example.
They never do it just because they're altruistic. It's always
I'll give an example of myself.
That's right.
For 25 years, I've been a volunteer and doing charity at the AMVETS in Missouri. Okay, so I'm poor. I'm disabled. I ain't got I usually don't have a spare dime. You know what I mean? But I know about resources. I know who to contact. I know all that kind of stuff. So they usually call me to coordinate an effort. I donate my time. I donate my passion for helping people. I'm a nurse. It's what I did for a living, So it's always been, show people how to do stuff with very little. And you can get a lot done. It's an excuse that you can't.
Yeah. And I mean, we're the richest nation in the world, and we can't provide health care to ourselves and at least to the damn children.
They can provide it. They don't want it.
Well, I mean, that's my point. That's my point. Like, they want us to believe that somehow, that's it. Well, waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, Rick Scott, sure, he was fucking fraudulently bilking the government out of money, and now you put him in charge of going after waste, fraud, and abuse, the same guy that was doing it. It's crazy. Now, Concoctor, you've been on for a minute. Go ahead. If you wanted to jump in there, let me put your timer up. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what does your future holds with this, and is this ever going to come to a conclusion? I'm really worried that it's going down a bad path.
You and me both, buddy.
Answers, but I don't. All I could say is what I do or don't gift to help does not give me a right to come in here and say whatever I want. Thanks.
Okay. That was weird.
You go.
No, but it's glitching. I see 4 or 5 numbers, so something's glitching on this app, period. I'm like, Bunny B has a 7 and a 3 underneath her. I have a 50. So something's going crazy.
Moderator,
the last comment he made, did I hear him wrong? He said just because whatever I've gifted doesn't allow me to say whatever I want. Is that what he said?
Yes. Yeah.
What is
like
it?
That.
Concoctor, if you want to expand on that, I'd love to hear because I don't understand.
Neither do I.
I feel like that was a snipe at somebody.
Yeah, I don't understand what he was talking about.
He was like, "These motherfuckers, they're gifting host, and the host and letting them say all kinds of shit." He was rubbing his titties while making fun of Mega. You can't do that.
Hey, how do you get that timer up there on your screen?
It is a script that I created.
Oh, you created that? Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's a script. Right. It's basically it's an HTML file that I have in my OBS, and I open up the HTML file, and that's the website is this thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
HTML file.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'll pull it up and kind of show you. Because there's
you said HTML file, and then what was the next thing you said?
Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna have to make it.
What was that?
I'm gonna have to make it big. That's what she said.
I'm not that fancy.
It's not working. Well, there's
a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Oh, there we go. You see right here. This is how I set it. So like I have to type the name in here. Zio. And then
so you're interacting right at the same time that we're talking.
I have to manually do it. So I can add and subtract time. I can start and pause it, and then there's volume. But yeah, I made this.
That's working. You're working. Yeah.
I just wondered. I worked with another host who was asking me how to do it, and I'm like, shoot, I don't know.
You ain't stealing my secrets.
That's right.
Shit, I got to fight for the little bit I do
overnight.
And look, the hot takes box. Where's your hot takes box?
Yeah.
I haven't used it in a while. I probably should bring that back.
That was absolutely fabulous with the hot takes box.
Yeah, see, I've got I've got the thing there. Takes. You're in the hot takes box. 90 seconds, Bunny, and you're out of here.
Okay, I'm going to just quickly go off and say everyone here sucks. And that's just that.
Wow, and thank you. I resemble that remark.
I need all of you to shut up. All of you. This is my turn. My time. Anyway.
No, I'm so confused. He said Bunny. I thought he was talking to me.
Oh, sorry. She's the OG Bunny for me because I'm not familiar with your name. Bunny. Yeah, the OGB.
The OGB.
Anyway, go ahead, Bunny.
I love to take abuse, so you're just making my day, so it's okay.
Ooh, bring it on, buddy.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, we don't need the scissor sisters in here, okay?
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God. But you got to make sure they're safety scissors, okay?
That's right, safety scissors.
We don't want anybody injured.
Hey, if it's safe, it ain't fun, man. Come on.
Oh, my God. Now. Rubber said if it's safe, it ain't fun.
I mean... Some of us like pokey things.
That's the whole point, pun intended.
That's funny. The whole point. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So, guys, back to what we're going to do as a people.
Yeah, what it's not dark yet.
Going to do as far as putting a stop to this insanity that doesn't seem like it's going to get any better. What do you all suggest? Because voting and midterms don't count on that happening. We may not have midterms. We may be in a full-on WAR with Iran because, of course, we've got ships going there right now. So what do you think we should be doing if the midterms do not happen?
Man, Iran's getting scary.
Iran,
sorry.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's getting scary? You mean the situation over there? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And
we got World War III coming, y'all.
Yep.
You know what? And what I heard, and it could be wrong, I'm just listening to the talking heads, but that Venezuela was about blocking oil to China. Iran
what?
is about blocking oil supplies
Oh
to
yeah.
China.
Oh yeah. Because China is yeah.
So I think China is the central issue here, and Trump is after them so hard. You know,
well, Russia and China are also sending oil now to Cuba, even though Trump has put threats out there that you better not send Cuba anything. Because we're buying, but I think Russia has some tankers on the way because they don't do business with the U.S. that much. It's not going to affect them. And China, I believe, is Mexico is supposed to be sending some, but I don't trust that because that woman is a Zionist. That
Scheinbaum.
That Scheinbaum person. So
I don't like her. I didn't know anything about her actually.
Oh yeah, she's not
Hey,
Mexican.
Cliff, get your ass out of that.
Sheeny?
Get your ass out of that now. Eclipse. I swear to God, I will fuck your ass up. Get your
Sheeny Bomb.
Yeah, so she's a full-on Zionist, and she is not Mexican at all. So I'm trying to figure out how does she get in that position to become the president of Mexico? So that's quite interesting.
So you think she was placed in Mexico somehow?
Oh, of course.
She may have been. I mean, because it is weird. Yeah, that the president of Mexico is. I mean, because the percentage of population of those types of people is very very low.
Yeah.
And yet there she is.
And they're very tribal down there. They usually have their own Gonzaleses or whatever the hell, hell, Scheinbaum.
Yeah.
We've got these expats that went down there with all their fucking, $1 million that they made over the course of their life and are buying up properties and they're jacking up the cost of everything. And so the people in these cities, are like bashing the windows and shit of these stores. Yeah. And yet she is able to make it. It does seem a little strange.
It's very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I can't read too much into it because I don't have any thing to point to and be like, there's a connection here, because she seems relatively like fuck Trump to some degree. That said, she also stopped sending stuff to Cuba after Donald Trump threatened them. So in that instance, she didn't say fuck Trump.
Yeah, and I'm old. I've been around for a few decades, so when I look around the world, it seems like there's a lot of odd, weird fuckery going on everywhere. You know what I mean? Yep. And that's a really technical political term, I guess, fuckery, but that's what I see. It's happening on so many different fronts, in business and,
It's exposed now. It's always been that way.
Everywhere.
It's exposed now. Yeah, look at Cuba. Is that Cuba?
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, this didn't even happen. I mean, because think about it. You cut off all the power, guys. All your food rots in the fridge.
Yep.
You can't do surgeries. You can't fucking pump gas. You can't clean your water. So you're bathing in shit water or just not sanitary water. It's a fucking disaster.
Here's the thing.
And you have no power.
And this is part of the plan. They fuck up a country, turn it into a shithole, and then they go in like the great protectors and the great. We're gonna save you, and then they turn it into beachfront property. That's what they want. Marco Rubio is all over this.
And Mega says, "Oh yeah, give me more."
And they'll never be able to get on a plane or pay for a plane ticket to go down there.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're just like stealing. We're just straight up. We're fucking pirates, guys. This nation is pirate now.
It's always been a pirate, darling.
Fucking
out.
Well, it's crazy because. Go ahead.
I was just watching a video. I'd like to go back in history and look at the stuff that America has done around the world. And I was watching a little documentary on Ancient Orange and what it did to the country of Vietnam and how their kids were. They were Agent Orange.
Yes.
They were. Their kids were born with birth defects for a couple of generations. It was just unbelievable. They couldn't even grow food in their country because of that stuff being sprayed on all the vegetation.
Yep.
It was just. We have a long history of doing really messed up shit around the world.
Evil, demonic. Yes.
Yeah, and like instilling nations, it's not new. Hawaii,
Right.
for example,
Right.
great example of that. There's like no bottom to
And
what
don't
this
forget that
country will do.
Canada thinks that they're out of it. Don't forget that bastard said you're going to be the 51st state. Oh, he's coming for you, Canada. I know a lot of you Canadians think that everything is calm. He's coming for you. He's coming.
I still
We
laugh
don't
about.
have to look far to see the tragedy. Look at Hawaii, what we did to Hawaii.
I still laugh about the Royal Rumble, Zyle, that we had up on this panel. Bunny, to the Bunny B, we had a fucking, it was like 4 Canadians and 4 Americans on it. They were fucking going off. I ain't never seen a Canadian pissed, but all of them were like,
You pissed off the Canadians?
It was crazy. Well,
The
no, this
Canadians who
guy,
are ticked off are the best ones.
The only way to piss off the Canadian was on the hockey rink.
So
Who was that?
it was
I
I
can't
can't remember
remember
his
who it
fucking
was.
name, but
Was it
no, he
John? No.
I think it was one of them's name was John. Yeah, because I think that was the
I
one that
thought
had turned his camera
okay.
on. Yeah,
So it
because
was
remember,
John.
yeah,
Okay.
he had dark skin,
I
and he's
thought
like,
so.
I'm not white or whatever, and he's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
just trashing America. I mean, straight up trashing America. And Zio's like, listen, we can talk shit about our own country. Fuck if you're gonna come in here and do
That's
that.
right.
Like it was pretty funny though. It was a good time.
And then a Canadian called me Sequisha or Laquita.
Oh
And,
yeah.
he was so, I said, oh, the nice Canadian called me a bitch and every word under the
Yep.
sun. These
He
nice
sure did.
Canadians had fangs. It was hilarious. It was
And then
absolutely.
try to say it wasn't a racial thing. He misunderstood your name.
Yeah,
He
it was,
misread the name.
Look, was it LaQuisha or Sequisha?
LaQuisha, yeah,
It
LaQuisha.
was LaQuisha. Yeah.
LaQuisha.
Oh Lord.
Like, like you
I think he
misread
told me to go eat
Maverick.
my fried chicken and watermelon, something like that. It was insane.
Well, and that's when you were on the Maverick one, weren't you?
That's right. I was on the Maverick. Was I on the Maverick?
So
Yeah.
are we talking
I think
regular
so.
I think you
Canadians
were.
or are we talking maple MAGAs?
No, these were liberals. They were
were
liberals.
liberals?
Yeah,
They were fucking
yeah.
liberals.
They were on the left. Oh, and they like whenever Zio started hit on that one because the whole time I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, you're a fucking asshole. You and your passive
And I'm
aggressive
like,
little
what the
bitch
fuck's
attitude.
going on? I'm
Uh-huh.
like, Liv didn't cut you. They're talking about America. I'm like, wait a fucking minute. What the fuck is? I let his black, especially his black ass, thinking that he's a regular. I told him ICE is gonna come up there, and then they brought an indigenous up there. You know how they always try to tokenize their dark friends.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm indigenous.
Yep.
And I'm for everything that I'm like, bitch, get ready to get ICE to come up there and snatch your ass somewhere too. Oh, it was brutal. It was brutal.
Full disclosure, I'm white as a sheet of paper, but I come from St. Louis, so I'm probably blacker than most of the people that
my God, you're
claim
from
to
St.
be
Louis,
black
Missouri.
that want to be in the fucking MAGA movement, and they say,
Yeah.
well, I'm black, so MAGA can't be racist. I'm like, listen here,
Right.
motherfucker.
Right.
Listen
Can't be
here.
racist. What are we talking about? We have it I think every like melanated group of people have a name for those who may look like the people but don't act like it. Like for
name
example,
only, yeah.
indigenous, we call them apples. Red on the
Apples?
outside, white on the inside.
Oh my God, that's so fucking great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Fucking so, it's not like those people don't exist where they're like, yeah, but I'm the exemption.
Right.
I'm white,
Well,
because
I say-
I have assimilated.
I grew up in St. Louis, but I've moved by necessity a little south of St. Louis into MAGA country, man. It's so bad down here. They see me walk in a room and they groan because they're like, here comes that liberal. And I gotta
Do you
tell
have
you,
colored hair? Do you have colored
oh,
hair?
I know, but I'll go toe
okay.
to toe and nose to nose with Marines on politics. I don't give a shit. Listen, guys, I'm a nurse and I got C19 from a patient. And so it shot my kidneys. I'm on dialysis 3 days a
wow.
week.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
So my first statement that I say to him when I look him right in their beady little eyes is, listen, man, I'm on dialysis already. I got 1 foot in the fucking grave. You really want to try me? And they're like, what? I'm like, listen, don't be coming over here saying racist shit to me. Don't be coming over here spouting your love for your orange Jesus. I don't want to fucking hear it. And they get, they get a little crazy with me after that. But I don't care. That's what I'm there for,
McTaco tits. McTaco tits.
Yeah,
I
and
love
maybe I'm a
that.
little aggressive and a little crazy. I don't care. It's going to take that to push
Thank you,
back
Kara.
against these morons. You know what
shit.
I mean?
Thank you, Kara.
You got to push back against these people.
Kara for the win.
And let them
Kara
know.
for the win.
Yeah.
I'm finally going to be able to eat tonight.
Oh,
yay.
wow, yay.
And it's pushing back against the microaggressions. So.
Loudmouth, do you need me to add you to our food box community drive?
You may. I'm about to have to move out this bitch. I'm about to have to. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you going back?
I don't know that I have a choice. Yeah. Yeah, because Donald Trump's economy is so great.
Yeah. Oh no, it's really great. This is the best in the world. Remember?
It really is.
Listen, I had to get my truck. I have a massive truck, guys. So it needed an alternator. I had taken it to the people to do this, whatever all that electrical shit for a fucking alternator. $600 just to get
Jesus
an alternator.
Christ.
You can get an alternator from one of those auto stores for $100 or something. But because they are double and tripling their what do you call? I thought I was going to have to spend over $1,000 because they rip you off big time in California. But they double and triple what they used to. It used to be $85 an hour for a mechanic. Now it's like $150 or $100. It's ridiculous. It's insanity.
You know what?
You
save that money. You come on down here. It'll be cheaper for you to fly to Nebraska and have me fix it for you for free.
But
and I will too.
But Bunny, that's Nebraska, darling. I cannot give up California for Nebraska.
No, I'm saying come here just for me to fix it. I wouldn't want you to move here, my love. I hate it here.
Oh, good.
As soon as my girl,
thank you for the follow, Holly.
These cars.
As soon as my girl is 19,
Holy.
I am out of here. But in Nebraska, I have to wait till she's 19.
Wow. Oh,
I can't. I cannot live across the bridge into Iowa, but I could live across the state as long as I'm still in Nebraska for parenting.
Wow.
It's the same way in Iowa. I can't get a court in Iowa to hear my my modification case because I moved out of Iowa.
Yep.
Wow. Oh my God.
And my ex is very not good and would try to take my kid from me if I did.
Wow.
So, don't even
get
give
that. My
him
ex
that
is part of the
chance.
15%, so I totally
I'd
get
live
that.
You never know what hell
my
people are
kid,
going
man.
through. So I guess I got to stop complaining about my cars and people are going through hell.
I'm jealous as hell of anybody that lives in California. I'd love to live out there.
Honey, it rained for 2 weeks. I wanted to kill somebody.
I know it's everybody saying. I'm like, get out of here, man. We get tornadoes and everything else in Missouri.
No.
Shit.
If it's 50 degrees here, we're complaining. No. See, the sun is beating right now.
We had 70 degrees like 2 days ago, and then yesterday we had a snowstorm.
That's Missouri too.
I love that. I love that.
I don't.
Oklahoma's like that too. One of the worst blizzards they had was fucking last part of April, I think it was. It may have been the beginning of March. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's when the rain start moving in. It can be heavy storms.
That was the year we actually moved onto the river when that fucking snowstorm happened. Yeah, we thought we were in the clear, but nope, that was wild.
Yeah, we got schizophrenic weather here, and I went to Florida one time. I worked with terminally ill kids, and I was part of the Make-A-Wish trip. I got to go with them. So I go down to Florida. It's in February, right? Up here, it was snowing its ass off. Down in Florida, it was like 75 degrees. They're walking around in jackets and like they're freezing. I was in the pool, man. I'm like, yeah, I'm flopping around like a freaking sea lion. And they're going, how can you swim when it's this cold? I said, man, I'm from Missouri. I'll jump into a creek that's spring fed and freezing. It don't bother me at all.
Yeah, that's
love
that's great. What do you guys think? Because I don't think I've asked y'all yet. Do you think that Trump is going to try and pack the court? Because he brought it up yesterday, and let's see if I still have it. I had it up earlier. I may have closed that down.
Does pack the court mean expand the number of justices?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he's smart, he would, because Biden's dumbass should have done it.
He should.
And
Oh, yeah.
they
I
should
still have it here.
500 of them on there.
Yeah,
but
let me
it's not
play
gonna do him
this.
any good. They're still voting against him. So,
Well, if he packs it with
law.
If he packs it with even
Pam
more,
Bondi, if he packs with Pam Bondi,
he'll get that. Yeah, he'll be
Marco
able to.
Rubio.
Yeah, here we go.
Lindsey Graham up there.
Let me play this real quick.
Impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't.
I may be too far because I already played
I
it
don't
this morning.
think
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, back it up.
And might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs.
Give me a second. I'll fucking find it. I'm gonna find it. I don't want to fuck.
Yeah,
I can't stand listening to that.
I can't
fucking
stand.
I don't know.
blowhard.
I don't think he meant, or they meant what they said, but I think they meant what I think they should do.
Right.
So that's what they really.
Well, he cannot stand disloyalty or betrayal, and that's what he feels the Supreme Court did.
But
to
he's
him.
disloyal and he betrays all the time.
Fuck yeah.
He's disgusting. He was a little piece of trash from New York, and people are cowering because of him. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
There we go. I found it. Let's see. 1142. Yeah, right.
I have to wonder to a certain extent how much of his fear stems from his association with certain members of, like Al Capone's descendants.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
All right, here we go.
Could be.
Pack the Supreme Court.
Because
maybe
they
should
never
do it.
forget that you're a rat.
Maybe they want to pack the opposite way. They like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it.
And see, now he's relating, he was talking about Democrats doing it.
Right.
But it was completely and totally out of context with what he was saying. It made no sense to me, I'm like, is this dude about to, try and get Congress to add another fucking, justice?
6 more. He can add. There's no limit. He can add 12 more.
Right.
If he was smart, he would add 50 more and make them all staunch MAGA. He would be brilliant because we fucking like I said, those Democrats that are supposed to be for us, they're not for us. Joe Biden should have.
He should
the
have.
fuck out of that court.
We asked him to. We begged him to. You watch. If he does this, the Democrat that comes in, if we get another one of these fucking shill rats, they're going to go in there and be like, we're not going to do that because when they go low, we go high.
But wait a minute. They already picked who's going to be president. You know that. They're madly in love. I talked to her on a Black Live. Miss Gavin. I'm like, bitch, are you crazy?
Well, Democrats never took the time to Trump-proof the Constitution and the law to prevent this kind of thing from happening.
They're going to have
to. That was their problem.
They
she should have done that because
they're all playing games with, and they're not going to do it. They should have codified Roe. They should have made sure that people had universal health care. They should have made sure that the working class and the working poor, now that we know you can do it, had permanent tax cuts. How come they get to have permanent tax cuts?
That's right.
Nobody else gets permanent. So they've been playing with us guys.
Preach.
And they're all elite.
Testify.
All elite. Right. Yeah, they're all elite. So we're being fucked by both sides.
But
and
we can't change anything until we get back in power.
No,
and
power
we'll
to
never.
Do what? Rubber.
I know
Rubber.
it.
Power
I know
to
it.
do what?
I
But
know
here's
it.
the thing: you got to remember that there are power-hungry people on both sides of the table eating from the same plate, and you can't just come out with these statements like "vote blue no matter who" or "vote red no matter what," because sometimes your guy isn't the best guy for the job, and we are in precarious times right now politically. We don't know who's good and who's bad. I personally am of the opinion that we need to strip it down to the bolts and start again.
Well, I agree that a third party is our only option, but it's never going to.
If you are pro-Israel, if you're feeding them and you still think and you're voting yes on sending them aid, you're not for me. That's my number one litmus test. You must denounce them and like Bernie Sanders and now defund them. Defund them. That's what Bernie Sanders was saying recently. Defund them.
But
They
what
don't
I was
need anything
saying
from us.
is that a third party getting into power is basically our only option to make the necessary changes to save this nation. But a third party will never get the amount of votes needed to take office. So what is our only option? To vote Democrat. And that's why I vote Democrat. I don't particularly love it, but I have to do it, hoping that some liberal will squeak their way in there and do the kind of shit I want done.
Yeah,
It's a shitty option, but that's what it is.
Well, that's what we've been stuck at for my entire life.
Absolutely.
It's always, well, I don't like this guy, but he's better than this fucking guy.
Right.
So I'm gonna, one's a pile of diarrhea. The other one is a solid turd. Like, I'd rather have, a good fibrous diet with a solid turd, so I'm going to go with that turd.
Yeah. They all smell like shit, though.
Right. But here's the thing. And this is, I made this argument in 2016 that the same argument here with the Epstein shit. If we don't investigate and prosecute the people that were engaged in that, then they're just going to keep doing it. Right. And they're probably going to do it anyway. Right. But at least they know that if they get busted doing it, they're going to go to fucking jail or be, executed, as far as I'm concerned. So if you don't hold the Democratic Party accountable, they're just going to keep doing it again because they know that the other party is worse.
Yep.
Right.
And they're like, well, we don't really have to do anything. We can pat our own pockets. We can pander to our donors because they're going to vote for us no matter what, because they're not going to vote for that other guy.
Right.
Well, and I got to say this because we've been kind of kicking the can of the e-files around a little bit. If we as Americans can't at least come to a consensus agreement that we need to protect our young people, what the hell are we doing? I mean, I just can't believe that people can't come together and say, yeah, that shit was really wrong. We have to do something about that.
When did we ever protect our young people? Can you give me a time?
Oh, I wish I could say that we always did, but we haven't.
Never. Right, never. We don't give a fuck about
But I thought we were at least under the illusion that we did.
And that's right. The illusion. See, that's the only silver lining. I pissed this one liberal off. I was on his panel. He's like, Trump is bad for America. I went on there and I was like, no, he's not. And let me explain why. And of course, I'm being facetious when I'm saying it, but I'm like, he's shining a spotlight on all the fucked up shit that we've been doing for so long. Because a lot of the things that Trump is doing, we've been doing for a while, but it was always like behind the scenes and it was with a smile on our face. And Trump is like, fuck it. We're gonna take this president. We've already done that before. We're gonna take this country and steal all their shit. We've done that before too. We're gonna fucking embargo the shit out of this country and make them collapse. We've done that before many, many times. So
glorify fraud, glorify videos.
This spotlight has woken people up to exactly what we've done. And then they get to look back in history and see all of the previous times, because MAGA will come on a panel and be like, yeah, but what about when Hoover did it, or Eisenhower, or Truman, and so now people are starting to learn, holy fucking shit, we have been doing this forever.
Of this shit.
And it has to breed change. If it doesn't, it's because Americans are just too goddamn comfortable and they're just not willing to fucking do anything. It's like, yeah, but like my Netflix show, I might miss my Netflix show.
Well, the difference is that they used to do it nice and quiet. Now Trump is just doing it loud and in a spotlight, and they can't just sweep it under the rug. They gotta go, you know what? This guy's a real problem,
and then people are like,
everybody's looking at us, and they know that we glorify crime and we glorify, doing whatever you can to step on the little guys to get to the top,
Yeah. And it's,
So-
it's just a rinse and repeat because
That's the American way, baby. That's
Yeah.
the American way.
So the solution is gonna look bad. I think it really will, because I think people are just gonna have to suffer a lot before they are like, fuck it, like the Great Depression. I mean, people had to suffer. Thank you, Des.
What do you think the most harm this administration has done to what group of people? I've asked this before, and I want to give you an example. Who would you all say the most harm has been done to what group of people during this year that Trump has been in office?
Well, there's a potpourri of choices, but
I would say probably black people.
Well, I would say the people that he took the ACA away from.
Yeah, because economically, I would say probably black people, because immediately, especially black women.
Black
women, yes.
350 plus thousand, and black women are the number one head of household, the most educated demographic in this country. You hit that power source. Guess what? Black women stay silent, though. They're having home foreclosures on the rise. Trump will tell you that unemployment is down. When we know if you fire 350,000 people of one group, that can't be possible, right?
Real talk, are you specifically talking about the DEI kind of stuff?
No. These are federal black worker employees.
The federal employees.
From the federal government. DEI doesn't affect black people. It affects white women.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I didn't know.
DEI and affirmative action was that was help white women. That didn't really help black people, right? And the DEI basically was for anybody of any marginalized community, people who were disabled. That's a DEI hire under the DEI. So people just happen to think it's black. So it sounded good to MAGA when he was talking about get rid of DEI. In their mind, they heard, we're going to stop these N-words from getting jobs that they don't deserve. That's what that was about. It was a mind game, just like the SNAP situation. People think that most people on SNAP are black people. It is not. MAGA was the ones that was on SNAP. And when they stopped it, they were on here making videos crying about needing their SNAP. So you better be careful what you wish for.
Well, and I was telling MAGA about this, and they were arguing with me. And I said, no, man, I watched this happen in real time in St. Louis. When you incarcerate...
Oh, I saw that. Did I send you that?
So many black women or black men to jail. Yeah. You actually empowered black women to become educated and become head of household. And they became so powerful that they are a force to be reckoned with politically.
And that's why the administration
everything.
did what they did.
Oh yeah, they want to silence y'all.
Guys, we're all in danger. Listen to this video.
Yeah, this is fucking nuts.
Did you? I seen this. Yes, I did. I'm on Social Security. It freaked me out.
Is it? I can go ahead and play it because I'm sure somebody in the comments has said it. All right.
Did the Lord make a way? Because if you depending on the government, that the Lord will make a way.
A North Texas woman is fighting to get her Social Security benefits restored. She says her immigration status is being questioned even though she was born in Dallas. Good evening, I'm Clarice Tinsley. Ramona Rakestraw received Social Security supplemental income because of medical disabilities, but that income has stopped around questions of her legal status. She says she has never been out of Dallas County in her life. Fox 4 Sean Rabb in the newsroom with Ramona Rakestraw's story. Sean.
And quite a story indeed, but you know what? She may not be the only one. Ramona Rakestraw, due to severe illness, has been on Medicare Part B and received SSI payments for years. Now, both were stopped for a while last year. Her insurance, Medicare Part B, restored. Her benefits income, not. The government says she's not lawfully present in the U.S. So how do you feel about that?
I am shocked.
Kidney disease took Ramona Rakestraw to dialysis at age 28, then a transplant. 30 years later, back on dialysis and a cancer diagnosis in 24. All that time, she's received SSI, Supplemental Security Income from Social Security. Shocked when it stopped last October. And so when you called them, they told you what?
They told me my immigrant status was being questioned. And so I said, I'm not an immigrant.
But there are circumstances that can trigger flags about citizenship status. So I ask, have you ever lived out of the country?
No.
Have you been out of the country for 30 days or longer?
No.
I went further. Have you been out of Dallas County?
No.
Ever in life?
Never.
Rakestraw says she took her ID and her birth certificate, born in
Fucking
Parkland
crazy.
Hospital, 1966, to her Social Security office. Then receiving this letter from the Social Security Administration.
Saying we cannot give you your benefits.
We cannot pay you benefits because you are not lawfully present in the U.S.
These
That's my income, my
motherfuckers.
whole income.
Now, you do have the right to appeal.
Yes. And I have written out the forms and everything, and I am appealing.
If you receive notice of benefit denial or suspension, you have 60 days to request an appeal. You must have an in-person meeting and update your status to prove citizenship. Your case will be reviewed by a different person than the one who made the denial decision. And you hope that's approved?
Yes.
What happens if not?
I don't know. Let's just take it a day at a time.
So what?
Absolutely fucking disgusting, but the question, and you hope that's approved.
Yeah.
No dumbass. No dumbass.
Think about this. You have 60 days, but in those 60 days, you get a fucking a notice of eviction because you still got to pay your goddamn bills.
Right.
You get your lights turned off, your gas turned off, all of that.
Fucking disgusting.
So as a person on disability, I can tell you that if you have to go to that Social Security office, they have fired so many people from or laid them off or whatever, that getting an appointment with them is next to impossible. Trying to get them on the phone, next to impossible.
I got a recording of them not coming.
And I do understand that she is a woman of color and that them going after her saying her immigration status is yada, 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 that they're doing this maliciously, probably.
Of course they are.
And the little mustache man went after disabled people. That was one of the demographics that he went after very hard.
That's right. I forgot about that.
We cost a lot of money.
It was
if
the
you
first
don't realize that.
that he went after.
Yeah.
Sure as fuck was.
So that might be the next link on his chain of debauchery, you know?
So this is going to be happening probably across the board.
Yes, ma'am. I would watch. Yep. I'll be keeping track of your people that are on disability because...
Oh, I have a 95-year-old that I take care of, and I let their asses have it.
Yeah. Yep.
We're all going to be on the news if they keep fucking around with people.
Well, you know it's going to come to some bad shit eventually.
This might sound terrible, but the people I know voted for this.
Yes.
So ultimately, I'm just going to sit back and let them soak in it.
Right. Oh, I want them to suffer. Listen, I loved playing the I will vote for Donald Trump song. I love it. I love that they're deporting you with a Trump tattoo on your neck. I'm glad they've deported your ass and sent you home in an inner tube. Now you're going back to a country. Now you're going back to a country where you have to put firewood to get heat. You deserve that.
I would love to watch them suffer, but the problem is when they go down, we go down because, you know, if you say, well, here in Missouri, 70% of farmers have voted for Trump. And you know what that means? Missouri, where are we going to get our food? They're all going bankrupt, you know?
Good. I want them to go bankrupt.
I get it, but then Big Ag takes over and it's a bad deal, man.
Look, I'm sorry,
tell
but
that to the farmers who voted for it.
You say that, and all I hear is we're going down, down.
That's right.
Right.
I feel
do not care.
I don't give one fuck about it. Let them suffer big time. We should not bail them out. Miss Maybelline, also known as JD Vance, is going to take her eyeliner and buy up those farms.
Miss Maybelline, you mean couch humper?
Miss Maybelline.
Right.
What about the Cubans?
I love it.
For this,
I love
watching their families have to go through this. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, but what about the ones who are being deported? Several Cubans have already been deported.
Right.
So you voted for this. Now you're in a country and you got to go hunt for firewood, bitch, so you
That's
can get
right.
some heat. Good God bless you. I love that.
Yeah, and I think they are okay with it, the ones that are still here,
Oh, sure.
because it allows them to say, well, that'll get rid of the government that I didn't like. It's crazy.
And Marco Rubio is spearheading all of it.
Yeah, it is weird because they were like, we were under a dictator, and so they come to America as
And vote
kids,
for a
become
dictator.
citizens, and then vote for a fucking dictator.
What Rubio? What a traitor to his people! My God.
Oh yeah.
And don't forget the Venezuelans, all of those cans. Venezuelans, Mexicans, a lot of them voted for this nonsense. And that's why I really listen. I'm vicious. I don't feel too sorry when I see a lot of them dragged out of on the streets by ICE. They voted for that shit in high numbers. Why? Because you're a misogynist and you're anti-black. A lot of you deserve what you're getting. Unfortunately, people who try to save democracy are going to hurt. But when I see them get there was this one girl whose father was in hospice, and she and her family voted for MAGA and Trump. They snatched his ass up. He's in a center, unaliving because he was terminal. I did not cry a tear. Why are you on the news talking about this now? You should hold your head in shame because you voted for it.
The one that got me was the white guys who were veterans who married to an immigrant wife.
Right.
And voted for Trump. I said, are you crazy? What are you doing?
Did you hear the one about the ICE agent who he was out on duty, or doing whatever? He comes home to find out that another ICE agent had
Snatched
taken
his
his
wife.
2 kids.
Oh, wow.
And then so by the time he had found out, they're 2 states away.
Wow.
So he has to go fight for them, but he goes to get them and everything without any of his own documents, and they detained his ass too.
I love it.
I
love
was
it.
grinning ear to ear.
I
Fuck
love
around
it.
and find out. That's karma, bitch.
Liberal, did you have that? Did you have that video of the one ICE agent sitting in a truck and he had an accent that was so thick it's like somebody put molasses and cream of wheat and oatmeal in his mouth without any liquid, and he was talking about if you speak loud, I'm gonna basically tell him he was gonna unalive him. We gotta call ICE on ICE. Do you know how many ICE agents?
Ice, baby. Down, down,
right.
down, 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 down. Motherfuckers. Yeah,
Well,
let me see if I have that video.
I know in Minnesota they've been using ICE tactics against them by like setting up their own barriers and stuff and requiring ID to get in. So like you have to have a Minnesota residence ID.
I think the best one was when they had the hotel where they were staying at, the ICE agents. They surrounded the hotel and wouldn't let them get to their vehicles or any of that. It was so great.
God, you guys remember the finger that got chewed off?
Ooh,
Did
no.
you guys,
Which one
you
was
didn't,
that?
You didn't see that? They
two of them.
And it's like, listen, motherfucker, why would you put your finger in their mouth?
Exactly.
What did you think was going to happen?
You know we've been protesting all day.
Yes,
We're
and
hungry.
I don't think I can show the picture because
No, don't show it.
But there's a picture of the finger in one of those medical urinal cups.
Oh my gosh.
I did see that. It was
Did
great.
you see in Compton that they pew-pewed ICE? They thought they were going to
I
bring their ass
did.
to Compton. Compton is not black
Hey.
anymore. And they pew-pewed the shit out of them.
I was saying, I don't see them coming walking their ass into East St. Louis. I'm ready.
no,
Come
they're not
on,
gonna go
let's
there.
go.
They're not going there.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, man. Be brave. You signed up to work for ICE. Come on to East St. Louis. See what happens.
I'm still looking for that video. I know I had it at some point.
You had it because you played it before.
Yeah, but it may have been on the other computer.
I know I've been seeing a lot of the recruitment ads around Nebraska anyway,
Fucking
and
sick.
it's disgusting. They're so like in your face propaganda bullshit. Like it's disgusting.
And people think these protests are bad now. And I'm like, man, you guys got no idea how bad this can get. In Ferguson, they came at us with fucking tanks. And they had AKs pointed at us. You know what I mean?
Well, that was because
Shooting
black
rubber
people were
bullets
involved.
and,
That's because
well,
black people were involved. Black
well,
people are
yeah.
sitting back, and it's not
You're
that violent.
absolutely 100% right about that. Yep.
Did you guys see the
But
Olathe,
honestly, they've
Kansas?
done enough.
What?
The
Olathe,
Kansas. Brian and Brandon Ottawa are U.S. citizens, and ICE tried to ram their truck in a Walmart parking lot, pulled them out at gunpoint because they claimed that the owner of the truck, you know, who the truck is registered to, was registered to it illegal. Did you guys not see that?
No. Can you show that?
Yeah, I can show the small video. I did a video about it on TikTok, but let me see if I can find the interview.
Wait, was this one in Walmart where they got this little boy?
No. Let me see. Brian Ottawa ICE,
I'm
because they did an
surprised he's still out
interview
there.
with those two brothers. ICE's official statement. Fuck ICE's official statement. Why is this not pulling up anything?
I think it's a glitch because something's glitching on this app. I'm seeing double, triple numbers, so I don't know.
Well, this is through Google. Brian Ottawa ICE.
No, those are gifts that you've gotten, Zio. The ones
But
that
I don't know what I only see 58, and I see a 2, and then I see under you I see a 2 and then a 7 on the bottom of the
those
2.
are that's gifts you've gotten. You've gotten 582 coins or points or whatever it's called.
Oh. Well,
And
tell
then-
everybody, don't gift me, darlings. Gift the host, because they will snatch this account in 5 seconds.
Yeah. Can I say something about what was said in the comments? JJ's Crazy World said they drive meals to an underground pantry. I'm assuming Minnesota. We don't play. There's a several step verification. Bless you for doing that.
Oh, okay.
I've got it here. Let me pull up this. This is the local.
Wait, guys, we're gonna play a video, guys. Guys, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100K, guys.
Did we get a 50? Oh, we're at 60K. Only 40K to go.
Protect the live.
Keep tapping.
Yep.
Keep tapping, guys. Tap.
It also helps protect the live.
Oh my God, Lonnie put a lot of numbers for the gifting goal. We have 31 of 50 of the gifting goal. Thank you, thank you, guys.
And thank you, Lena.
Thank you, Lonnie. Thank you, Kara and Caleb.
Ooh, I got somebody sent Rubber Duck. You're the goat. Apparently, you got a goat. That's badass.
And make sure you guys are copy, linking, reposting. Oh, go. Sorry. Go ahead.
Over the weekend, it happened at the Walmart in Olathe off North 7 Highway. One of the teens telling us he was taken into custody even though he's a U.S. citizen. It happened in a matter of minutes.
I'm still a little shaken and traumatized.
ICE agents in Olathe handcuffing and pinning a 19-year-old U.S. citizen on the pavement.
At gunpoint. Why was that needed?
It was Saturday morning around 9 when Brian and Brandon Otterin were heading to Walmart to meet Brian's girlfriend when they were notified that immigration officers were nearby. The brothers tried to avoid ICE officers until they stopped to get food in the area, and that's when they say they almost got hit.
One of the ICE agents proceeded to try to hit us, and my brother tried to move around and not get hit by the cars.
The duo says they were followed by ICE to Walmart and were confronted by agents once they parked in the street.
The ICE agent proceeded to point a gun at my head and say, "Get the out the car." The guy that took me out the car tried to grab me from my neck and pull me out. When I got to the floor, he put both of his knees on me, on my back.
You can hear one of the agents in the video.
He was like, "Guess what?" And then he's like, "We own you now."
Brian's girlfriend witnessed the whole ordeal.
When I was telling them, he's a U.S. citizen, what are you doing?
Brian says he was taken to a municipal court and questioned by agents.
And I guess they were trying to make me confess to supposedly making a crime.
Brian was eventually let go from custody, but the brothers still living with that fear from what happened.
I feel scared. I wouldn't want this on my own parents. that's trauma that I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life.
And the brothers tell us they do plan to take legal action in this incident. The Johnson County Sheriff's Office told us tonight they have not been contacted by DHS on any operations they're conducting. Olathe Police told us they were not involved in ICE's operation, and we reached out to ICE for comment, and we're still waiting to hear back.
You reached out to ICE for a lie, motherfucker?
You look
These
like
people
he's
are
still a
just,
baby.
I know. It's so fucking disgusting, these people. They're just
It's
kidnapping.
going to be. It's going to be so many lawsuits that's going to drain this system.
That's what I was
guys,
about to
from
say.
all this shit.
That's the point. I think that's the point.
Yep.
I think that's why they're doing
But
this
what's
shit.
it going to cost the taxpayers to field all these lawsuits?
Congress needs
Because
to
these
pass a
people,
law
they have a case.
and say Donald Trump has to foot that fucking bill himself.
Wouldn't that be fabulous?
Hey, Liv, did
That
you
would
see
be
my message?
fucking funny.
Did
what?
you see my message?
What
if you're at the
message?
computer, pull up EFTA 000372339.
Okay, hold on.
Damn. You got to slow that down.
I'm not going to remember all those
I
numbers.
don't remember the first letter she said.
What is that? Your social security number or what?
Yeah, hold on.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
This shit is sick, guys. Every fucking minute of the day is something new.
Yes, I'm 18 years of age or older. Fuck, you don't know what a cookie is, government? Jesus Christ, I have to answer that
They
every
don't
time I
want you
go
to be
here.
They don't want you to be
Motherfucker.
18. They want you to be
they're
younger.
Like, if you say no, I wonder if somebody's going to show up and be like, do you want to be a model? Do you want to be a model?
That's right.
Okay, what was the EFTA what?
It's EFTA 000372339. Read it from the bottom up.
Started from the bottom, now I'm here. All right, let's see. Let's pull this bitch up. Oh, that's a lot of pages.
You're going to want to read it.
Let's see.
God damn.
I almost, to troll you, started saying Melvin, but at least not 65. You can see why. You said bottom. Let's start from the bottom. Anyway, let's see. Melvin Cone. Mark, I'm at a loss to compose this. Is this the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to want to save that. I have a feeling it's going to get taken down.
Hold on. Oh, I'm holding shift. I meant to hold control.
What are
All
we
right.
looking at? Is this a e-file?
I don't know. We're about to read it. Yep. I'm at a loss to compose this well, but I think you will understand it. And if not, please don't hesitate to ask any questions. My eyes are shot and I have a strong headache looking at the screen. In other circumstances, I would work this out and send you a better missive, but I feel you want this sooner rather than later. With that preface, I have a read. I feel bad about not being able to show you my full hand at the moment. Not to be taken personally, but we are talking on a listening device, and listening devices, like walls, have ears. What I am considering to give you some sense of ease is showing up at the door of a notary who is also an officer of the court,
Yeah, you can
and
skip
who
that
has
part.
known for me for decades, along with my passport, to make a sworn statement as to my identity. Where do I need to start then?
Go to the next sentence after that chapter you were reading and start there.
Without narrowing down my identity too much, I can tell you that I was in U.S. military intel and had a clearance issued to me young, when my uncle was in fact head of international relations at the Pentagon and answered directly to the president. Other family members hold TS Plus, and I might ask one to be a liaison. But the point is not who I am, it is your security. Please do not be lulled into a false sense of such because you were left alone to parade your car, etc. in full view. I would ask Ramon to keep the metal gates down at all times in the future. When the number one target was a risk factor to a certain already mentioned person and their allies, you were safe until he was out of the equation. Now they can work down the list. I'm not sure if GM is in on it or their allies. She thinks she is, but allies have ways of falling out or falling down dark stairs despite her power. Interesting. I gave you a warning. You might cynically think what I might want in return. It might cross your mind that I work for a security firm and want you as a client. I do not. I make no referral that way. There are many which employ the kind of people I did mention, nor do I want money or access to any assets. but I am ready at this time to tell you what I do want, and I would think that there is much symbiosis. Let me back up just a bit and say that while Jeffrey would never do anything that he knew would hurt other Jays, he has left lots of anti-Jay conspiracy theorists to use. No surprise to you, I am sure that many are rushing to say that he, and you sometimes, even all of us, are Mossad. And I take into account that many of the accusations against him are false, some conflated. His friend, Mr. Dershowitz, has already 100% proven them wrong, one accuser a liar. Not to paint Jeffrey as a saint, he ought to have spent more time studying Torah than partying in the company of ungodly people. The Goyim. His poor choices of companions and his poor choice of activities has done harm not only to him but to all Jays. This is in fact what part of what some foreign intel agencies want to happen, making their own presence and making iCountry weaker. I complicate this, my apologies, but it is a complex equation of using cutouts to do intel work and then letting others take the blame. In this case, non-Jays used Jeffrey. My concern is for the J people. You are a J, I am a J. What is to be done to rectify this? You have some things here. You have information which you may not know the value of, as far as it shows that neither you, he, are Mossad or even working knowingly for a foreign intel agency. But there is the presence of certain parties in this mix who are, including on the Humpty Dumpty charity, which you and he were a part of, along with 29 congressmen. On that bipartisan list, we find Hank Johnson, who calls Jays termites. Already there is a comment not on anti-Jay conspiracy sites, but among members of the tribe. I will not press you for an explanation here, but it is not making the rest of us happy. What is your duty to the Jay community and to your country, America, in light of this? Clearly, it is to aid in identifying those parties that had access to Jay at certain times. Years ago, Jay had some exposure to North Korean Chinese agents. It was in the proximity of arms dealers who sold to these nations on behalf of them. Gerald Bull may have been involved after being stripped of his U.S. citizenship, and possibly Dr. Herman Urban, that would have been in Europe 70s, 80s. Up to the present, what needs to be known is more about the PRC Chinese execs at Humpty, and anything else you might see or recall. I appreciate your help, which might be of great use, and I would expect that you would not at all go unappreciated for that. You can see why I have an interest in your longevity. 120, but at least not 65. Melvin. What the fuck?
Yeah, baby.
And then, hang on. And then
that was to his brother.
Yeah, and then Mark writes back, do you know Jumas from, I may slaughter this, I don't know how it's pronounced, but Knesset? And then go up to the top.
Right here. Is it? Let me see. Mark.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, this is the whole thing. Mark. Wait, this is so that one was from Melvin to, and fucking these
Mark,
pieces of
and then
shit.
If you look right at
they
the bottom
redacted who it was
top.
sent to. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, so this is from Mark, to Mark. Yeah. Thank you for your prompt. Thank you for your prompt reply. My apologies on my slowness. Jumas I met once in Lord Ahmed's chamber at iCountry Shamir's book launch. If I recall, he was distressed with the Turkish ambassador remark that Palestine was a swamp. Having lived in Turkey, I predicted then that Turkey would not long be an ally of the iCountry, but that was my only contact with Jumas. If you are talking about the MK, who is in a small party that I think has not presence in the Knesset, Haim Oran, the only MK I have been close to lately is Sharon Haskell, the Likud member who convinced the Likud to make pot legal. I gave her a copy of one of my books, the one that was published in English, pretty and single and hard to forget. One would expect Hank to know him. The names I mentioned, Bull and Urban, are relics. I'm sure that they played a part here, but I was clutching at straws, almost certain you would not have heard of them, but I had to try. Bull died in 1990, Urban in 1985. You may be correct that I am barking up the wrong tree to some degree. Any insight you might have would be greatly appreciated. One small suggestion, if you want to limit pesky journalists from your door, go to Redacted and look at the tenants roster. 8 CD has Anderson with Epstein next to it. It would be simple to remove your surname and limit the curiosity of the press. A green van with New York plates, possibly a Ford, seems to be in your area a lot. I cannot presume it is up to anything bad, but what little info I have, you are welcome to. The person I mentioned on the phone is not the nice person you may think they are. Neither is their spouse. They are keen on being secure in every way and have no limits to what they would do. I do not like either of them. I may be barking up the wrong tree in some ways, and as I said, I welcome any corrections, but I do have a good idea of what is going on, especially with that couple. Best, Melvin. Do you know Jumas from the Knesset? So that was Mark writing to Melvin, back to Melvin from this.
Yes.
That's weird.
I can only imagine what couple he is referring to.
The Adelsons, maybe.
Ooh. Could be. But it clearly looks like he was looking for information that E.P. Stein had with relation to iCountry governance.
Yeah, that's weird,
especially
though,
where he says you may have information of value that you do not know is valuable.
Yeah,
but we know that they're all up and through all this nonsense. Always, all up in. I don't want to hear anybody talk about Russia, or the Vatican and all that nonsense. We know who this is.
Well, at one point, didn't they mention a reporter Anderson? Is that Anderson Cooper they're talking about?
No, I think that's Anderson on the door label.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So like maybe
CD has
might be his
Anderson
girlfriend
with
or something.
Epstein.
ABC has Anderson with Epstein. What does that mean?
I don't know. 8CD has Anderson with Epstein next to it. It would be simple to remove your surname, and it may be the placard on a door.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's probably
I was
he may
just
have
wondering.
Yeah, because it's talking about the tenants roster.
Yeah, he may have like a
wondering-
significant other or something that has the last name Anderson in there.
I was just wondering because Anderson Cooper just stepped down from 60 Minutes. So
Have you
I
guys
wondered if that
noticed
was
that
something.
they said that he doesn't hurt other Jays? So
Yeah.
that means the only people that they hurt are the Goyim, because that's in their Talmud, that you can do anything you want to the Goyim.
Well, no, it said that he is hurting the Jays.
Right, his
Yeah, it
behavior
says-
and his accusation.
I thought it said
Right.
he didn't want to hurt the Jays, but he is hurting them.
But
He
he
would
said
never
that-
try to. Did it say he would never try?
Oh
to
yeah,
hurt
it did
them?
say in there that he would never try to hurt them,
Right.
but that his actions are hurting them.
Right. So it's right.
And that's
It's
a
like he would
no-no.
never intentionally try.
And that's a no. Because
Right
he's
here.
a part of the tribe. They're not
It
supposed
says-
to touch him.
Says his poor choice of companions and his poor choice of activities has done harm not only to him but to all Jays. This is in fact part of what some foreign intel agencies want to happen, masking their own presence and making I weaker. I complicate this, my apologies, but it is a complex equation of using. But see, he's trying to claim that like this is some other agency trying to make iCountry look bad.
Right.
That's what he's implying.
Right.
Which I came across this in my first thought.
Sorry, guys.
Was that this? No,
The
you're
Mossad got to you.
No, my
Yeah.
first thought is that
I
this
inhaled
is
a
one-
Chex Mix while
Oh,
I was
God,
reading
that's
that, and I tried to hold myself. It's probably going to grow roots in my lungs.
They need to put a warning on the side of the box.
Do not breathe while chewing.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
I just checked myself out.
I can't do virtual Heimlich, but I was going to try.
I got it. I got it.
Right.
It hits the camera.
Okay. Sorry, Bonnie. Go ahead.
I'm wondering to a certain extent if this is one of E's handlers trying to get their hands on either some documentation or information that Mark came into possession of upon because if you notice, this was sent the original was sent just 2 days after he was gone. That's a quick move.
You mean after he was gone? What do you mean after he was alive?
The original sent date from Melvin to Mark is August 12th of 2019. Epstein was found in his cell, supposedly no longer of this plane, on August 10th, 2019.
Yeah, how convenient. He's probably over in the I country, messing with little girls and boys as we speak.
I feel like with the timing of it, there may be maybe one of the reasons is that there's still information because if you remember during the search, the first time they removed a whole bunch of I'm sorry, hang on, I got to take this before my smoke gets stale.
It's from the bong.
Yes.
Did you get a checks too? I got it. Hold on.
Get some water.
If you remember, right, I got my drink right here. If you remember during the first time that he got caught up and got that sweetheart deal, when they searched his places, they removed stuff.
Right.
And they got it back later, and that stuff had stuff removed from it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. By the
And
way,
this was just a very peculiar find.
All this coughing makes me think we're witnessing a serial unaliving on TikTok. Get it? Serial Chex Mix.
Listen, I don't have C19. I have C420. Okay.
They got me. They got me.
Is that why you keep getting up and walking away?
Breathe. God, I can feel it in there, and I gotta try to cough it out.
Isn't air good?
It's okay. Unless you're in Cuba right now.
Shit.
Oh, God. Anyway, yeah, that's crazy shit, though. Do we know who the Melvin guy was?
So I just did a quick search. I haven't done it in depth. He's only mentioned in the files in this one. Obviously, with the archive, I can't, even if it does come back up, I can't use their search function. It doesn't work. But I did a generalized Google, and there's a couple of different ones. One that I think is interesting doesn't have the Y in the name. It has an I in the name. But he was a ASA president for the American Sociology Association. And we know that Epstein had a lot of investments and a lot of interest in the medical stuff, right? Like the psychological stuff, the genetic mutation, intentional and unintentional stuff.
Eugenics?
Like eugenics, yes.
He was into that.
But the Melvin in this particular document, didn't he say that it was kind of an alias? That he was concealing
No, he said that his name in the first one, he said MK is his initials. He said in there, don't discount that MK is my real name. And so I have to wonder, unless he's using, because there's some other Melvin Cohens that have obituaries and it's spelled the correct way. Like one of them was a doctor and a couple of other things.
It is interesting that was sent 2 days after he unalived.
Right. Yeah. It's all about the little, building the web.
But I know in the Jewish community, Cohen is a very common last name. It's like Patel in Indian people. It's a very Cohen is a very common last name.
Cohen?
Cohen. Koen.
Oh, Cohen. Oh, okay. Right.
Cohen or Cohen or something like that.
Like fucking Michael Cohen?
Yeah.
I thought it was funny when liberals latched onto this dude.
Dr. Cohen. I worked in the medical field. A lot of Dr. Cohens, and they're all Jewish. The hospital that I worked at a lot was Barnes Jewish in St. Louis.
Let me see here. I'm doing some research. I have ways. We're gonna figure this shit out.
I might dig into one of my skip trays to see what I can find.
Gerald Bull. Let's look up Gerald Bull. Canadian engineer. No, that wouldn't be him.
He also talked about what his father was in high standing in the White House, right?
Right. Bull was assassinated. Let's see. But this was a while back, so this may not be the same Bull. Okay. We're going to figure it out. Ooh, I think it's coming. I think it's checked out.
Oh, good. You know what? And the way you guys are digging, there's thousands of other people that are going to dig on this too.
Let's see.
It will come out.
Satellites using a huge artillery piece helped fund this project by creating a super gun for Saddam Hussein.
Oh, now that's interesting.
Interesting. He was subsequently assassinated by Mossad.
Uh-huh.
So maybe that is the bull that he's talking about.
That could be problematic.
Let me go back to where he brings up bull, because maybe that was a reference to, look what we can do. Let's see. The names I mentioned, bull and Erban, are relics. Okay. Let's see. Gerald Bull. Oh, yeah. It even says it right here. Bull died in 1990. Yeah. It said, I'm sure that they played a part here, but I was clutching at straws. Almost certain you would not have heard of them, but I had to try. Bull died in 1990. Urban in 1985. So, yeah, that was the threat.
He's almost doxing himself.
Yeah, Gerald Bull may have been involved after being stripped of his U.S. citizenship. Okay, years ago, Jeffrey had some exposure to North Korean Chinese agents and was in the proximity of arms dealers who sold to these nations on behalf of them. Gerald Bull may have been involved after being stripped of his U.S. citizenship, and possibly Dr. Herman Urban, that would have been in Europe 70s, 80s. Up to the present, what needs to be known is more about the PRC Chinese execs at Humpty.
What's Humpty?
And the 29 congressional members that are part of their tribe. That's the part that really, like, as I was scrolling through, I saw that and I was like, wait, back up that pony, Tonto. What do you mean 29 congressional members that were part of it? And remember, we just had that big delegate. Where did they go?
Oh, shit. Green Thrifty says, I'm behind someone with a plate that says MK Bull. What?
That's creepy as hell.
That's fucking weird. That might be Mossad.
Are they trying to track us? Listen, if you do that, all I'm asking is that before you take me off this planet, you let me live at least just 1 year in a house where I have a staff to take care of everything. Like, give me just 1 year to sleep until noon and then wake up and take a dank ass rip and start my day.
Dank ass rip. Let's see. Melvin Cohn.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. He has detailed knowledge of Mark Epstein's building.
Don't learn anything new without me.
Okay. Lieutenant Russer and Apartment 8CD, where Anderson and Epstein appear side by side. Knowledge that would require either physical access. Okay, so I think that was further threats. So he was probably fucking, Mossad, and what they were doing was tying up loose ends. That's what that was. That's what that seems like to me. And they were telling Mark, his brother, look what happened. And the fact that it was 2 days after Epstein unalived, says that they probably were in on that. So, like, people thinking that he's still alive, I don't know. I think that's a loose end that you want to tie. Just like Robert Maxwell. He loved his boat until he died on it. Or did he? Let's see. Claims to have met Israeli Knesset members and attended a book launch in Lord Ahmed's chamber. Let's see. Cold War arms dealing figures like Gerald Bull, Dr. Herman Urban, Green Ford van. What researchers and journalists have concluded. The Bureau News described him as an unverified correspondent claiming intelligence background. GitHub hosted a forensic analysis of the Epstein files, cataloged the emails under Part 6, the Melvin Cohn correspondence, Mossad, arms dealers, and Chinese agents, and assessed it as a document from an unverified source. Reddit analysts described it as reading like an attempt to both threaten Mark and pump him for information. His true identity remains unconfirmed. There's a famous American sociologist named Melvin L. Cohn who wrote books published in English, but no confirmed link has been established. Born 1928, though. That dude would be almost 100 years old. So that's not him.
You got to remember, this was written, how long ago?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So this would have been, this was
7
only a
years
couple
ago?
of years ago. Was it 7? Has it
7
been that
years
long?
ago. Yeah.
God, fucking time, man. That's crazy. Of course, he would have still been like 92 or something.
Yeah, but look at how long the evil live.
No, I mean, that's true.
Primary example,
only the good on alive young.
Oopa Loopa in the Oval right now.
Oh, what happened to Zio?
I don't know. Hold on, let me scroll back through and see if she had to jump.
She said she dropped because we got to 100K.
Oh,
okay.
Well, we're not at 200K yet.
I mean, 100 members watching.
Oh, I see. Let's see. Massaged equals massaged. Interesting. It's fascinating to see it being the massaged and not 47 unaliving E. Yeah, I mean, that's probably true, Drew, because when your asset is compromised, you take them out.
Right. And the question is, did he get taken out or was he just removed? There are still questions surrounding the photos that came out directly following.
Right.
Like the fact that his mouth was closed, his eyes were closed. I've seen, unfortunately, in my line of work, I've seen quite a few autopsy photos. I've seen quite a few crime scene photos. And never, unless somebody is forcibly maintaining that, do you see their eyes and their mouth closed.
Yeah, and the Lord Ahmed was a British Muslim peer with the Labour Party who was convicted of child sexual offenses. Israel Shamir was a Swedish writer, real name is Oran Hermes, known Holocaust denier and anti-Semite. The author whose book launch was hosted by Lord Ahmed.
Well, now here's something from Electric Intifada.
Mm-hmm.
That says that it is the sociologist Melvin Cohen that is connected. That's the Melvin Cohen that's in the email. Is there a picture of them together, maybe?
Let's see. Melvin. I mean, I feel like if it was Mossad, I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't use their real name, that they would use an alias.
Right.
And that alias would be a message in and of itself.
Well, it keeps bringing me back to this one guy. I don't know if you saw this. It popped up on the FBI archives. It says stolen art uncovered. Is it yours? And it's apparently a guy named William M.V. Kingsland, who was known by the name Melvin Cohen, but his original name was William Kingsland. It says Kingsland was well known in New York City's art circles as an engaging and intelligent connoisseur of art, books, architecture, and genealogy. But when he died, he left no will and no apparent heirs to claim the floor-to-ceiling stacks of paintings and artworks crammed into his one-bedroom apartment. And then it says it turns out Kingsland was a pretty secretive guy, despite having many acquaintances. Very few people had ever been inside his residence. Anyways, the gist of it is they found in this mass quantity of paintings, they found some stolen art, like a Giorgio Morandi's Natura Morta or Pablo Picasso's Tita de Femme.
Yeah, I saw some reporting about that, how he may have been the fence for all of that shit. Okay, so was something that's interesting. Melvin Cohen died when he was 92. This email, depending on when his birthday was, he would have been 91. Or he would have been.
He could have perished right after.
Yep. Or They used his fucking name. Let's see what day he died. Let me look and see what day he died. Died in his home March 19th, 2021.
So that would be 2 years after, or a year and a half after he sent the email.
Yeah. If in fact it was him that sent the email.
Right.
Never tiring social scientist full of novel ideas to break new grounds.
So is there a way for us to look and see, because if we try to do the timeline, if he was 92 and he said that he got his security clearance when he was young, we're thinking like what, early 20s? So that would be 70 years ago. So in the 50s, who was the head of intel, of foreign intel at the Pentagon in like the 40s and 50s? And did they have a son that also went into it? Then we might be able to find the name.
Let's see. Wait, find the name for
who this Melvin really is, if they were using a different name. Because remember, he gave all that information about himself.
So this is Melvin, but it's with an I. But you did say that it was...
That was the one that was the sociologist that the article said was connected.
Let's see. On behalf of the family, thank you. Memory of Melvin Lester Cone. I mean, if it's spelled different, though.
Hang on, let me see something. It was the American Sociology Association,
Rothman.
Right?
I think so. Yeah. Let me
see
right
something.
Here. Sociologist, pioneer of the study of social structure and personality. Cone spent 27 years teaching at Krieger School. Mill was a never-tiring social scientist full of novel ideas to break new grounds. Cross-nationally comparative and collaborative. After comparing Washington, D.C. to Torino, Italy, he compared the U.S. to then socialist Poland and to Japan. That's weird. Born in New York City.
Oh, yeah, the old guy. The really old guy.
Arrived at Johns Hopkins.
I saw him, too.
Cooley Mead Award. Stuart Rice Merit Award. This guy looks like he's a creepo anyway, so let's figure out what his skeletons are. All right. Let me see. Of course, I'm going to do a search for Melvin with an I. And see what that comes up. Melvin received.
I'm not going to be able to see this. Does anybody have a subscription to the New Yorker?
I don't.
Not to the New Yorker. If you do, remove paywall.com/ and then paste the link. Sometimes that'll work.
Hey, I'm cooking pancakes, but I'm enjoying listening to you guys do your sleuth work so much.
It sounded like somebody was taking a hit from the bong. It's from the bong.
No, I'm not right now, but I'm about to. I'm polite though. I mute when I do it.
Juan Carlos. Gary Mo. What the
Hold
fuck is this?
the fork on. I just found something in the New Yorker. It's from August 13th, 2008. It's another story about that stolen art. And it says in here about him, it says the curious case of William Milliken Vanderbilt Kingsland, a threadbare, eccentric, and amateur geologist of the Upper East Side, began in the summer of 2006 when, a few months after he died at the age of either 58 or 62, it was discovered that his birth name was Melvin Cohen, that he resided not on Fifth Avenue, but a small apartment on East 72nd Street, which is one street over from 71st.
Right here, William Kingsland. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, I've got a CorroteExperts.com. Yeah. The Bronx man Melvin Cohn, alias William Kingsland, was a greatly admired art aficionado moving amongst the elitist inner circle of New York art collectors. He was a debonair gentleman with an encyclopedic knowledge of art and literature, and it's spelled correctly, by the way. He spoke often of his prized collection, though few, if any, of his friends had ever been invited to his Manhattan home to view it. Upon his unaliving in 2006, however, apparently he died in 2006, left no will. His estate fell into the hands of the state of New York, and that is when his movie-like ruse of a life began to unravel. The authorities found his tiny one-bedroom apartment filled to the chocker block with valuable artworks. It appears that William loved being surrounded by beautiful art as much as he loved being surrounded by the people who could afford to collect it. Stolen Corot drawing, landscape with bridge. When Christie's and Stair galleries were called in to research the provenance of the artwork, they had a rude awakening. It seems most of the pieces housed in Kingsland's collection had been reported stolen in the 1960s and 1970s. Among the pieces was a valuable drawing by Camille Corot titled The Landscape with the Bridge. I don't know why that is valuable, but okay. It can only be surmised.
So he spent his life in hiding, guarding the stolen artwork.
Wait.
Yeah.
I know why I know that name. It was in Ghislaine Maxwell's proffer. She was talking about, I don't know who the lady is, but you'll know her because she has one of the largest Corots hanging in her apartment.
Okay. You know what? Do a search for Corot in the files. C-A-R-O-T. I'm going to do C-A-R-O-T. And let's see if Epstein ever had any. Nothing. Whatever. Nothing.
That's crazy.
That is wild.
Because we already know Epstein was a lover of art and photography, right?
Yep.
And this dude lived one street over, and it clearly indicates that he ran in the elite circles. So I would assume, reasonably so, that he probably knew Epstein, with Epstein being such a lover of the arts.
Right.
Maybe he was safeguarding this artwork for Epstein.
Could be.
Okay, so let's see here. Can only be surmised that Melvin, one of the most entertaining 20th century art rogues, had taken the name of William Kingsland for believing it had just the right ring to play the ears of the chic Manhattan crowd of which he so madly wanted to be a member. It is just such a love of the life of art that makes art theft often looked upon with a wink and a smile in the world of crime today. Corot theft and the Louvre. On May 3rd, 1998, a most embarrassing theft took place at the Louvre. I think that's how you pronounce it, isn't it?
The Louvre.
The museum in Paris. While hundreds of visitors were enjoying this lovely Sunday afternoon, touring the grand halls of the most... That is so fucking crazy, though. Glass security case containing a 13 by 19 inch Corot canvas. Oh, it's with an O. I was doing a search with an A. Dumbass.
I did it with an O, and it came up with nothing.
No, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I got it. Yeah. Here we go.
Too?
Maybe.
Is it C-O-R-O-T?
Yeah.
Like carrot without an extra R?
Yep. C-O-R-O-T. Now, see, there is right here, Jean-Baptiste Camille portrait. Oh, yeah, it is talking about the artwork. And now my mouse isn't working. I think Mossad got me. Now my
Hold
mouse.
on, this is the Narrows, Not Collateral, and Leon Black. Art owned 100% by Leon Black, which is not promised to a museum. And it's got Corot pieces in it.
Yeah, Leon. So I have so this is a list of the art. Holy shit.
Portrait of a Mile. Holy shit.
What is Portrait of a Mile?
That was that picture that you just showed, wasn't it?
No, it was something about a bridge.
Oh.
Something about a bridge.
I got so fucking excited.
Rembrandt. Martin Schongauer.
It's on page 5.
Corot. Or Corot.
It's on page 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's the ninth one down.
I see. Jean-Baptiste Camille Corot. Appraisals $2 million. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's go back over here and okay, so we know it's not the sociologist. But
it could be the
I mean, think about this though. The guy Melvin Cohn is definitely not him that's messaging. I just don't see, you know what I mean? I think
wait. Do you remember me talking earlier in the live about during
old Les's oversight hearing, there was a discussion about him taking care of the iCountry Govers that had retired until they left this plane.
Yes, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
I wonder if old Melvin, I wonder if Les paid for that apartment, and Melvin was the iCountry GOV official that he took care of until he perished. Because why else would he be living under a different name?
I don't know. Oh, there's somebody's at my doorbell. It's probably the Mossad. I'll be right
If it's a black helicopter, remember your rights.
I feel like it just got extremely quiet.
It did.
It's the sheriff.
Is it really?
Yep.
What?
Hold on.
Yeah, put you on the big screen. There you go.
Let me turn it.
Hey, how you doing?
What's that mean?
I got somebody named George. Driver's license?
George?
Yeah. Does he live here?
Is it
George
Zimmerman?
It says this address is on.
Okay. No, he's the previous owner.
Oh, okay.
And I'm
All right.
live, so don't say. I'm live. Don't say the address.
Okay. All right. Okay. I thought I was bringing him to him.
No. I don't know where he lives. He sold the house, and we got it. So
Okay, I was doing a good thing bringing him in.
no. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Yeah. I can. I think my wife can still get a hold of him.
Well, I can leave him here, and if you can.
Yeah, I'll reach out to her and see if it. I don't know. Is it unexpired?
No, they're not expired.
It's not expired. Okay, yeah, I'll get it to him. I'll have her
Somebody
reach
found him
out.
beside the road up there by the Mexican restaurant and gave him to me.
That's weird. I didn't even know he was still around here because he had moved to Tennessee.
Yeah.
All right, he's creeping around. Hey, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. It looks like my stuff is here. Well, that's interesting. They're always watching.
I was half expecting them to be saying some kind of weird shit.
We see that you've been alive.
I was ready to like hit record, be like, okay, time to witness.
The timing. I was about to turn that bitch around. No.
Man, I hope I'm live with you guys when the po-po come knocking on my door.
What great timing. All right, let me turn my shit off here. All right, I was ready. Shoot, man. Where am I at? Here we go.
Listen, I was ready to go on speaker and be like, do you have a warrant? I'm going to need you to come back with a warrant.
He starts, I'm like, don't say the address. I'm on fucking live. There's crazy people around. Oh shit, yeah, it's got his fucking credit card and everything. Yeah, no, that sucks. Let me text my wife real quick. You got any money, bro? You got any money? No, it's his wallet. That's crazy though. Because last time I knew.
Oh, it's his whole damn wallet. I thought it was his license plate.
You know, well, it's like the insert of the wallet. You know how you slide, where you slide like one side in, so it's like a.
Oh.
If this, I don't know if you can see. It's
so
that,
and it's got all his important shit in it.
Yeah, license and his fucking credit card. So he'll probably want that back.
He's been looking for that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I imagine so. I don't really ever talk to him. We just, we know the guy.
You said he just moved? I bet what he did is he was putting all his shit on a truck or something and put that wallet on the tailgate. That's happened many times.
Let's see. Hey, reach out to George. Constable just brought his license and credit card here. Yeah, no, because every time I get insurance, I have to go through extra shit because apparently if somebody gets a license at this address, I have to fucking put them on my insurance policy. Stupid, right?
Wow, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, because even like they don't live here. They haven't lived here for a long time. But in Mississippi, I think the licenses are like 6 fucking years or 8 years or something. So unless they update their license.
Listen, in Florida, I
Wow.
can get my license for a whole ass 10 years.
That's crazy.
10 years, baby. You ain't got to see me for a decade. I look so good in my picture. I do not look like that now.
That's fucking funny. Ray Day was shitting her pants. Shit, I was just like, okay, because it was, black SUV with Constable. I don't know, for some reason, Constable bothers me more. No, he was cool. That dude was like 8 foot tall, though. I was like, there's no way I could take this guy. That's fucking, no, that's cool, though. Making the trip. Yeah, that was a little weird. Okay, so what were we looking at? So I in that article, it had shown, actually, I got to go get something here real quick, but it had shown the name of one of those Carottes. And Le Chemin de Sèvres, or however the fuck you say that. And I was looking to see if that is actually in the files. To see if, like, after that guy unalived, if Epstein
I'm looking
got
them all
hold of
up
it.
right now. You have Le Rigueur. Oh, you mean the ones from the article?
Well, just that one, because it was something that they still couldn't find from the collection of stolen shit that came from the Melvin's estate. So I'm just looking those up to see if somehow Epstein got them, and I just did a search for that one, and it's not showing up.
Just remember, it could be in the files they removed.
That's true.
There's always that freaking chance.
Okay, so
I
I
need
moved
to
it
check
to
and
Le
see if Web
Chemin.
Archive is back up.
Okay, Valdson Cotran. Let's see, Salute Valdson. Okay, I'm going to have to translate this. Why is this? Oh, American Express Travel. I see. Thank you for this. Okay, so that's just travel agency. I don't know. I don't really even know what I'm looking for here. I guess you'll know when you find it, right? Gormley. I know that fucking name. Jumas. All right, so let me go back through all those names that were referenced. Sharon Haskell, Likud MK, known for cannabis legalization advocacy. Cohn claims to have given her one of his books. Hank Johnson, Democratic congressman from Georgia. Cohn flags him as problematic because he called Jay settlers termites in 2016, yet was on the Humpty Dumpty Institute's Congressional Advisory Board. So there is a Humpty Dumpty Institute, U.S. nonprofit that works with Congress and the UN with ties to Beijing's Tai Institute. Both Mark and J.E. were involved. Cohn alleges Chinese intelligence operatives were embedded. Fucking Humpty Dumpty, really? Isn't that weird? Humpty
That is
Dumpty?
weird.
I'm going to look this up. The Humpty Dance is your chance to do the hump. Oh, do me, baby. Humpty Dumpty Institute. All right. Do all the research you can in to Humpty Dumpty Institute. Connection to trafficking. Very interesting. All right, let me check and see if somebody's trying to get on. I haven't looked in a minute. Sorry, guys. Okay, nobody is. Zio, you coming back? Oh, we got East.
She don't like it when it gets big. I thought that's what she said. She don't like
East
it when
LA.
it gets big.
I was going to make an inappropriate joke, but I'll leave it. Oh, thank you, Zio. Oh, that's right, because no tapping on the panel. Yeah, I appreciate that. Taking one for the team. Let's see. HDI is a U.S. nonprofit that's heavily oriented around UN-facing programming and bringing U.S. congressional delegations and staff delegations to the UN. They publish a lot of these trip summaries on their own site. The IRS filings are publicly accessible. Connection. Mark Epstein was a director of HDI. HDI's IRS Form 990 lists Mark Epstein as a director. HDI's own site lists Mark Epstein as director and describes him. Let's pull this up then. They probably removed him. The Humpty Dump. What the fuck kind of weird shit is that? Amir Dosal is tied to HDI and also sat on the board of Ghislaine Maxwell's Terra Mar nonprofit. HDI lists Amir Dosal as a director.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so Amir Dosal. Here, let me try to pull this picture up and see if Mark Pocan, Charlie Rangel, Benny Thompson, Steve Cohen, Janice Schakowsky. HDI's 50th U.S. congressional program to the UN. HDI Chairman Al Khalafella, far left with members of Congress, Benny Thompson, Steve Cohen, Janice Schakowsky, Suzanne Bonamici, Raul Grijalva. This was the guy that just unalived and his daughter had, run and taken his place. Mark Pocan, Charlie Rangel. Holy shit. Fucking Mark Epstein was on the board of this, as was somebody who was also on the board of Ghislaine Maxwell's shit.
But remember, Mark Epstein says he didn't know anything about what his brother was doing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't buy that.
the Amir Dosal did. Amir Dosal did. Amir Dosal, let's see. HDI lists Amir Dosal as a director. ProPublica's nonprofit Explorer filings for Terra Mar project list Amir Dosal as a director. Terra Mar was founded by Ghislaine Maxwell, who was later convicted on charges tied to trafficking, etc. So Amir Dosal is on this fucking thing with all of these congressional people. Maybe that's where the 29 Congress people they were talking about came from.
Could be. Didn't we have a whole bunch of delegates go over to like the iCountry or something on some little side quest? There was this big stink about it that they didn't need to be over there.
Yeah, I mean, they do that all the time, though. That's like every fucking year they do that.
No, but it was recent. It was recent. There was a big old stink about it because they went.
And I want to know what Jared Kushner's role in all that was.
Right?
Yeah, right here. Amir Dosal, director, alongside Ghislaine Maxwell, president. And so I'm going to pull up the HDI. HDI Amir Dosal. Here we are. This is Amir Dosal. Amir Dosal is president and CEO of the Global Partnerships Forum, not-for-profit knowledge platform providing changemakers with tools. He is a distinguished fellow of the Future of Health and Healthcare platform at the World Economic Forum. Amir is founding commissioner of the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, champion for UN Safeground. He co-founded the Pearl Initiative Blockchain Commission for Sustainable Development, ambassador for peace and support.
What is his name again? Spell it for me.
Amir, Amir Dossal, Dossal. And of course, they would wipe his connection to that other stuff. Give me a second, and I'm going to... President Global Partnerships, 25-year veteran. I don't know. Whenever somebody's entire life consists of them being on the boards of nonprofits, it makes me like feel weird about that. You know, I run this and I run that. And let's see, Humpty Dumpty.
Well, God, because they have to appear to be do-gooders while they're doing real bad shit.
That's right. Yeah.
It's the front, it's the cover.
Oh, he's a great man.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I think I found it.
It was the 50 states, one country.
They scraped it.
The 241 delegates went to, congressional members went to.
Yeah, they scraped that. They scraped Amir from the fucking HDI website. So I'm going to go back to 2020 in the Wayback Machine. Yeah, because if you go there now, it shows up on Google mentioning Amir Dossal. But when you go to the fucking missions page on the website, HDI's website, he's not there. Okay. Dossal. No. Son of a bitch. Okay, maybe there's a big spike in Wayback Machine collections in one of these months. Why?
There was a lot of activity.
Uh-huh.
Question is, what was that activity?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Well, let's go to it. This is in August 30th of 22. Amir. That's fucking weird, man. Because see, look at this. Right here, you can see it too. Right here. Humpty Dumpty Institute. Amir Dossal, Director ex officio. Amir Dossal is founder and chairman of the Global Partnerships Forum, an international platform working to address economic ... But when you click on it and you go to the page, it pulls this up with Mark Pocan, but all Democrats. And Amir is not mentioned at all. Amir Dossal. These motherfuckers. They think they're slick. Let me go back to, okay, so 2020. I'm just going to have to go back to the beginning. But that was founded after 2015. This picture is from 2015. What? Okay. Amir Dossal reflects on a chartered accountant and 25-year veteran of the UN. Amir is founder of Global Partnerships Forum. He came from a humble background. His mother used to run a convenience store, and I used to help her with buying supplies, buying the goods, going to the wholesale market, and then actually helped her calculate profits on income sales and so on. And then my mom and dad realized, whoa, this guy can add, subtract, so why don't you go into finance? My father had grown up in Sheffield, so he was keen that I studied there. the best education system. So I said, okay, I'm sorry. Does that sound like a made up story to you? Possible.
Well, hang on. Ghislaine grew up in Britain as well.
And Richie.
Hell, they probably fucking knew each other.
Her daddy had a lot of money. Ghislaine did. He was a billionaire.
10 years into his career, Amir set his sights on the UN, prepared to accept the changes in salary and lifestyle. Yeah, it's, because people are like, hey, you go work for the UN. 5 years later, Amir moved to the UN's program overseas. Let's see if this mentions HDI. Nope. Humpty? Nope. Okay. I'm going to go to fucking DuckDuckGo or something because... All right, DuckDuckGo.
Well, you guys won't believe this about me, but here in St. Louis, I got to know a girl named Akriti. She worked in politics, and I became like her surrogate mom in St. Louis. Her family lived in New York, and she ended up going to work for the ambassador to Nepal, and I got to meet him. And I was like, oh my gosh, I was walking tall, thinking I'm a big shit. Now I know the ambassador to Nepal. It's so not a big deal. They are like low budget people. They don't have much. The ambassadors don't have a glamorous lifestyle in other countries.
Oh, for sure.
They don't. They get to travel a little bit, but they give them the bare bones minimum hotel rooms and just crazy shit.
And they're usually appointed because they're friends with somebody else or, dated
Right.
somebody else from college or,
Right, yeah. And she was like, I am quitting this job. She was an assistant for him.
I found it.
She goes, I'm going to starve at the, you know what, if I don't get a different job. I'm like, oh, well.
I fucking found it.
What did you find?
I found the connection between Amir Dosal.
Yeah.
Right here. He also serves on the board of several nonprofits, including City Arts. Interesting that he's into the arts, Global Social Compliance Program, and the Humpty Dumpty Institute. Amir is also a patron of the World Congress of Muslim Philanthropists, trustee of the LDNY Foundation, and founding member of the advisory board of the Ethical Capitalism Movement, LLC, strategic advisor to the DNA Summit and advisor to IdeaPod, a new social media platform for ideas. And here he is. It's the same
the DNA
guy.
Summit.
DNA
Wait, that guy
Summit.
looks familiar.
This is Amir Dosal, and he was mentioned in that fucking email that we were reading earlier.
Right, the Terramar.
Yes.
That guy's like dog shit.
Yes.
He's everywhere.
So that was Ghislaine's fucking program. He was on the board of Ghislaine's program and also on the board of the Humpty program, where all the fucking congressmen would go to because it was for the UN. Whatever the fuck that, it's all, it's all bullshit, really. So that guy is...
The names of these places all seem manufactured and made up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're not real organizations.
Yeah, it's Prince Street Suite 205, New York City is the Humpty Dumpty Institute. Congressional programs, UN programs, youth engagement. Oh, I bet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Youth engagement. Does it really say that?
Yeah. You know what? Oh, it's the weekend. I was about to call them up and be like, hey, do you grape kids?
Yeah.
See what they say. But yeah, so this picture, and it's weird because this picture is from 2015. 50th Congressional Program to the UN, December 2015. HDI Chairman Al-Khalafallah with members of Congress. So this has been there for years, this same picture. Is this a front? I think this is a front for something else. I think this is all horseshit. I think it's made up.
It probably is.
Yeah,
Man,
since
the
its
further you
founding.
dig into these files, the more they stink.
Yeah, look at this. Since its founding in 1998. Let's see. HDIs strive to foster dialogue between the U.S. Congress and the UN by arranging for senators, members of Congress, and congressional staff to travel to the UN to meet and discuss global issues with UN officials. HDI is one of the few NGOs which consistently brings together the leadership of the legislative branch of the U.S. government and the leadership of the UN. Over the course of 52 programs, HDI has hosted over 550 members of Congress, senators, and staff at the UN, where they have met with the United Nations Secretary General, senior officials, and dozens of ambassadors. Why do we need a non-governmental organization to sponsor our government going to the goddamn UN? Can somebody explain that to me?
How do they sponsor them? Are they giving them money for hotels and
paying
shit like
for the
that?
travel, I guess, but why in the fuck is the U.S. not paying for it? Why would they need another fucking group? This has got to be some bullshit fucking crap for, whoever.
Well, they did all of those. They did all of those Sentinel searches on all of the corporation names, and you find all of these names that are connected to all of these other corporations. It's like this massive freaking shell game.
Right. Like this is all bullshit. Like, oh, we're gonna sit around a square and we're gonna talk about how we're masters of the universe and we're the most important people ever, and we're gonna do absolutely nothing. We're just gonna pat each other on the back. And who is this lady? She's in like every picture. Look at that.
That's a good question. Who is she?
Yeah. Who the fuck
She's
is
in
that?
every single one.
Every picture.
Which one, the old gal or the young gal?
The young gal.
In
the
the
black
young
dress.
One. Yeah. She's in every one of those pictures.
I don't know. She kind of looks like Monica Lewinsky. Or her sister,
Okay, I'm gonna snip this.
She's got the same body style as Monica Lewinsky.
All right, I'm gonna snip that. Oh, fucking here. Let's do it. Let's do a Google search.
Can you do a face search by her facial features?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. It's not that great though.
Is that Kash Patel next to her?
No, that's not Kash Patel.
I can't tell. It's so small. And it looks like a troll, so I thought,
Yeah, that's shit.
That one in the middle kind of
dive
like
deeper in AI mode. Give me the AI mode. Okay. Ralph Lauren is trying to sell me shit. Oh my God, really? Offers a black bodycon V-neck knee. That's exactly what I needed. What the fuck?
Missing out.
Jesus.
They're going to put you on the transgender list now because you were looking up dresses.
Exact matches, visual matches about this image. No results. I need to post that shit on fucking Reddit or something. Or on X. Yeah, that is kind of weird though, that like of all the images, but they've got more. So let me host 50th U.S. delegation.
I need a coffee warm up.
Okay, who the fuck is that guy? Oh, that's Charlie Rangel. And Mark Pocan. Yeah, that's the one they have up there. Okay. Oh, they got name tags. Wait, Jan Ellison? Oh, Eliason. Okay. Jan. Oh, I guess it'd be Yawn. Oh. Ralph Cooverman. Shannon Kellman.
Where did you find that picture?
It is on the HDI.org. And then when you go into the, I think U.S. congressional programs, the little drop down at the top, And then I think Congress in the United States is how I got there. I think so. Let me click it and see. Yes, and then it was the second one over. The Humpty Dumpty Institute host 50th. No, it's the third one. So let's look at the 48th. Why is there no picture for the 49th? Yeah, and here this is the 48th. And do you see? Is that person wearing a tiny hat? That person right there, or is that his hat? Is that his hair?
I can't tell.
Let's see.
You got to do a zoomie on that.
Okay, no, I think it's his hair.
White hair.
I think it's his hair. Yeah, okay.
He's just one of those old guys with a big, thick patch of white hair.
I don't know. Let me open it.
Can you zoom in?
I can't open the picture in a new tab. Let me inspect this shit. Hold on. Let's see here. Let me see if there's a link to the. Oh, go back, bitch. And see, it's like auto. There we go.
Oh, that's good. Nope, he doesn't have a hat on. Are you looking for a yarmulke?
Was that or
no,
whatever
I don't see a yarmulke.
No. This wasn't the guy here. That's not the guy. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Let me go back. Okay, there he is. That's the guy. And no, he doesn't have one. I think it was just a shadow.
Oh, I was looking at the white-haired guy.
Gregory Meeks.
No, it looks like he's wearing a hat because of the podium and flags behind him.
Yeah.
And what is this meeting that we're looking at?
Okay, well, let's read about it. Let me get rid of this developer mode here. The Humpty Dumpty Institute hosted blah, blah, blah. 8 members of the House of Representatives and staff participated in a series of meetings and briefings. Ban Ki-moon. Members of Congress arrived in New York on the evening of June 18th. Mr. Mark Epstein, HDI Board of Directors, hosted a working dinner. The members were joined by HDI Board Directors and UN ambassadors to discuss the relevance of Humpty Dumpty's UN programs and their goal of promoting dialogue between the UN and the U.S. Congress. Board Chairman Mr. William Ruana Jr. gave introductory remarks, and President Ralph Guerman commented on the next day's program. Members of Congress started the day with a working breakfast. David Pressman gave the participants an overview of the structure and mission. The United States Permanent Representative to the UN, Ambassador Samantha Power, joined the group shortly after to discuss the ongoing political and humanitarian crises around the world and what the UN is doing in that regard. The discussion was followed by a question and answer session during which the participants raised topics on peacekeeping operations oversight, the Iranian negotiations, and Middle Eastern affairs.
Is that Lindsay Owen? Is that who we're seeing in the black dress?
Lindsay Owen? You want to look that up? I'm going to finish reading this. Okay.
It looks like her.
Lindsay Owen or Lohan? It's not Lohan.
It's Owens, Owens.
Okay. Let's see here. Mr. Lake UC study. Early childhood development found that up to 3/4 of what a child consumes go to the development of the brain, which means that around 160 million children have stunted brain development due to lack of nutrition. Mr. Lake. Oh, because they're just so altruistic, these people. They just want what's best for everybody. Consolidate. He also noted the efforts being made to create a leaner and more sustainable force that could lead to a 16% cost reduction per soldier. What? Individual blue helmets. Ban Ki-moon joined the delegation. It's just so weird to me that Epstein's brother is running a fucking board of directors for like a thing that goes to the UN. What?
Yeah, well, these people, like,
but remember, he doesn't know anything.
Right. Fucking bullshit.
But there's so many people like Epstein's brother who are not employed by our government with their hands in so many government things. like him, like Jared Kushner, all these
I'll
players.
be damned. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the first fucking name on there, that fucking worthless
that
bitch.
Turncoat bitch.
She is a fucking worthless, just, ugh. Kareem, Henry Hank Johnson Jr., and they're all Democrats. Look at that. Ruben Gallego, Sarah Arkin, Debbie,
all
Debbie
these Democrats need to be investigated, man.
Yes.
If they're on this paper, they need to be investigated. We need to be introspective about our own party and start, making them.
I think most of us agree that we don't care what party, what political affiliation they have. If they are on those lists,
yes,
they deserve every bit of what's coming. Well, hopefully what's coming to them, what should come to them.
The archive is
bury
back
them
up.
under the jail.
The archive's back up? Oh, nice.
The archive is back up. I was going to be so freaking mad, yo. Listen, on my live this morning, like I ended my live with literally, I got to go because I just crashed out. I was so angry at them taking it down.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you guys record this and put it up on YouTube or anything else?
Yeah, I do. We're being simulcast right now to YouTube.
Gotcha. Good. I want to be able to rewatch it because you guys have covered a lot of shit. You know what I mean?
Rubber Ducky, if you want to go over to my profile and look, there is my Tube of You handle.
Gotcha.
And all of the lives that I've done going over the Epstein files or the e-files, I've rebroadcast them there to that page.
I want to post them on the Discord for my the live that I participate in overnight, because a lot of those people won't want to watch this.
Okay, so I'm going back to, I tried to go back to the beginning because they claimed that they started in 1998, but it only goes back, like the pictures, where it lists the rundown of the program, goes back to 2005. So here the numbers are Republicans here: John Cornyn, Lincoln Chafee, George Allen.
Look them up in the New York Secretary of State and see whenever they found it.
Reeder, Chuck Hagel, John Sununu, Mary Landrieu, Daniel Inouye, Tom Tancredo, James Clyburn. Damn, there are a lot more this time. Dennis Rayberg, Betty McCollum, Adam Schiff. Oh, look, Adam Schiff.
Shocker.
Yeah. Ted Poe.
Show me Giuliani on there, and I swear.
Gadkowski. Okay. Chris Bancroft Burnham. The fact, though, that they scrubbed that Amir Dosal from this tells me something like that is somewhere to poke around in.
Oh, absolutely. Well, there's a lot of places to poke around in right now. I'm going to have to jump off, though. I've been on here all day. I got to get myself some food. I got to get ready with the archives back up. I'm going to be going back live again tonight.
Nice. Yeah, it's been a pleasure having you up here. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I'll probably jump off, too, because I usually just go for 4 hours. But now I'm wanting to dig into this Amir guy.
Bunny, I have no live to be in tonight, so I might try to catch you.
Yeah, come on over. Come hang out in the chat. We keep it very respectful in the chat. I don't like people. We don't do victim bashing or anything like that. I don't like people being in my live that are rude or anything. It's meant to be a safe and supportive space. I've got one gal that comes into the live. She's a survivor of Jean-Luc Brunel.
Oh my gosh.
And so, I try to make sure that my live is a safe space for her to be in there.
So can I tell you, you sound like you're pretty plugged in with crime and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that I basically, my mom grew up in Leadwood, Missouri, right?
Uh-huh.
So we went back to visit her best friend, Peggy, who lives in Leadwood. And we go up there, we knock on the door. We're like, hey, Peg, what's going on? She goes, oh, nothing. And they had a ton of cars in the driveway out on the street parked there, we said, well, we caught you at a bad time. We're going to leave. We just want to stop by and say hi and have a cup of coffee. She goes, no, come in. It's just my grandson's birthday party. I'm like, oh, well, we don't want to intrude, but we came in, had a cup of coffee, and then we left. We got to see the kid open up the gifts and all that kind of stuff. It was a really nice day. And so me and Mom went off to go visit other people in her hometown. And guess whose birthday party that was?
Who?
That was Sean Hornbeck.
Who's that?
You remember the kid that got kidnapped and was gone for decades?
And they came back?
Or over a decade, and then they found him. He was still alive in Kirkwood, Missouri.
Yeah.
His kidnapper still had him. He's still alive, and he's doing very well now that he's
that's
back.
awesome. I haven't heard that name in so long. I was like,
Yeah, that was a big story around here, but we knew him personally,
Yeah.
So it was, but I don't intrude on their life, but I do check in every once in a while through a mutual person to see that, make sure he's doing okay. I kind of check on him. So.
That's good. Yeah, it's hard to come back from something like that. You never really fully heal.
He did a lot better than we thought he would coming back from that, but yeah, it's okay. I mean, you're never right after that, but
Right. Well, any kind of trauma changes your brain chemistry, so you got to remember that.
Yeah, but he's being productive in his life, and he's back with his family, and that's what we wanted,
Oh, that's good.
The rest of it would just try to work through it, yeah. But anyway, I thought you'd find that interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, you forget about these people after their stories are over. It's always nice to hear a follow-up where somebody's doing well,
And the only reason he came out is because the guy that kidnapped him said that he was tired of him and he was going to go do that to another kid. And that's why Sean came out and outed him, because he had that Stockholm syndrome kind of thing, but he overrode it and reported this guy because he didn't want the same thing happening to him, or to this other kid that happened to him.
Well, there's only so much of a person you can break before the person comes back,
Right, yep.
The ones who don't make it are the ones who give up. You just can't ever give up.
Yeah, my dad always watched all that true crime and all that kind of stuff, and I hated that. I just hated knowing that there was terrible people like that in the world,
Oh, there are.
My dentist when I was a kid in St. Louis was a what do you call it? Serial unaliver. Yeah,
they call them mass murderers now.
Yeah. Anyway, his name was Dr. Engelman. If you got time, look him up someday.
Ooh, I'll do a story on him, Dr. Engelman.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Engelman. They call him the DEADLY, dentist. That was what he went by.
I'll look him up and do like a story on him.
Oh yeah, he's a good one to do a story on because not a lot of people know him, but when they start looking, they're like, "Holy crap!" And I'll just give you to get you interested. So he would have women in our neighborhood, my mother included, and her best friends included, bring their kids to his dentistry office, and if their old man had a good job and good insurance, he would romance these women and talk them into unaliving their husband to split the insurance money. Then he personally would crawl under their vehicle, plant a BOMB, and unalive them to get the money. Did it many times. They only convicted him on 3, but they suspect he did it quite a few other times that they never got the information on. Because there was a lot of people unaliving in St. Louis by that method that they never solved the crime.
That's wild. I hate to cut you off too, but I do got to jump. But I will definitely look into that. Thank you for that. And
yeah,
we'll see
sorry
you
to keep
in the
you on
live later today. Hey, Liberal, if you get a chance, make it on over, hang out in the chat.
Okay. Yeah. No. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for being up. See ya, Bunny. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Nice. Yeah, I'm probably going to shut it down anyway. It's fucking 2 hours past my normal time, but now I'm trying to.
I know I was
feel like it was a great live.
Yeah,
this
awesome.
This UN shit is throwing me. So they've just been using this UN as the, I think, hub to do their intelligence operations all across the fucking world.
Well, the bad part about digging into this is it's a rabbit hole you can go down for weeks and weeks and weeks. Just one thing leading to another thing to another thing.
That's why I haven't really ever bothered with it, because they want us turning our wheels, because nothing is going to come out of this. They aren't going to go after a single person. And
Real
so, like,
quick.
Nope. They got all the money, all the power. It's never going to happen.
Real quick, while we're still discussing, everybody, we're only 7K away from getting to 100K. Let's tap that screen, please. Get him up there. He doesn't go live this long for nothing. Let's at least show him our support, show him, that we appreciate him. This has been an amazing live. Let's show how much we appreciate him hosting it for us, please.
Hey, Jen, how are you? Hecate, she's somebody that would be good to bring up if you guys are not going to shut down for a minute.
She's a regular.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know you hung out in here, Jen. That's my first time being in here.
Yeah, she comes around from time to time.
She hangs out in the one I'm into.
All right, 100K. We got 6K to go, y'all.
Tap, guys.
That's all I wanted to come up and say. Tap, guys. Let's get there in less than a minute. Even if 15 people, 10 people tap, we will get to that 100K, guys. You can drop me back.
It's time to double tap. Come on.
Triple tap. Tap with your wiggly worms if you have one.
Use every appendage you own. Tap.
Okay, wait a minute. Did you find out where the artwork went that was supposed to be under the state of New York now that he didn't have a will?
Yeah.
Who got a hold of that artwork, that priceless or very expensive artwork?
Well, it's if there's no will, it's supposed to go to the state.
But the state still has to allocate. They have to look for his heirs. So I want to see if any of it went back to that little island. The little hat people. Because that whole thing during World War II was all of their artwork was stolen by the Germans.
Which is, it's so weird that's something that, like, I don't know, people just, because like that picture of that like sketch or whatever.
Hideous. Absolutely hideous.
It's fucking terrible.
Right, but it's their world. They get to tell you what's priceless and what's worth 10 and 15 and $20 million. And it's basic garbage, but that's what
and I guess as long as they all agree that it's worth 15 million, they keep buying it back and forth from each other. Then
so we don't have any information on whether it was auctioned off at Christie's or because usually they call Christie's, who's also owned by the little hat people. They'll pretend that they're not, and see if any of that art was art. Don't forget, a lot of the art said they said it was stolen. So who did it go back to if it was stolen? Indeed.
Can you, I'm really bad at this, but can you research a piece of artwork on its own?
Sure.
To find out who owns it, how it changed hands.
What they'll say is 2,000 years ago, we owned that. It was ours. Yeah. 2,000 years ago.
Running Girl said Christie's had an auction for his crap.
It was written in the great BILB.
Yeah.
That's what they'll say. Given to us. Yeah. That is ours.
God ordained us with the thing that wouldn't have been produced until 2,000 years later, but it's still ours.
Tap, guys. That's what
almost there.
That's what Tucker Carlson was saying to that hideous. What's that horrible creature's name? His daughter looks like Shrek. Mike Huckabee. Yeah.
Oh, Huckabee.
Fucking,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, Shrek.
Sarah Huckabee down in Georgia.
Oh, my God.
She's hard to
I
look
thought she
at,
was
man.
Arkansas, wasn't she?
Arkansas,
wasn't she
wherever.
Yeah, I think she was Arkansas.
So Tucker Carlson was
she's down there in Possum Crotch, Arkansas, somewhere.
Tucker Carlson was doing an interview with him about that it's their land and 3,000 years and all that nonsense. He's like, they're not the same people. So, well, they have no blood. They have no genealogy. They have no DNA that's tied them to that. And he just went on and on and on. It was awful to look at how brainwashed these people are. Somebody say it's sad that they that they will fall for anything, and it's just nonsense. We got
Almost there, guys. Keep tapping.
almost there. You guys are awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you.
Let's
And
go.
we
Let's
are
go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeehaw.
And we are there, guys. Keep tap, 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 tap. Tap,
Yeah.
tap, tap, tap,
Yay!
tap, 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 tap. We
Now,
got 30
be
seconds.
sure.
Well, I'm still showing 99K, so y'all
Not
just
now.
keep on tapping.
102.
It's
Oh,
showing.
I'm showing
99K.
100.2. I'm
I
showing
You guys
100.2.
also
Yeah, here, look.
copy
on-
link, share, and repost, and add to your story.
See, look, 99K right here. Is what it's-
Well,
right here.
you're not going to want to repost
Oh, you
and add
can't.
to your
There we
story
go.
right now.
100K.
He's about to go off.
We
Well,
got
we're showing
100K.
100.5K on our side.
All right, yay! Here,
Yeah.
let
Yay.
me do sound effects. Yay!
Wear those tapping calluses with pride.
Hold on. Okay, let's see what they all do. Let's see. I know this one. Yeah. What is this? I am Daddy Donald. Touch me in my moist spots, please.
No square. Not my no square.
Oh God. Why is this? Stop! Stop it!
And I am
There we
a
go.
duck. Do not touch me in my no spots.
His no-no spots are explosive. He has explosive no-no spots on
He
camera
says-
in his diaper.
He says, I have no spots. They're all open for business.
Oh man!
Disgusting puke. But only if I can call you Bubba. Only if I can call you Bubba.
And they still haven't found out who Bubba was.
You cannot.
We still don't know who Bubba is.
You know what Donald Trump says before Schmecks? Did you bring the diaper cream?
Ew.
Oh my God! You're gonna have to wipe me afterwards. You know that, right?
Ew.
Jesus. But don't worry.
Jewelry.
I heal really fast. I do. You should have seen my ear. It was
Oh
like
my
Hey,
God.
Lib, Lib,
instantly.
we're good. Lib, we're good.
We could do this all day, y'all.
No, we can't. We really can't.
Yes.
Please don't.
Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and get off here, guys. Thank you so much. We'll catch you when we catch you. Thank you for all the support. We'll see ya.
It was
Peace.
fun.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for